pandemic has put them on the front burner. This includes questions such as what should a new university system look like? How can the sector be transformed through institutional research? How can we improve student success? Now, I want to mention two other areas of note that we will talk about today and share my own experience very briefly before we go on. You're here to hear from the thought leaders, not from me. Now, one of those areas is online teaching and learning. I'm an instructor at two institutions at the tertiary level, and I know for those of you who are instructors at the tertiary level or who have interacted at the tertiary level, you know the challenges there. I had a class presentation this week. You have students who are falling off the internet. They cannot get on. Sometimes they can't get off. Sometimes they can't get on, I should say. And sometimes you are not even clear whether they are understanding the lessons or the information that you're trying to share with them. And certainly the experience of teaching and learning is different for both of us, both student and both teacher because of the online platform. You can't get any of the social clues that you would get in terms of whether anyone is understanding. And we will end by questioning whether a college degree is useful at all. Now, on that point, almost as if fated, I was preparing for this session when I came across a passage on Instagram, and it says, the old model of making money is going to school for 4 years, getting your degree, and working as a professional for 30 years. But things change fast now. Now you have to come up to speed on a new profession within 9 months. Now, whether one agrees with that 9-month timeline or not, this idea of the need for change in the sector, change that prepares people for a vastly different future than the one with new challenges like COVID-19 and climate change, has people asking whether a degree is worth it. And what does that new education sector have to look like? I certainly want to hear your thoughts on that issue and all the others. So let's get talking. In this section of the program, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Damian Black. He's the commissioner of J-TEC, then Mrs. Tracy Ann Smith, and the Honorable Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Favor Williams. But we begin with the invocation from Reverend Barry Hall, which will be followed immediately by Dr. Black, Mrs. Smith, and Minister Williams. I'll return after that to introduce the guest speaker for today. Reverend Hall.
Good morning, everyone. Shall we pray? Our Father and God, we are so grateful for your mercies. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunities that you present, even though they are sometimes clothed in difficulties. It helps with innovation. It helps with a more careful thought process. It demands change, and it puts us in a place to contend. And we thank you for that. For what is education if it is not to help us contend with the status quo and to see that things improve? We thank you, Lord, for the opportunities presented. We thank you for this meeting of the minds. We thank you, Lord, for this wide selection of qualified people who will share and who will, from their expertise, come up with greater solutions. We pray that you, by your Spirit, will grant wisdom and direction in this meeting, that it will be amicable, that people will be patient with one another, that we will listen carefully to each other, and that ideas will flow. Bless the time now, we pray, as we give you thanks in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We'll now hear from Dr. Black.
I seem to be having a problem with their audio.
We seem to be having just a little bit.
All right, so Archibald, I'll just give my opening remarks until the tech team plays the pre-recorded message for Dr. Black. Distinguished guests, our audience on Zoom and YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to welcome you to J-TEC's inaugural research forum. This forum was developed with the aim of creating a platform to highlight research conducted across our local higher education institutions, as well as improving the awareness of initiatives and innovations happening within these institutions. As the Policy, Planning and Research Division, one of our main foci is to make research count. We understand the value of research as evidenced by our key activities within our division, including monitoring of the higher education sector, leading a program of research, and the development of policies and guidelines. All these efforts are conducted in an effort to influence policy, which will result in a continued development of the higher education sector. The theme for this year's forum, A Transformative Vision of Higher Education in Jamaica, seeks to continue the discussion of the expectations of a relevant and responsive higher education sector, especially post-COVID, and how the higher education sector can effectively serve the wider society. The discussions today will center on several sub-themes, including access and equity, using institutional research to transform institutions, student success, online learning, and the relevance and place of college degrees. We hope from the presentations by our honored speakers, you will benefit not only from the wealth of knowledge shared, but also as thought leaders and policymakers to consider the recommendations being made and how they can help us achieve a transformative vision for higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful for the experts who have come to share their knowledge with us. I'm especially encouraged that despite the disruptions with COVID-19, our higher education institutions are still committed to research and have found ways to carry out this mandate. Finally, allow me to thank our moderator who would guide today's proceedings. I have no doubt that he will stir the pot for discussions on the issues being highlighted. For the speakers, I wish you all the best and look forward to the contributions being made today. I thank you.
We should have that presentation ready now by Dr. Black. Seem to be having just a little bit of technical difficulties. This is what we talked about. The online world is a very, very different world than the face-to-face world.
So Dr. Black will be giving his remarks live. So in about a minute or two.
Okay, so in the meantime, we are going to be just talking about some of the different threads that and different presentations that we'll be hearing about later today. We will be hearing from our guest speaker, of course, Dr. Peter Wells. He is a representative of UNESCO. We'll be hearing from Dr. Saron Stewart. She is an associate professor, higher education, in charge of higher education and student affairs at the University of Connecticut. We'll be hearing as well from a former Minister of Education, Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson. Ms. Nicola Patterson-Lips is Senior Project Officer at UWI Mona. Dr. Paul Bourne is Acting Director of the Institutional Research at Northern Caribbean University. He's done a lot of very interesting work covering different issues related to the pandemic. He's looked at domestic violence and how that has changed during the pandemic. He's looked at dietary habits and how that has changed during the pandemic. He has looked at whether people want to go to hospitals during the pandemic, just a range of different kinds of issues. And of course, he's done a lot of work prior to COVID-19. We'll be hearing from Professor Fitzroy Henry. I believe he's already online as well. He is a professor of public health nutrition in the College of Health Sciences and the School of Public Health at the University of Technology. And I will tell you a little bit about some of the other speakers a little later on. But for the moment, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Black.
The Honorable Mrs. Favour Williams, Minister of Education, Youth and Information. The Honorable Mr. Robert Nestor Morgan, Minister of State in the Ministry. The officers of the Ministry, headed by Mrs. Maureen Dwyer, Acting Permanent Secretary. Dr. Catherine Troop, Acting Chief Education Officer. I want to acknowledge Mrs. Tracy Ann Smith, Director, and the team members of the Policy Planning and Research Division of Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission, the members of the Research Forum Planning Committee, Mr. Archibald Gordon, moderator for the forum, distinguished presenters, members of the audience. Today's research forum is the final in a series of public events sponsored by Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission, J-TEC, during this inaugural special focus week of activities being held under the theme Developing Jamaica's Higher Education Sector. We have successfully concluded, so far, a webinar focusing on the experience of institutions in the development and implementation of flexible learning pathways, and a students' forum on successfully negotiating higher education. We held a successful registration conferral ceremony during which we publicly celebrated the institutions that have concluded registration with J-TEC. We also want to acknowledge the significant effort invested by all team members. Today, we meet in this inaugural research forum being held under the theme, A Transformative Vision for Higher Education. The forum will foster discussion on areas of innovation in the higher education sector and suggest new areas of development. The research forum will be executed throughout today with an audience made up of educators, government officials, industry representatives, graduate students. The goal is to build awareness of the research initiatives and innovations within the local higher education institutions. J-TEC is a repository for information on higher education institutions, program offerings, their qualifications, policies, as well as student assessment systems. The provision of access to information empowers, and as such, students who utilize J-TEC's channels can make informed choices concerning institutions that, by virtue of their status of being registered with J-TEC, will be acknowledged as trusted centers of higher education and training that offer transferable academic qualifications. J-TEC plays a leading role in policy analysis and formulation for the higher education sector. The focus is on the development of globally benchmark higher education training system. The Policy Planning and Research Division plays a critical role in developing policy and research papers, active collaboration with higher education institutions and other stakeholders, conducting surveys, facilitating career readiness and development program under the title Ready for Next, and indeed quality management system audit and quality monitoring. Through the years, the division has published significant research. We note, for example, the reports of the annual surveys of the performance of tertiary education institutions, the surveys of tertiary education student satisfaction, landmark research conducted in collaboration with CAPRI on financing the cost of tertiary education, collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme on program offerings in sustainability and climate change. Today signifies the continuing maturation of our research effort. I welcome and salute all presenters. I salute the tremendous effort made to develop this program and its content. This forum represents a challenge given to Director Smith and her team. I'm very pleased to be able to say, well done, Team PPR. I know that this forum will grow from strength to strength over the ensuing years. To all, please participate and enjoy the day. Thank you.
We're going to be flowing.
I am delighted to extend congratulations and commendations to the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission for organizing this inaugural J-TEC Week and Research under the theme, Developing Jamaica's Higher Education Sector. The imperative of greater access to tertiary education amidst concerns about the increasing costs has never been more pressing than at the present time. Amidst a long-standing recognition of the importance of higher education to the development of the country, there is a concurrent need to increase the percentage of the eligible cohort holding the minimum of a bachelor's degree, increasing the number of persons trained in the STEM subjects, and institutions being more responsive to the changing dynamics and requirement of the labor market. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information is keen on creating an integrated higher education system for Jamaica that includes wider participation in higher education, that has a differentiated access to higher education, optimizes the secondary education and higher education interface, ensures appropriate and relevant regulation, promotes a quality orientation, integrates transmission of technical and interdisciplinary content and skills, promotes internationalization, institutionalizes flexible and agile administrative systems, processes and controls, and contributes meaningfully to social economic development. This integration is expected to be supported with policies leading to greater autonomy, greater alignment to industry, and a flexible approach to funding to support the needs of the institutions while ensuring that students are being trained in areas that are required by industry and will ultimately impact the economy. We're operating in an environment that requires us to adapt to a constantly evolving job market, driven in a large part by what has been coined as the fourth industrial revolution. We in Jamaica cannot be left behind, and neither can our students. The job market is demanding more engineers and programmers and other professionals skilled in STEM areas. The ministry believes it is crucial for all students to take part in 7 years of secondary schooling. It is within this context that we have proposed an additional 2 years for students at the secondary level through the traditional sixth form and other career pathways. Everyone should have access to furthering their studies and earning a degree. Leaving the secondary system with an associate degree will allow for our students to complete their first degree within a shorter period, and thus will increase the percentage of Jamaicans with tertiary training. This will require creative ways of funding post-secondary education and enabling students who opt to utilize the services of the Students' Loan Bureau better access and more manageable payment terms. All of these areas, I am sure, will occupy the minds of your panelists and feature in the discourse during this week. I look forward to the recommendations flowing from the special focus on the work of J-TEC and your interaction with tertiary level institutions. May you have a successful week of deliberations. Thank you.
That is quite a charge to have been given, to think about funding and a range of sort of different areas. So let's get to talking about some of those areas. But first, let's begin by hearing from our guest speaker for this morning. He is none other than Dr. Peter Wells from UNESCO. Since 2016, Dr. Wells has led UNESCO's priority area of quality higher education with an emphasis on widening access, quality assurance, and academic mobility. The latter reinforced by the Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications Concerning Higher Education, adopted in 2019. He also co-leads on the UNESCO Qualifications Passport for Refugees and Vulnerable Migrants initiative that aims to support access to learning and employment opportunities for displaced persons. Prior to taking up that current post, Dr. Wells was a higher education specialist and director of UNESCO's European Center for Higher Education for 10 years. He's an author of strategy papers and monographs on the topic of higher education reforms, quality assurance, and inclusion in national higher education systems. Originally from the United Kingdom, he taught at the higher education and TVET levels in the United States, in Poland, in the United Arab Emirates, and Romania. He holds a master's degree in international relations and a PhD in quality enhancement of higher education systems. Welcome, Dr. Wells.
Thank you very much, Archibald. Let me just double check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So thank you so much, Archibald, and of course, thank you, Minister and Damian and dear friends, dear colleagues. It really is an honor to be back with you again in this, I suppose we call it the Jamaica week of discussions on the future of education. I was here briefly with you on Tuesday. What day is it today? Yeah. Today is Thursday. I was there on Tuesday where we were talking about learning pathways and internationalization aspect. So I'm pleased to be here to talk a little bit about my reflections on maybe the future of research and institutions. Maybe I can start by looking back a little bit to the big middle of this year, I think it was, when we had the G7 summit here in the UK, which charted the ways to build back better from the coronavirus, drive a green and global economic recovery, and increase solidarity around particularly girls' education, food security, and financing. And these ambitions tied in very much with the UN's 2030 agenda for people, planet, peace, and prosperity. They adopted universally 5 years, these were adopted universally 5 years before this pandemic struck, with its 17 interconnected goals, more than ever now providing the scaffolding of a sustainable recovery. And far-reaching transformation stands at the heart of this agenda. From global governance to individual mindsets, to how we live, how we work, what we produce, consume, and learn. And youth are at the vanguard calling for these transformations. Transformations as a matter of survival. Looking back to the end of last year, UNESCO conducted a global public survey on the world in 2030. It presented a range of major global challenges and asked respondents to select those of greatest concern and the solutions for addressing them. Interestingly, close on 60% of respondents were under 35 years of age. And not surprisingly, climate change and loss of biodiversity topped the list across all regions. This was followed by violence and conflict, with specific concern about radicalization, discrimination and inequalities, which the Minister just spoke about, with most frequent mention of violence against women and minorities, as well as hate speech, and then together with lack of food, water and housing. When it comes to solutions, it is telling that education and higher education featured among the top ones for each and every challenge. At the same time, education came up front as the area of society that most needs to be rethought in light of the COVID-19 crisis and the Education 2030 agenda. So in short, to be an effective solution, education has to reform, has to transform. This crisis has been an unprecedented and historic disruption for education, as all students here today and faculty policy drivers have experienced. Let me, however, provide a succinct global picture, because it has consequences for the recovery and the transformation that goes far beyond all the numbers. At the height of the pandemic, schools, universities, and other learning institutions, tertiary institutions, were closed in more than 190 countries, affecting over 1.5 billion learners. That is 90% of the world's school population. Today, still, we estimate that 1/3 of the student population, including countries with partial closures, is completely deprived of in-person schooling. At the same time, the pandemic has exposed deep inequalities and fragilities in every education system. It's hit the most vulnerable and marginalized the hardest. It has led to the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence and exposed the injustice of the digital divide, with 1/3 of students having no access to remote solutions that we have put in place. The United Nations Secretary General has warned repeatedly about the risk of generational catastrophe, affirming that education is the bedrock of building back equal, just, and sustainable societies. Education, beyond being a fundamental human right, has catalytic impact across all of the Sustainable Development Goals, giving people the capabilities to live the life they have reason to value. We are now at one of those turning points in history, where political leadership and global solidarity are put to hard test. Unfortunately, the world was not on track to reach the Sustainable Development Goals before the crisis, but now we are risking going into reverse. From a projected rise in extreme poverty and hunger to alarming setbacks in girls' enrollment in school, with dramatic consequences on health and well-being far into the future. Domestic spending on education is declining across many low and middle income countries. And aid to education is projected to fall by 12% at a time when we need it most. Transformative education at all levels is a condition and a driver for changing course, for shifting paradigms. We all know that confinement limited our physical interactions, but never has our interdependence been more acute. It beckons a culture of inclusion, innovation, openness, and collaboration in higher education that should be hallmarks for all institutions and researchers' trajectories today. Let me bring that to the strategic role of higher education in achieving the SDGs. In and of themselves, they constitute study programs that are a springboard for innovation and social engagement. And I commend J-TEC and Her Excellency the Minister for putting this week-long sessions of engagement and reflection on the table within the Jamaican context. It is teachers, students, faculty, institutions, researchers, and leadership that will turn this around. To the extent in which institutions gear their programs to the Sustainable Development Agenda will be critical for ensuring that graduates are equipped to shape the future. This session of this week-long program is about research. And research in the sciences and humanities is fundamental to designing ethical and evidence-based solutions, whether that be to respond to climate change, improve health and well-being, alleviate poverty, but also unlock innovations that set our societies, Jamaica included, on a more sustainable course. So what's the question? So what has to change to better gear higher education towards the SDGs? The SDGs are interconnected. They reflect the complexity and multidimensional nature of global issues. You can't address girls' education, ocean health, water management, or food security from a standalone perspective. This does not exclude specialization by any means, but requires more inter- and transdisciplinary approaches, including between the humanities and social sciences on the one hand and the natural sciences on the other. In this light, it is crucial to think about frameworks that allow for collaborative practice in integration between different disciplines to generate new knowledge and craft holistic responses. This takes essential support from the highest level and leadership within institutions. And this brings me to my second point. After transdisciplinary approaches, on promoting a culture of openness and collaboration in how knowledge is generated and shared globally, which are, of course, principles at the heart of UNESCO's mandate. To achieve the SDGs, it is crucial to diversify how knowledge is generated and disseminated, to bring greater value to knowledge systems that have been traditionally excluded, such as, for example, indigenous knowledge and their contributions to a more sustainable future. Based on a culture of collaboration and citizen participation, open science is about free and open access to knowledge, scientific data, and networks. We at UNESCO are working on a global recommendation, which I hope will be approved during our general conference, which is taking place right now here in Paris, on open science, that we see as a game changer to narrow science, technology, and innovation gaps. My third point relates to the strengthening of the critical nexus between research, policy, and society. Universities can and should become veritable hubs for building more sustainable communities and nations. Advances in neurosciences, for example, are shedding light into how learning happens, on critical dimensions such as the role of emotions and underlying environmental factors, with the potential to improve teaching and learning practices. As the SDG culture starts right on campuses through what we generally call whole institutional approaches, it is essential that institutions forge their own pathways in terms of what they teach, what they learn, and to whom, and how, and where, but also rethink what research they undertake. Why is this important? To whom, for whom, where, and how will it be applicable? And this brings me to maybe more of a, what I might call a personal reflection. And I would say I am conflicted sometimes about what research at the higher education level should look like. On the one hand, we do have, of course, the need for research which is applicable and works for society at the national level, the subnational level, globally important. Without this sort of research, empirical, we would not have found a vaccine for COVID. At the same time, applicable research which will work for the development at the national level, does that exclude research which is knowledge for knowledge's sake? For example, every year, and I am from the UK, so forgive me for this example, there are 400 publications and papers written about William Shakespeare. What did William Shakespeare mean when he said X, Y, Z? Do we really need that anymore? And so I have personally a conflict here. Research which is knowledge for knowledge's sake and research which is applicable. But I would say the following. Researchers can make a real difference. And maybe this is a call to researchers within the community, within the Jamaica context. Beyond research and teaching, academics, research also act as society's conscience. And the next generation of researchers can help to bring a humanistic, values-based approach to education and development issues and development agendas at the national level, including, of course, within Jamaica. They can bring ideas, knowledge, understanding, and an intellectual scrutiny to policy debates. Fostering mutually beneficial research partnerships is also key. Knowing that historically research partnerships have often been unbalanced. And our call from UNESCO would be for research capacities to be strengthened across the world, especially so that researchers in low resource contexts are empowered to design, conduct, and communicate research to contribute to global debates, as well as the communities that they serve. And the next generation of researchers has a responsibility to co-design research projects and to co-create knowledge and understanding through collaborative methods and arrangements. I was recently in a conference in Japan, and there was a university from the Philippines that took the floor, presented what they called their challenge-based degree programs. What does that mean? rather than students enrolling in a discipline-based program, they came to the university with a challenge which would fix a problem within the communities where they came from, within the broader context of the SDGs. They proposed a problem, and then the program was designed around their issue, their problem, their challenge, and they spent the next 2-3 years working with, learning about their problem and coming up with a solution. And I found this to be extraordinarily relevant and a departure from the traditional setup of how universities work. Next year, in 2022, in May, we will have the 3rd World Conference on Higher Education in Barcelona. And this conference only takes place every 10 years. This will be being the 3rd. And the main theme of our conference is reinventing the role and place of higher education, reimagining the university. What should the university of today look like as we move forward? It's an opportunity for all stakeholders, all communities involved in higher education to convene, to have a voice. And I really liked what Archibald said about let's get talking. The World Conference is let's get talking. What do we need in our higher education systems, from our institutions, from our teaching programs, our learning programs, our research? That involves everybody. Parents, teachers, learners, faculty, employers, policymakers, everybody. Because the world of higher education needs a common voice. It needs everybody to be involved, to enable us all to think and rethink what role research and learning and teaching and institutions have at a national, regional, sub-regional, global level. And I'm confident, and I'm very looking forward to the program today, particularly the question of, is it worth having a higher education qualification? So I am confident your deliberations today will be an opportunity to explore, reimagine new opportunities for collaboration, rethinking, restructuring, and collaborating with the global community of higher education. So thank you once again so much for this invitation to participate, and I'll hand it back to you now, Archibald. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well, Dr. Wells. A lot of food for thought there, a lot of food for thought as we go towards having some of those discussions that you talked about right there. They talk about education and higher, you know, that point you made about education, everyone seeing that as the solution to some of the top challenges that we have. But at the same time, domestic spending declining in so many, in most of the places. You know, that's a stark reality that we face. And also the second point that I want to raise is that new culture that you're talking about that is needed in the sector. As someone who's come from a different sector, journalism to education, one thing someone said to me was that I should remove myself from this notion of being an expert in the field. So we really do very much have to reimagine, you know, reimagine our world and how we teach and share with students. So what does that actually look like? What does a new university system for Jamaica look like? We're gonna go straight into those discussions right now. First set of discussions, the theme for this section is Envisioning a New University System for Jamaica. And we have two presenters in this section. We're asking that you, after which we'll open the floor for questions. So we're asking that you keenly listen to Dr. Saron Stewart and Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson. And you can use the raise hand feature afterwards for your questions. You can also, as I've seen one person do so far, share your questions in the chat. We're going to be having a question and answer period after the two short presentations. The first presentation is from Dr. Stewart. As Dr. Stewart puts up her presentation, I will just introduce her. Dr. Saron Stewart is an associate professor of higher education and student affairs and director of global education at the University of Connecticut in the United States. She was formerly a senior lecturer and deputy dean at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. The focus of her research is on access and equity in education and teaching and learning in local and global contexts, utilizing post-colonial, decolonial, post-diasporic, and critical and inclusive pedagogical theories. Much of her research examines issues of race, of gender, intersectionality, and educational development through an international and comparative education lens. Since joining the professorate, she's produced 47 publications, including 4 edited books, and delivered 86 scholarly and special presentations, including 36 invited keynote and guest speaker lectures across the globe. She is a Salzburg Global Fellow and the recipient of multiple awards, including the 2019 Vice Chancellor Award for Excellence from the University of the West Indies and the 2018 African Diaspora Emerging Scholar Award by the Comparative and International Education Society. Please welcome Dr. Stewart. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I do have a presentation to show, and there's a little bit of sunshine because I'm definitely not in the land of wood and water and sunshine. So I'm gonna accept it though. Good morning, everybody. So happy to be with you and to be invited. I'm gonna observe all previous protocols so I don't use time up for that. And then I'm gonna ask you, Archibald, to help me monitor time as we go through. All right, I'm gonna start off just very quickly by setting the context for this presentation, and then I'll share my screen thereafter. So according to the United Nations, by 1960, some 750 million people were under colonial rule, which equated to roughly 1/3 of the global population at that time. Fast forward to 2020, 2 million persons remain under colonial rule, the majority of which reside within our beloved Caribbean and the South Pacific. So I enter this space, very importantly, as a first-generation post-colonial citizen, born to parents in a colony, who currently reside in Jamaica. I say all of this because to not acknowledge the legacies of colonialism that has completely exacerbated the COVID inequities that we're facing right now would be a disservice to each and every one of you. So in weighing these legacies of colonialism, the study and the presentation that you're going to observe is going to really highlight how the current neocolonial structures and policies have always dominated our educational system for the haves and not necessarily the have-nots or the exceptionals. These structures and policies continue to hinder in equitable practices of access to post-secondary education for all our youth to succeed across the CARICOM countries overall. So in the 1990s, for example, the average regional enrollment was just over 6%, that's by the World Bank. In 2002, the CARICOM established a 15% regional enrollment target for higher education. And in 2010, that target was increased to 40% when UNESCO's first Caribbean Conference in Higher Education established the Declaration of Paramaribo. Even though there has been an expansion of higher education institutions and access to higher education on average, the increase has been anywhere from 60% where we started at to 28% the last data that I have access to. We still face barriers to access, and COVID-19 has severed some of our access pipeline. So now I'm gonna go ahead and share screen and hope everyone can see that. So I'm gonna be bold enough to take this time and actually name another public health crisis, which is the state of our educational system at home. And you will see why. I'm gonna attempt in this small amount of time to consider how Jamaica's higher education institutions might engage in innovation that results in access and equity for all. To explore how we can combat some of these issues of lost learning that affect the pipeline and or reimaginings of higher education in Jamaica, and then to highlight the strategies to actually do this work, or more so continue to do what we have started to do. So here are some key terms, not to make assumptions that everybody really understands what access and equity is, okay? So I have some of my students on this as well, so they would appreciate this, and it's a good reminder for them. Equity, the creation of opportunities for all students to have equal access to and participate in tertiary educational programs that are actually capable of closing these achievement gaps. Access is both understood as the compositional as well as success of or levels of educational achievement and attainment. So it's really important to note that both access and equity run alongside each other when we talk about equitable achievement for all our students. To do this, there are several frameworks out there that have been leaned upon with regards to equity mindedness, resource equity, and more importantly, what we're going to talk about is some of the equity gaps and how we close those gaps. So the equity gaps are the resulting inequitable difference between achievement and failure due to socioeconomic, linguistic, and instructional and disability resources that we face. So attaining what is the bullet right above that for resource equity, it takes into account all the educational resources needed when unequally currently distributed. So when we have the remnants of shift schools, decades, over 5 decades after independence, these are some of the resource equities that we are naming as institutional systemic inequities. So why do we care? Why is this a focus? Well, beyond us just knowing the terminology that we need both the numbers in there, when we get them into higher education, how do we get them through successfully? The issue is we're not getting enough of our children into higher education. So there are persistent social and educational inequities remain, and it has but education remains this great equalizer. My predecessor in speaking just now really named that, so I'm not gonna go through that. And what has happened, however, through school closures at no fault of our own, but due to a pandemic, has only exacerbated these barriers. They have crippled our financial expenses, where we have somehow thought it's okay, and this is not just Jamaica alone, but we are a culprit in this, that it is okay to decrease our financial budgets for education. And we will pay the price. We are paying the price. So why we need access and equity is that higher education has to figure out how to become more relevant to the communities, about being more agile in many ways, can address the gig economy as it is, be relevant for the tech revolution that is currently happening, and the AI industry that is inserted into our economy, but not optimized to the levels in which it can be. The other thing that's important to note, which is the reason why I entered the space the way that I did, is that parents' educational level is highly correlated to access and completion of higher education. And what that really states is, you'll see later, is the effects of first-generation students, the first in your family to attain higher education, as post-colonial citizens, or when you were born in a colony and then became independent, and what that has looked like. The resources have not caught up to the needs of our first-generation students in a post-colonial society. So another reason why we like to use a lot of indicators from the OECD, so I thought I would just throw this one in for us. What you're seeing actually is the adult level education levels of attainment of tertiary education. And if you notice towards probably the right-hand side at the bottom is Canada, Russia, Japan, Luxembourg, Korea, Israel. If you were to correlate those GDPs, you'll probably see a trend in those bars. Where we stand towards the left-hand side of the bar, closer to Indonesia, South Africa, Mexico, Italy, Brazil, etc., is just over the 20% mark. And since COVID, of course, those numbers have lowered. So the reason why this is important for those who like to see this in numbers, GDPs, economic development, and economic viability, is that if we do not truly focus on tertiary education, we will continue to be economically not viable as a society. And I won't even get to violence as yet because that will come later on. So access and equity in higher education. So according to recent data from UNESCO, Jamaica, and the various sources that I went through research preparing for this, Dr. Blackman and Tracy, I must love one very much to do this work. This was a stark data point that I thought was worthy of placing in red. And I hope our Ministry of Education really takes note, and our government of Jamaica. A recently concluded public expenditure review conducted by UNICEF and the World Bank found that the education budget will need to increase, Jamaican dollars now, $2.4 to $3.9 billion annually for the next 1 to 2 years, just to mitigate the dropout that has happened and the severe learning loss that has occurred over the last 19 months. This projected cost is minuscule, 2.4 billion to 3.9 billion is minuscule if we fail to do this, because we will pay what is estimated as 828 billion Jamaican dollars in other ways, in the prices that we have already paid it, in the heightened levels of violence, in the low levels of tourism as a result, in the high levels of dropout. We will pay this price if we don't start paying it now. Again, the need to really look at resources for first gen is something that even us as researchers have really not examined to its full fruition. And the reason is, for example, so many of us that were doing this research were ourselves not recognizing the impact of being first generation post-colonial citizens. So that research is undergoing and it has started. In looking at some of the PIOJ Economic Social Survey of Jamaican surveys, there's quite a bit of data that has come out with regards to the access inequities when we moved from face-to-face, of course, to online. One of that data, I'm jumping just a bit because I don't want time to, get omitted right now, is that between March 2020 and March 2021, the United Nations Institute of Statistics reported that 50% of our instructional days, we had school closures, full school closures. The other 50% was partial closures. And I believe that is due heavily to the insertion of students who were taking the standardized exams, J-TEC exams, that were being allowed to go in partially throughout the day. Some of our students, as some of our teachers on this call know too well, that some of our children have not been back to school in 19 months. And as a result, that will have a legacy effect. Stacey Blackman, out of the University of the West Indies in Barbados, recently published an amazing concept paper, which I'm citing right now, which within her concept paper reveals some of the data that at the primary school level, the largest number of students affected are our boys. Our largest students are our boys that are affected. However, as you guys know, the increased violence on women and girls is astonishing. Oops, sorry. Technology, I'll blame that. That or my passion for this work, whichever one comes first. All right, so what does our access pipeline look like? Just to give you guys an example, when I was combing through the research, preparing for this presentation, I wanted to present what this actually looks like in a cohort that just sat the CSEC 2020 exams and got their results. So this is a 2004 cohort, okay? There was about 44,000 children born in Jamaica in that 2004 cohort. I'm calling them the cohort. There's a lot of data that mitigates some of these numbers, but I need you guys to really see the numbers, okay? At that time, GSAT was still running. This PEP hype had not come through as yet. So some of us had not had to deal with that. So GSAT was there, and of the 44,000, we have 38,000 registered, 37,000 actually sitting. Of that number, secondary placements, and this is across the board of all secondary schools, okay? Not just full high schools, all age schools, junior high schools, etc. There were 37,573. Of that same cohort, 44,000. And I use English as math because it is 2 of the core courses that are part of the 5 subject course. Normally, I know things have changed significantly. We've been allowing the City and Guild, a number of our institutions have always allowed the City and Guilds and stuff like that. But the data just as markers to give us some perspective on a pipeline, right? Is that half of those students are actually passing math and English, or just over half, okay? And when we look at, so we see that there's the fractures within the pipeline. I picked this pipeline because this was the PEP pipeline. This was actually my daughter's birth pipeline. She was not born in Jamaica, and so when we left before PEP, she doesn't affect the data that much, but I picked it as a point. So 42,800 live births were in Jamaica, 39,000 registered to sit PEP, 38,000 actually sat. There were 38,164. What you're seeing in these fractures are numbers of students not being accounted for in different ways. I did a study on the secondary levels for the dropout rates between grade 9 to grade 11, all age school, junior high schools into full secondary schools and thereafter. And the numbers were staggering, and that was back in 2013. So what does this all sum up for higher education, tertiary level institutions? Well, since I've been able to get access to some of this data since 2013 in Jamaica, only 1/3 of our grade 11 cohort, those are the students who actually get to that level, are qualified. And the qualified is being explained as those who have a minimum of 5 subjects, which are the typical, those are the typical on average qualifications for tertiary level institutions, that they have 30% of this cohort are actually qualified to enter into higher education or tertiary level institutions. I've not disaggregated this further because the numbers are far less. So I need 30% to be, you know, like you're gasping for air kind of thing. Because if you remember that the high population of persons that were completing higher education earlier in the presentation, you see that we have over 2/3 of our age going not getting enrolled or not qualifying to be enrolled. We haven't even tapped into completion rates, right? So what does the enrollment rates look like? And I've left 2020, it's not at 0, I promise you. It's just that I couldn't find this data readily enough. So when I can of course send this out. And when it's published, I can disseminate this as well. So in 2015, we had about 27.6% of our age cohort of 20 to 24 enrolling into some form of tertiary education. And in 2017, that number had increased to 28%, okay? And if you're in higher education access world, you would know that this leaves us just on the cusp of elite systems of access into just getting into what we consider the baseline of mass systems of access, okay? So access and equity indicators, what do we need to continue to do to shore up that we actually will have a viable work industry, a viable second generation post-colonial Jamaica, that it will not end up being a space where violence overrides all of our brilliance. So similar to the medical field and organizations, Pulse provides a quick assessment of its overall vital signs. Or what I am calling, and I'll do that, the current state of our education, is it healthy? In what areas can the system be improved to attend the areas of health concerns? In what areas is the system striving to engage in preventative health action rather than reactive efforts? All of these are ways to consider that the real public crisis that we are facing and have faced is the state of our education system, where not all our youth have the same equitable opportunities to succeed in the education system that we currently have. So the exceptionalities that actually make it to higher education are few and far in between what we need for a fully developed economy. So the questions that I've posed and we're doing studies on is which students more than others tend to have access to higher education institutions, which students more than others tend to experience success. So they got in, great. At what rates are they dropping out, etc. And I know Nicola is on this line and we've done a study together. So maybe Nicola might have some of this data, more recent data. Are there aspects of higher education institutions' organizational culture and practices that function as gatekeepers for some, but gateways for others? Which majors, disciplines, faculties tend to have more or less success with helping students complete their degrees? I've always heard about the STEM courses, worked with interventions with our faculties of science and technology, and to look at the high dropout rates, the high weeding out exam rates. So what are some of the best practices that we have been looking at and want to propose as we move forward to look at the futurities of higher education in Jamaica? We must understand aspects of our institutional context. We must truly understand that some of our institutions are formed differently. We have roughly, last count I had, so don't kill me, it's about 43 registered institutions. Higher education institutions, that number might be a little bit different. And what does advancement of access, equity, and inclusion look like there? How do we identify critical equity gaps, those fissures, those fractures in that pipeline? How do we address that? Not just at the higher education level, but prior to, because it's a comprehensive succession of attaining development across those levels. How do we identify specific desired outcomes? How do we know we're successful? What are indicators? We, of course, should always interrogate the levels of institutional policies. Remember, for example, University of the West Indies was the former University of the University of London as a part, and they followed a number of their policies and procedures. Have we adapted enough to our own Caribbean-ness, our own Jamaican-ness, in order for us to look at what higher education is in a post-colonial, post-British colonial society? Build on and strengthen institutional capacity for change. Make informed data-driven decisions and assess those actions. And remember that moving beyond access to equity is a change process, not a program or a plan, and definitely not the responsibility of a single entity or person within. It will take the criticality of the situation that we currently find ourselves in. It will take both a bottoms-up and a top-down approach from the ministry and from all the institutions to really have a more comprehensive understanding of the system of higher education, both regulatory, accredited, access, etc. And then I'm wrapping up, I promise, next steps, right? My colleagues and I, Drs. Ruth Ferguson and Ms. Roberts, currently have a study that we did at University of the West Indies, really naming the tension of our first generation students and the lack of resources for them, where they experience higher dropout rates, higher financial aid loans, higher debt, and increased time to degree completion overall. And so how do we mediate and mitigate some of those challenges is what we're looking at. I argue that we can't have a higher education without having a pipeline. Otherwise, we will continue to increase the stratification of those who have and those who have not, based on socioeconomic levels in particular. And so how do we strengthen this access pipeline by decreasing equity gaps? We must increase infrastructure. Just this morning, Professor Emeritus Michael Witter wrote to me, and I don't think he knew that I was typing some of this, but I'm going to give him credit as well for being one of those think partners in looking at how we need to relook at assessment, relook at the curriculum. Mr. Russell Bell has been claiming this for a number of years, and I'll bring him up now, especially when it comes to the need, the absolute need. If you talk about a vaccine that's needed, we need to put in, one, we need to have the children back in safely and soundly, of course, but we need remedial supplementary tutoring. My work has largely been on extra lessons for over a decade, and that level of remedial education is needed more than ever before, and access for all, especially for those who have been out of school for 19 months. and join in the unemployed kind of category of youths. And incentivize teachers and teacher educators. For those who know me and my teachers that are on the call know that I'm a big advocate of our teachers. They have gone above and beyond. And in some ways, this has been one of the most difficult times of their careers. And similar to our nurses, they are often at the bottom of our social strata for remuneration, but yet they are expected to be the foundation of our entire society. How do we not respect them as such is always unbelievable to me. Another thing that we should do, and I've been asking for both in research for a while, is to increase the bridging programs. And I am so happy that the minister named the 6 form pathways. I think my charge to the minister and her team is that, yes, we have a declining birth rate in Jamaica, which is great. And the reason why it's great, because maybe, just maybe, for continuing since the 70s in particular, from under some of Manley's initiatives for free education throughout tertiary education, we can actually finally have equitable education for every child in Jamaica. Because since the 1962, we have never had enough high schools or secondary schools for all of our school leaving children at the primary education level. Instead, we implemented shift system as a variant in many ways to the current public health crisis that has lingered in our society for too long. And we still have a shift system in many schools as well. And my hope is that these 6 form pathways will be one of those many vaccines needed to curtail these types of variants that have been living amongst us for generations. And so, beyond that, those are some of the texts that I do and my contact information. I think I've taken up so much of your time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. I think there are going to be a lot of questions for you based on what I'm seeing in the chat so far. I see people talking about the interesting information and fascinating information and statistics that you have been sharing, especially in relation to access. So I suspect I see Dr. Wells saying, thank you for your fascinating presentation, and asking how many STEAM programs are there in tertiary institutions and places for students vis-a-vis those in social sciences, and do we have that data? That's one of the things we're going to be talking about a little later on. I see Christopher Clark in the chat talking about loving your call for supplementary tutoring minus the drill and the kill. I'm not an educator in that kind of way, so I don't know what you mean by the drill and the kill, but I'm sure we'll talk about that today. And also talking about the need for nurses and teachers to be appreciated. I do want to say that I wonder how this plays out in the context of how we are now funding tertiary education and the shift in funding from the tertiary sector to other sectors, to primary sector, education sector, especially when you consider the kinds of statistics that you're sharing. I want to say I work at the Caribbean Maritime University, and about just before the pandemic, we did a feature at the end of graduation looking at one of the questions we asked students in that feature was, how many of you were the first persons in your family to be graduating from college? And it routinely, that was the answer. I'm the first person in my family graduating from college. So a lot of food for thought, a lot of questions. And we're just going to take the second presentation from Mrs. Henry Wilson first, and then we're going to be opening the floor for questions. You can, of course, in the meantime, share your questions in the chat, and afterwards you will also have an opportunity to ask your questions directly. I want to introduce now my next guest. She's Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson, and perhaps I suspect she'll be commenting on some of the things that you have raised, Dr. Stewart. She's a former commissioner and chief education officer of this very institution, the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission. Her resume includes holding portfolios in previous government administrations, including that of Minister of Education, Youth and Culture between 2002 and 2007. In that capacity, one of her landmark achievements was the preparation of a blueprint for the transformation of the education system, which was contained in a report entitled Task Force on Educational Reform in Jamaica, a transformed education system 2004. This continues to be an essential guide for the reforms now taking place in the system. Mrs. Henry Wilson has herself been an educator, more than recently, serving as an adjunct lecturer, a faculty rather, at University of the West Indies, Mona, the Michael University College and Church Teachers College, with public policy and public sector management being her areas of disciplinary specialization. She is a graduate of St. Andrew High School for Girls and holds a Bachelor of the Arts and a Master of the Arts in Public Administration from the University of the West Indies and a Master's in Public Policy from Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey. Take it away, Mrs. Henry Wilson.
Okay, good morning. And thank you for inviting me to be, or my volunteering to do something for this conference. I really believe it's important for us to be doing some seminal work on tertiary education. And as it arose in some aspects of Dr. Stewart, I was wondering where Dr. Stewart was. We used to meet in the mornings when I dropped off my grandson, and her children would be there. So I'm very happy to relocate to Saron. Yes, so I was saying that some aspects are reflected in what I'm saying. I'm not going to answer directly her issues. Instead, I will just speak to them, and then I'm sorry, and then we can have a discussion. I think are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my screen? Yeah, okay. I'm trying to, okay. So when I teach public policy, and I tell my students you must make a distinction between your advocacy and your what would we call a more objective presentation. But I'm going to violate my own rule, and I'm going to deal with largely with the almost an advocate's position, because this is not changing. Up and down. Okay, let me see if this works. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to have a position which would be probably straddling both, because I think, as Dr. Stewart said, we are all in the search for solutions. What I'm about to present is not original, but it does provide some thinking about some of the issues that she has raised. So I'm talking about building a national tertiary education system, and I'm putting it in the context of an existential crisis. The information and data that has presented, some of it that was presented by Dr. Stewart, informs some of what I'm going to say, because I've just finished. I'm chairman of a school board, one of the schools that, you know, they would classify as low performing. So I'm on a day-to-day basis. Even today, I receive the statistics on student attendance. I receive the statistics on, in particular, the gender differentiation. I look at the assessments that are being done. So I'm very familiar with a lot of the arguments that have come out of this COVID crisis. But the existential crisis has been exacerbated by COVID, but it existed before. And it really, some of it is funding, but I think we tend to focus too much on funding and not enough on things like quality and diversity of our tertiary sector portfolios. But there also, we have been sort of looking at a very limited population size, and the population that is doing tertiary in the traditional way that has been contracting. They have increased choices, both locally and internationally, and our entities are facing increased competition. Against those already sort of debilitating factors, our infrastructure tend to be aging for all of our institutions, regardless of whether it is a university or a teacher's college. And very little is being put into capital investment, both in terms of physical structures and in terms of teaching and learning equipment. So the evidence of this crisis pre-COVID is perhaps best encapsulated in a statement that comes out of the UNESCO scoping mission. While I was at J-TEC, they did a scoping mission, and some of their recommendations may be incorporated into what I have said. But they were talking about J-TEC, and J-TEC was talking about the challenge that they are facing. And they were saying that it's not just a financing challenge, it is a human resource challenge. Because for you to teach at the tertiary level, there are certain qualifications, prerequisites, but there's also the ongoing professional development that is needed. And all of these things combined to negatively impact the quality of our tertiary system. Just some figures. There has been an enrollment decline, and I must say that one of the things that I know J-TEC has been trying to do, and I urge that we take it on full force, getting data from the tertiary sector. I think Dr. Stewart alluded to some of it, but really you cannot plan with dated data. And in any case, as I said, I was doing a study on the COVID crisis in Jamaica, so supporting a study, and that was a problem we had. We just could not get the data. Now, strain a little bit. Dr. Stewart, I agree with you about the compensatory interventions, but one of the problems we have is, do we know what is the level of learning loss? You cannot know that unless you see the gap between how students used to perform and how they are performing now. I don't know about any other institution, but certainly the ones that I associate with, they do not have a lot of that. They have not been tracking students' performance and recording it in a way that allows for that. So that is my my other soapbox effort, getting proper data collection on the education sector. So the enrollment figures have been declining, and what I have here are really just 2 years. But I gather from sources of data that we have been having a decline. Many of our students are going abroad to study, and we see that there. So is this a captive market that we should be trying to get back? And then the National Education Sector Plan says that the current tertiary enrollment is 27%. We had our target was 30% by 2015, according to the Vision 2030. We are at 27%. There are significant gaps in terms of gender, socioeconomic levels. I think that was the sort of core of what was presented. Geographical location continues to be. And while 18% of the overall budget is spent on tertiary education, 71% of the allocations for tertiary goes to universities. So this leads to very stark disparities in student per capita allocations. Now, we're reinventing the wheel in terms of looking at the concept of a tertiary education system. It's not a new concept. The Sherlock, what is known popularly as the Sherlock Report, recommended the rationalization of teachers' colleges and some specialization. And that was what led to you having primary, some of the institutions offering primary versus some offering secondary, some offering mathematics and sciences, etc., etc. I think this has been short-lived because there has been a view that, or there is a view that, it really did not assist, it did not support geographical diversity. So if I lived in Montego Bay and I wanted to do primary, then I'd have to find a primary institution. It may not be in my geographic location. So that kind of floundered, and you see remnants of it in some of the institutions. There was a concept of the University of Jamaica, a university system that would, it was really, I think, J-TEC, I've read the documents, but I'm very careful in what I'm saying. It was J-TEC is seen as a Jamaican university, and so it would be like the core entity with other entities that would be, like tributaries. So that also didn't go anywhere, I don't think, because a little bit about why. and what we have to prevent in the future, because there are lessons to be learned. The Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, the TCJ, that is a coming together. I think it still exists. I asked a staff member, I think at J-TEC, and they said they'd never heard of it, but then I saw a publication in the newspaper. So it continues to exist, where the Teachers Colleges, except for Michael, which was seeking university status at the time, and still is, the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, which is a sort of umbrella organization under which the teachers colleges have regular discussions, regular professional development, and of course, regular representation. In fact, it is through the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica that we have this heads of agreement between the UWI and the Teachers Colleges for the delivery of the Bachelor's of Education, which is the minimum qualification now to enter into teaching. You have the Community Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, which is again an umbrella organization for community colleges, quality assure, assisting curriculum development, and some marketing. There was an attempt at a consortium of teachers' colleges in about 2012, which was really looking at a system for the teachers' colleges. More currently is the attempt at the colleges of the University of the West Indies. This, I think, has been paused for a minute, for a while, because, and perhaps some of the teachers' colleges that are online who were part of this effort would know more about it. I have tried to keep myself up to date on it. An affiliation with the University of the West Indies. Now, what are some of these, what has prevented, and this is where our learning has to take place. First of all, you have different models of university or higher education, tertiary systems. Let's not say university, we must say tertiary or higher education. And each of the models come with different degrees of complexity. And you have fully integrated models, like the State University of New York, which divides campuses into 4 distinct categories. 64 campuses they have, but they have a shared governance system, right? Which is one of what we would call a tightly knit model of tertiary education, because they share faculty, they share professional staff, they have shared administration, shared governing bodies, etc. And the shared governance process can become the desired way to go, because it can help institutions in terms of developing their governance, not necessarily just decision making, but the total governance of their institution. So you have different levels and different models of complexity. And the ones that are most integrated would be those that have shared governance, shared values, and shared standards. But you have what are called loosely coupled relationships, where they really just stop at the level of shared services, right? So you have different levels, different degrees. In doing the research, I also revisited some of the places where there are these kinds of models. You have Singapore, for example. We like to talk about Singapore, so I thought I'd drop it in here, which has sort of 4 levels in terms of their system. And the benefit that has accrued from this is that they really have a broad range of types of education available for different types of learners. And this sort of characteristic is one that is used frequently, and I heard some of it in Dr. Stewart's presentation, used frequently as a drawing card, as a magnet for the issue of building a system as distinct from, sort of atrophied institutions. And they have been able thereby to build, their education is extremely internationalized. In fact, they had a campus with a joint campus with Yale. I saw where it was closed recently. I'm trying to find out why, because again, that's learning that we need to do. And then you have others that I have looked at. And as I say, they vary, Canada has a university system. They say it is ailing Not sure why. You have others that, Faculty Council of Community Colleges, where they do shared governance, but and awards and procedures, etc., etc. So it's not a static approach. It's not a static consideration. It varies depending on how you would like to see your system work. So the imperative of a rethink is that the wheel has never been completely inflated, if you want to use that analogy. And it has constantly foundered along the way. Why? Questions of autonomy. What am I giving up in order to join this, this system? And usually consideration is brand, what is the brand differentiation if I fall under this rubric? So if I say I am Hunter College at the University of New York, what brand do I bring there as distinct from another college? In Jamaica, it would be saying teachers' colleges versus, among themselves, and between them and community colleges. How do I not become faceless? How does my brand uniqueness stand out, etc.? So that has been a hurdle that we have not jumped over. And so when I'm talking about the system, I'm saying these are things that we have to think about. So the COVID existential threat then, as I said, existed before COVID-19. But I want to say that there are some positives that have emerged from COVID. Yes, we've heard, the stress and the strain of the institutions. But what I found remarkable, and that I think why we can innovate, right? And we can try new things, is that I found it remarkable how institutions just made that transition. It was fundamental, it was transformative, but they made the transition. And was it perfect? No. But the fact of the matter is that it is a learning exercise, it's a learning process. And we had many teachable moments which we can bring together. And I know there are people who are doing publications, people who are doing webinars on that, right? There was the issue of not being risk averse, but managing the risk that was involved. And building a university system is going to challenge us on those two things. Or it's not a university system, a tertiary education system. The nomenclature is also very important. What we have also learned from the COVID is that there's nothing called borderless or putting a fence around what you're doing, right? So we can't have institutions I call institutional xenophobia to be able to survive. To survive and to thrive, because that's what we want to do. We have to update and upskill, and we have to do that for both personnel and for infrastructure. So, what are the imperatives that we have to think about? And this particular point was mentioned by Dr. Stewart. We now have an elite tertiary education system. Caters for about 15% of the population. If we want to move up to 50%, we have to have a mass education system. And if we have a universal education system, we have to have more than 50% of our population. Later on this evening, there's going to be a discussion about, is it worth it, I suppose. And I would say, preempting the discussion, it absolutely must happen. The demands of growth in this sector means that we have to change our institutional arrangements and our institutional boundaries. They can't be so fixed and they can't be so siloed, but they have to permit collaboration, and there has to be some seepage that you can see that you are coping, you are dealing with extra institutional relationships. And that has to do with, and I heard Mr. Wells' presentation, and I actually made a note of the way in which the reinvention of higher education and being a part of a global dialogue definitely move beyond existing borders, right? There also has to be a public conversation about, is tertiary education right? Is it a privilege? Is it a private good? Is it a public good? And if it's an obligation, the state has to play a role, cannot just finance. And I know we always come back to that. But it also has the support to develop the sector, right? And to be serious about the institutional arrangements that facilitate development. Whatever the institutional arrangement is, it has to provide thought, leadership in the process. So we assume that we want expansion and we want growth. And to do that, we have to have greater diversity in our institutions. We have to discuss and agree on what are some of the norms and values of tertiary education. I have very strong views on this because I think we must talk about labor market readiness, but labor market readiness is a moving target. So the question is, how do you prepare your population at this level so that they can make transitions in terms of acquisition of knowledge, acquisition of skills, etc. And even that, right, requires that you have a more diverse tertiary education system. You have to look at recruitment and selection processes so that we are not competing against each other for the same set of students, although there will be some competition, but that we promote in a way, a market for the use of the commercial language, in a way that promotes collaboration and not just competition. What I mean by that is, as you will see later on, and as was said by Dr. Stewart, the diversity means that your offerings, institutions may have some common offerings, but that you have a clear set of differentiations in terms of your offerings. So I market according to what my niche may be. And of course, this has been a very this point about the variations in norms and standards, because there's been a feeling that everybody wants everybody, that is the accrediting and other bodies, and the critics want everybody to have norms and standards that are university norms and standards, but there are differentiated norms and standards depending on the type of the institution. So that is the argument, some of the arguments for this tertiary sector. Also, we have to look beyond our borders. We have to look at internationalization, not just in terms of the of our quality and our standards, and we're going to benchmark against global standards. But we also have to look at it. We have to look at it also in terms of what we offer and how we offer them. Because I think a couple institutions have tried, but I don't think we have been sufficiently deliberate and intentional in looking at the market overseas. For example, I think all of us know the MOOCs, massive online courses, MOOCs, and I actually had the privilege while I was at J-TEC to go to the Silicon Valley and to look at how these things were being developed, etc., etc. Went to Coursera. And one of the things that I kept saying, and I keep saying, why have we not, as a set of institutions, provided a menu of courses that we put on that platform, right? And to what extent is our platform at UWI global? In terms of access. And we have to have those conversations, because the issue is not just finding a few more students and getting a little more revenue. That's not going to cut it. We really have to move now to looking at the massification, but also the maintenance of our quality, because this point here about benchmarking against global standards, although it is such a cliche, our every tertiary education is supposed to be an investment, whether it's a private good or a public, a private or a public good. And anybody who goes into tertiary doesn't see themselves as, you know, remain in one place geographically or occupationally. So your credentials have to have value beyond your doorway, right, or your gateway. We also have to look at the fact that I think I mentioned this before, or potential tertiary education participants, they have many choices. They can go face-to-face virtual, and I put it to you that COVID has put us in a position to begin to share this landscape, but also that our potential participants are also going to have more choices, right? I talk about job strategies, multifaceted teaching modalities, very important, right? People want to know that the skills that they have, right, that they transcend just one, what we call discipline. We are now talking about multidisciplinary approaches and new and novel credentials, stackable credentials, short courses for market reentry and market preparation. So the merits of a system is that given the change in landscape, we now have to look at a diversity of institutions. And it should also, you know, talk about access and affordability, because we're looking at different funding mechanisms and different pricing models, right? We're looking at different programs, flexibility, increased offerings through lateral movement. And this is where now the structure of the tertiary sector has to evolve and has to be consistent with what is happening everywhere, right? We're talking about a system as a kind of holding company for different types of academic enterprises, and we can elaborate on that. It also has to add value to the educational experience, both of the participants and of faculty. And there have to be different levels of shared experiences. Now, it has to be built by consensus. It has to be bottom up as distinct from top down. But there are, you know, there are some requirements from the level of the state, which I will look at. There are some other characteristics which I've named here. You know, generalists, a mix of generalists and specialist institutions, differentiated academic systems, and alternative pathways, right? So there was the promulgation, well, it wasn't promulgated, I suppose it was more an understanding, where if I did 2 years at a community college, I could do 2 years at a university. And rather than starting the project all over again, because the associate degree would have been equivalent to 2 years. Now, these have been understandings, but the understandings, I don't know that they have not broken down over a period of time. So you now have to look at how do you formalize some of these activities and relationships. There is a national qualifications framework. I'm not sure how active it is. But what it needs to be underpinned by legal obligations for every institution to map their courses on that. And then you can see where you have an oversupply, where you have an undersupply, and where you have no supply. So the whole building the tertiary system requires that you have legislation, right? For example, again, you have to have a credit system based on the type of institution, and the credits have to be transferable. So there has to be somewhere documented what is the value of a credit, how much is it worth, how much do you need, how many credits do you need for an associate degree versus how much would be needed for a bachelor's degree, etc., etc. It can't just be an understanding, and it has to take into account that you're a global product, and therefore your credit system has to be consistent, compatible with what exists elsewhere. And of course, standards, and it depends on the type of institution. So if we wanted to look at an ideal roadmap, right, we would have to look at getting a national policy for tertiary education. We don't have one. A pronouncement is not a policy, right? A policy is a far more deliberate, intentional statement of goals, objectives, and then you need to have a plan. I say here an indicative plan because you don't want, institutions would have, depend on the institutional type, they would have to evolve their own plan. And then you have the legislative and regulatory framework. There's the UCJ legislation, there's the CCCJ legislation, but there's no overarching tertiary education. And all of the research that I have done, not just for this, in countries where the tertiary system is embedded and growing and moving from elite to mass to universal, they are legitimized through legislative and regulatory frameworks. And then, of course, there's the need for the evolution of a national shared vision. This has to be a public discussion about what is the importance or not of the tertiary education sector. How do we move between the various levels and between the various institutions? But I introduce this, and as I say, there's an element of advocacy in there because as I sort of survey what is happening locally and internationally, I believe we have to have a rethink and we have to have a remodeling. So those are my immediate, that is my immediate contribution. I'm not sure if I've gone over the time. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Henry Wilson. Yeah, as you said right there at the close, a pronouncement is not a policy. And that's actually where I want to start as we head into having sort of the question and answer period right here. Because there are some questions, there are some comments in the chat, generally speaking, a lot of comments after those two presentations. And there's one question here specifically for you, Mrs. Henry Wilson. It says, what are the obstacles that impede progress? Is it that the government needs to provide more guidance and support?
I see here where somebody says most of these efforts begin with much exuberance but fail to achieve the well-needed transformation. Well, you know, I wouldn't put it, what the government has to do is to contribute to provide support for the effort, okay? Because one of the things that you don't want is a government state-run enterprise. I believe in tertiary autonomy, and I believe that you have enough human resources there, that can help to develop, and you can also get external help. I think that what happens is that, as we have seen repeatedly, we start and we stop. We don't give the support that is needed, right? So it really we have to be serious. And sometimes I don't know if we are serious about tertiary, or we just want to say, you know, we have a tertiary sector. It has to have thought leadership, and it has to have a structure that brings all the parties together in a consultative way, right? So it is not a government enterprise, but it's a government supported and facilitated enterprise, especially for legislative and regulatory matters, because it's the government that passes legislation.
If I can just share that, I'll get your perspective on that same question, Dr. Stewart.
Absolutely, and I love, hi Maxine, how are you?
How are you? I'm fine.
No more parking lot discussions, right? So to that point, I agree, and I'm gonna push a little bit in saying that we do need the same level of Ministry of Higher Education reimagining how tertiary education is done, okay? Because the sector for just Ministry of Education, Youth and Information is so large right now that the tertiary sector does need its own unified body. I think right now there are so many different acts. There's not an overarching tertiary education kind of legislation, as the former minister has already indicated. There is a need for one. We have so many frameworks that we've worked on over the past decade, and we have largely not implemented to its full efforts, to be quite honest with you. And in implementing that, for example, when you even look at the Education Act or some of the Vision 2030 goals, we need to really be forward thinking. When both the Prime Minister and I have spoken about what we consider to be elite access versus mass access and universal access. If you remember the slide I had up regarding those of the more wealthier countries or economically more viable countries, even those that are in democratic socialist states, such as those in the European Union, etc., they have a high universal tertiary level education completion rate. We are nowhere near that. And that is crippling our national security sector, it is crippling our employment sector, it is crippling our development. So when we try to think about imagining ourselves in a gig economy, in an economy that looks at skills rather than the traditional universities, for example, even in an AI, artificial intelligence economy, how can we look to there if more than 2/3 of our population are not even enrolling in higher education, of that age-going population? It is somewhat, I mean, please tell me how. I really don't know. So one of the things that we need to mandate is not every household in Jamaica have a high school diploma, but we need to get to the point of targeting that we have over 60% of our population age going, graduating from some form of tertiary sector level of education. That's the level of mandates that we need to be implemented as almost executive types of orders. And we need to be militant about that if we're going to be serious about national security. Because if you remember quite well, and I know the education minister will say this as well, education is not just education stake. These schools, these institutions are also the spaces of safety, security, healthcare, counseling, you name it, food, meals, nutrition, etc. When they have been moved to even online spaces or completely disrupted altogether across the entire pipeline. You're not just looking at early childhood infant schools now. You're looking at higher education disruption as well. You cannot reimagine how that person now at the individual level can succeed. They are barely surviving. So how do we supply and have been trying to supply free vaccines, right? I am going to push for the radical approach to this. And hands down, set a target that every household has graduates so that we no longer have this issue of first generation, you're first in your family, etc. And make education free for the youths. Make all the way to higher education or tertiary education levels. Develop that knowledge economy that we should have developed back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that we have not. And then we start to talk about all the ways that we can try to put in a whole bunch of quality assurance. Right now, we need to get our students in and through successfully in order for them to contribute and not be distracted by violence and gang communities.
So if I understand you then, the first, in terms of the critical steps that we need to take, the first one is the framework. The second one is the target, and targets linked to this idea of a mandate. What would you say is the third? That's one of the questions that's asked in the chat.
You remember that $828 billion that I didn't say, thankfully. I was so happy that that work was done for us in Jamaica already. That $828 billion, I think we need to print a t-shirt about it. Lost learning equals $828, right? For all of our education. And we will pay that price in very differential ways. We need to look at the smaller budget when you compare it to 828 billion. We need to look at the 1.2 to 3.4 that the World Bank and UNICEF have already done that projection for us to see what we need to start doing. So we do have some targeted estimates to how to correct for some of these that are happening. But while we're correcting, you remember, entered into the space that we already were working towards this, right? We've been doing this for years. So there is in many ways, something that frustrates me with home, as much as I love it, is the reactive approach rather than the visioning into 2050. Where will Jamaica be in 2050? What kind of society do we need now in 2021 to get to 2050? Oftentimes we're so stuck in our different tenures that we forget that there are generations coming after us that will pay our price. So my thing is, there's funding that's needed. We can incentivize different thought leaders, as Mrs. Henry Liston has already spoken towards, and in incentivizing them, incentivize the autonomy of our institutions to implement these target goals initiatives. That is one way to do it. There are some critical thought agents in the chat room or, posing these questions as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments in the chat. I'm Cesare Malcolm Walker saying, we can't look at tertiary by itself. All levels need appropriate attention to ensure tertiary can attain the targets we are discussing. And that's why I want to direct the discussion back to Mrs. Henry Wilson for a second. Because we have all of these things, and you've been in that cabinet room where you have to be competing with national security, you have to be competing with health, and you have to be making the case for education. And in your presentation, I noted that you said that funding, we spend a lot of time talking about funding. So in terms of what you see as the 3 critical steps that we could take, I understand you to be suggesting that the framework is one. What would some of the others be?
I think we have to really think of what was said by Dr. Stewart. We have the 2030 vision, but I think we're fast upon it. And we need to look at exactly where would we like to be. I know they do what they call dashboards of 2030 vision, but I think we need to look at where we would like to be. Because I don't know that if we go through this thing step by step, to say we're going to do 1, 2, 3, we're going to catch up. Because we are playing catch up now. I think we may have to do a little leapfrogging, okay? For example, I think as terrible, I'm not downplaying it, COVID is awful, etc. But it has showed us some things. One, we may have to keep hybrid learning, right? In order for children to get access to the best. So hybrid learning is not just when the children cannot go to school. It is now a modality that we are introducing to give our children the best. I'm just using that as an example. I think COVID has given us a lot of knowledge about the use of infrastructure. How do we document it? That's what I mean by leapfrog. We don't have to go back over what we have been over before. Let's move forward now with it, with what we have learned, and these are the things we have learned. So that is something that, and I would look at it from the early childhood level right up to the tertiary education. What have we learned about early childhood during this period? Parenting and the involvement of parents at that level. I also think there are some other things that we are not thinking about. For example, the infrastructure for learning has to go beyond the classroom. Our libraries, and I'm not talking about just book libraries, I'm talking about access points where students can begin to expand their knowledge. Our community development processes, where we go back to some of the homework centers, so that, I'm saying there are a whole range of things that we can do from that level up. And it's not about funding all the time. It's also about just support and organization. I keep saying that if I ever got the opportunity, my first step would be, as the Prime Minister, I'm out of that now, but I would get 500 social workers and put them in certain communities. Because, I've had the experience of the private sector providing some financing for some communities, but hasn't really multiplied in the way it should, because there are so many social problems. So the girls can't go to school because the dam said they can't go to school, or the boys can't go to CAP program because these are fundamental things that we have to start doing. So I really think there are things that we have learned that we need to document and to use. There have been some marvelous teachers that we have seen during this period who are so committed. How do we give them the support to continue?
All right, I did say that people can use the chat, can use a raise hand feature as a way of asking their questions. And I'm seeing a raise hand here from Halden Morris. Can you open your microphone and go ahead? What's your question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first thank presenters Wells, Stewart, and Henry Wilson for their presentations. I think they are on target. They have done justice to this session. I probably want to make a comment first before asking the question. The comment is, and I didn't see this coming out much in the presentations, the whole business of leadership. The business of governmental, institutional, and even family leadership in providing the kind of education that we need. We can always talk about putting, making a graduate out of each household. We can talk about that. But if the household is not talking about it and leading towards that end, then nothing will happen. And I think that is a discussion that needs to be had. I think we need to talk about how do we lead and how do we represent tertiary education at all levels, not just by the ministry. The next point I want to make is that we tend to mix support with managing. Give you an example. An institution provides funding for another institution, whatever the source is. And the problem is, by providing that fund, you want to manage that institution. So of course, all the decisions with respect to moving forward are stymied because the institution is held behind by the funding institution. Now we need to come up with some policy as it relates to management of institution and how we can deal with the whole business of transforming the institution into some useful entity. So the question now I ask then is, what do we do with respect to government in terms of managing and funding institutions? How do we disconnect those two paradigms? And of course, I think this probably, Dr. Maxine Henry Wilson could probably address that question since she has been in the government and been interacting at that level quite a bit. But I'm sure Dr. Stewart wants to respond to that too, because she's one of those persons who want to investigate just about everything in education. The next question I want to ask is the business of legislative frameworks. We've been talking about this for years. And we try to put legislation in place, we do this. And guess what? The leaders are afraid to take the legislative measures to get the job done. You hear about legislative action being stymied for many years. I've heard about legislation for Tibet, for example, legislation for whatever education. And years pass. I mean, as a matter of fact, I retire before some of these things get done. And some of the matters that were raised from many, many years ago are still dangling somewhere in the mechanism between Parliament and, the education ministry and whatever. And every time you talk about it, somebody have an excuse. Oh, it has not gone to Parliament as yet. Now, how do we change that dynamics to get some more efficiency in terms of getting legislation through the system to facilitate change? Because we're not going to have change unless these mechanisms are put in place. And of course, the whole business of a philosophy, and this goes back to leadership. We tend to have leaders that do not necessarily share the philosophy for getting tertiary education on the way. And when I say that, I mean, there are many areas of education, and I am from technical vocational education, so I can speak to that. There are members in the system who don't even believe in Tibet. They think it is something for those who can read and write. And that still obtains, whether you want to believe it or not. That is part of the mechanism that we're dealing with. How do we get that shared philosophy on the road so that people, whether it's in the household or in the ministry or in the institution, can understand that it is not about the minute elements of the education, but it is what we look at for national good. So we need to look at those mechanisms. And I just wonder, how can we get that shared philosophy going? Probably that's a whole mouthful, but I'll stop here so that we can have some responses. Thank you.
It is. I want to make one just before Mrs. Hen Wilson comes in on the points that you've raised, the government's role and that issue of legislation and also philosophy. Dr. Damian Black in the chat is saying that the Ministry of Education is currently developing a draft national higher education policy so that the task force is working. Mrs. Hen Wilson?
Yes, and on that point, you know, I absolutely respect Dr. Black's responses in the chat, and I think we should all read them and everything. But it cannot countermand, cannot contradict the view that we have been doing this and doing this and doing this. From I entered government, and I didn't enter government in the Ministry of Education, we have been doing these legislation, and we have been. So I've become a little bit cynical about it. When I was at J-TEC, we spent hours and days and weeks just drafting the legislation. And it sat and it sat and it sat. I don't know, probably it is public pressure. Probably if we were able to get a coalition of people to say, come, enough of this. Because there are constraints. The legal draft person power is constrained. They have so much drafting to do and they're limited. But the fact is that these things were done already. And I am, probably it's my age or something. We just keep repeating it and repeating it. And I say that because we have done this already. And the document was there. And of course we're going to change because the environment has changed. But just let us do the amendment. Same thing, we're having an argument now about the regulations for the education regulations. I have a 120-page document we did over a period of 4 weeks where we have all of the amendments. And when the time came for it to be tabled, one person got up and said, let us wait. And you see where we are now, this confusion. My point is that
the Education Act of 1980.
Yes, the regulations. We have to get some of these things out of the system. It is also political priority. When we want things done, things are laid on the table of Parliament in a few weeks. The gun court legislation was days, right? So if we are serious about these things, we get them done. None of the legislation for the reformed and the reform agenda from 2004, I say that categorically. Now, in terms of and there are special ways in which you can do. You can get special personnel, special legislation, and you ask for a team, which is what we did. We got persons. The Ministry of Justice doesn't like people the legislation outside of their personnel, but we got people and we spent the time and we did what we had to do. And I know that Dr. Black is trying his best. He's a total convert to this. And I would like to give him all the support. And I think the support I can give him is what is the truth, right? Since I have nothing to lose. We have to stop this drafting and draft, and you have to amend at points. So just draft, put it on the table, let us have the public debate. And that's how I would say, Professor, that we are going to be able to develop the shared vision. It is these processes where people are involved and stakeholders, and you go and you discuss the work that is being done, that you get a shared vision. And the shared vision is what is going to drive some of the decisions around the tertiary sector. I'm sorry, but the only thing we tend to discuss for tertiary publicly is how much it costs. And I always tell people that you get what you pay for. So we have to look at the question of financing, but we have to look at financing of what and for what. What is the outcome? Yes, it is always a struggle. I can't speak for the present minister, but it's always a struggle for you to put your point on the table about your funding. But I think we just, if you have public debates about it based on quality. The one graduate per household, I don't have any problem with that. But I think, again, COVID has shown us that it goes beyond just one graduate per household. A lot of children are now, I know of some schools where they're taking children and bringing them back to school, although they're not formally back at school, because what is happening in the household, right? And I mean, I've heard the Prime Minister speak about it, but I have knowledge and I have concrete information about the fact that some of the households are not conducive to children learning. And some of it is not a malevolence, right? It's just that it's not. And then some of it is abuse and all kinds of things. So we also have to bear that in mind as we talk about what are we looking for in terms of parental and family participation.
I want to bring Dr. Stewart.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to whittle it down just a little bit because I think, you know, the former minister hit on every point, to be honest. I don't want to labor on that one, but I do want us to think about what tying in Professor Morris, what he was saying about the awareness at the household level, right? Jamaica has been very successful in curtailing public health crises. If those who remember the HIV/AIDS crisis we led the charge heavily throughout CARICOM with really curtailing those numbers and doing unprecedented work on the ground with the communities, in the communities. So that should not go for naught. The reason why I'm saying that is what, former minister just said. We have not cared enough about education. We just have not. We see the public health, which is rightfully so, as definitely an entity for us to push in. And, you know, she has listed other ones that, you know, legislation that went on for like days instead of weeks, etc. But the reality is education is almost this backwater approach to it, that, you know, those who can pay will pay for it. And if we get it, we cannot get it. And we'll continue to have in those exceptionalities. What we are seeing as the ripple effect of generation of thinking that and not putting it as a priority are the immense amounts of violence that is happening within the country. That is the reality, but we don't position them those ways. The other piece that I want to name tensions that we don't talk about as a society well enough. When you look at cassava piece, when you look at Augustown, for example, these were former enslavement lands, right? They are not coincidental that decades later, after emancipation and independence, they're some of the most poverty-ridden. And if you did a proper historical social justice analysis of our communities that are heavily ridden by violence, poverty, low socioeconomic opportunities, schooling, etc. They are former enslavement lands of the plantations themselves, plantations in which some of our children attend, okay? And our university is on, University of the West Indies, one of them. I name this as a real tension because it's not coincidental, but yet we have some form of oppression, amnesia, right? We don't realize that these things matter. And I name this because when we talk about, for example, Prof having the issues with NCTVET and people thinking that these are below them, right? Not realizing that artificial intelligence, gaming are all a part of the tech buck world. And as a result, they're not being branded, coded, or made aware of. There's a better job of that happening. I was actually gonna salute him because there was a whole, era of time to push against the grain of what it meant to do NCTVET work, right? So now there's an associate degree around occupational work, and we're getting there to that level. But there is a need for these households that we somehow have forgotten. We think about removing the children now. Those parents were the children then. Some of them are grandparents and great-grandparents. But we don't talk about this. Where is their learning? This is tertiary education. They're not a forgotten generation. I actually had labeled this the lost generation because we forget that these children come from these parents and grandparents that receive the levels of inequities and robbery of their education that they had a right to. And as a result, when you see these households now, then we are, damning them and we are condemning them, not owning from the governmental side or the people's side of how we contributed to them. We contributed to this problem. So if we're going to contribute to the problem, then best be sure you need to contribute to the solution. So as Maxine said, it is a matrix process. It is not a step-by-step linear change process. It is not. It is a matrix that's needed for implementation, that we are addressing the households, their learning, their awareness, right? Skilling up. And as Maxine said, again, we do have a ton of initiatives that have been doing that. I had, saw a newspaper in the summertime, the windscreen wiper certification, right? And how the men are supposed to address, people and stuff like that when you're at the crossroads of Devon House and Hope Road, etc. Those initiatives have been happening, and they're happening in pockets. What we are unfortunately seeing with the violence, with the COVID, is the exacerbation and somewhat the halting of some of these initiatives. So there needs to be an injection into the education system, one that is of dire concern. I can't emphasize it. We take this thing for joke like it don't matter. But what happens when the violence comes knocking on these rich communities or wealthy communities, and it is because of these very issues that we've been talking about and belaboring for 2-3 decades ago. So there is an urgency that I have found, and I think Maxine said it very well, that we have not focused on. We have forgotten. And then we kind of somehow, I don't know, hope it, dream it away, that somehow the very parents of these children now that are in these situations are going to do what exactly? Most parents, I know most teachers, I used to teach a lot of the teachers, are struggling to literally put food on the plate and monitor the children and do the homework and everything else. And that's a professional person, right? I gave you the stats already. You're not dealing with that part of the population. You're dealing with over 2/3 of them not getting the same type of access. So we need to stop for having these oppressionist amnesia because we've come into power. We need to go back to remember where we once come from in order to help the community that are still there, that we benefit from. We are literally becoming, I count myself in this process if I want to really do this work. We are complicit in the inequities in our system, all of us, if we are doing nothing to curtail this.
But we could go on talking about just this point and this part of the discussion all day, but we have to move on to some of the other elements of the system. So I don't know, Mrs. Henry-Wilson, I saw you writing a lot. I don't know if there's a final point that you wanted to raise before we move on.
I just, again, think that this discussion is so healthy, and I would love that more people would benefit from it. And perhaps, J-TEC, you can think about getting some of this on the road. Not in a formal kind of, but getting the dialogue going and informing people. Because the more I live, the more I realize that people want progress. They want to see things moving. And I think Dr. Black and his team have done a wonderful job this morning. And I just hope that we can take the conversation, perhaps after the papers are produced, I don't know. But I also want to say that yesterday I was talking to somebody who I was trying to see if I could get some help for boys' education. It's a lot. And I really hope that through the ministry, through J-TEC, and through our stakeholder support, we can begin to come to some determination of how we deal with these factors. It's not a slam dunk. It's not going to happen but we can't deal with it in a linear way. We have to try and see if we can have a more organic approach to it. So thanks for the stimulation. Yes, I've made a lot of notes.
Thank you as well, Mrs. Henry-Wilson and Dr. Saron Stewart. That is where we're going to close off this discussion, but the discussion is going to continue right now with the second element of our program, second set of discussions from Nicola Patterson-Lips and Dr. Paul Byrne. And we're going to hear from Ms. Patterson-Lips first. She is, while she puts up her slide, she is a senior project officer at University of the West Indies, Mona campus. She provides various metrics related to student retention and graduation. We've been talking a little bit about that earlier. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Student satisfaction with teaching and services. Those of us who are lecturers get an opportunity to see what students say about us, and we have to deal with that as well. And student outcomes in the labor market to assist in decision-making and quality assurance. Her studies on student retention and academic success have been published in the International Journal of Educational Development 55, Journal of Underrepresented and Minority Progress, Journal of Education and Development in the Caribbean, and the Caribbean Journal of Education. Her presentation is entitled Transformation Using Institutional Research. Later on, after Ms. Patterson-Lips presents, I'll introduce Mr. Paul Byrne, and then again, we will have the second discussion. Take it away.
Okay, hi, good morning still. Are you hearing me?
We are.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my screen up. Okay, and all right, so I guess I'll begin my presentation. Greetings, everyone. I'm really honored to be here to share my knowledge and experience of institutional research. When I joined the Office of Planning and Institutional Research in 2003, I had no idea that IR was a recognized field. I had no idea that IR was a recognized field until I became a member of the Association for Institutional Research. Having been a member of AIR on and off for the past 14 years, I discovered that universities around the world face pretty much the same issues with regard to higher education funding, student retention, and academic success. And in the case of institutional research, reluctance by officials in some instances to act on the findings of research and survey data. Nonetheless, with that being said, I will now commence my presentation, starting with the big question: what is institutional research? Institutional research can be seen as a set of activities that provide support for institutional planning, policy formulation, and decision-making, or as a set of activities encompassing organizational intelligence. Within higher education institutions, IR activities may include the following functions: identifying information needs, collecting, analyzing, interpreting, and reporting data and information, planning and evaluating, serving as stewards of data and information, and educating information producers, users, and consumers. While institutional research has more commonalities at the macro level, it is likely to vary at the institutional level, reflective of the organizational culture. So to give a little bit of history about the UWI, the university achieved independent degree granting status in 1962 as the University of the West Indies. Up until 2007, the UE comprised 3 landed campuses in Barbados, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. In 2008, the extramural department, School for Continuing Studies, which focused on continuing education and distance teaching, was subsumed under a modernized open campus. In 2019, the open campus and the landed campuses received institutional reaccreditation. And in that same year, the Five Islands campus became the 4th landed campus based in Antigua and Barbuda. With the appointment of a Pro-Vice Chancellor of Planning and Development in 2007, the face of institutional research changed from being an unrecognized activity to one which gained prominence, especially with regard to strategic planning. In this slide, you see that the University Office of Planning has a reporting relationship with each campus planning office in Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and the open campus. Under the tenure of the current Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Denzel Williams, the University Office of Planning is the lead entity for coordinating the development and monitoring of the university strategic plan. Each quarter, the UOP hosts an online meeting with members from each campus planning office to discuss progress of strategic planning initiatives. The office also coordinates the administration of satisfaction surveys, which provide important metrics under the current UE strategic plan. Finally, the UOP coordinates data collection activities to enable participation in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Under the current strategic plan period, some transformational initiatives or milestones include the following. For the 2017 to 2022 strategic plan, a dedicated website was developed to support strategic planning. The site also contains access to a homegrown portal, which serves as a repository for strategic planning initiatives and key performance indicators. The UE brand has also been solidified with participation in and communication of our progress in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. So what I'll do is I will just exit the presentation briefly to perhaps share the strategic plan website. I'm not sure how to do that. Is it possible to share the website online?
It should be. I think you would need to open. That's a browser?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay, are you seeing it now? Okay, so
your slide presentation.
Oh, you're not seeing the browser. Do I press no share? Oh, here.
Screen. The exit, current share screen. Yes,
we're seeing it now.
You're seeing it now?
Yes,
okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so anybody can get onto this from the UE homepage. If you go under About the University, there's links, and there's one that says the strategic plan. So this is the plan that the website that was created across all of the campuses. And so if you click on the plan, you'll see like a message from the Vice Chancellor, an overview of the UE AAA strategy. There's links to the vision, mission, and core values, a link to the ideal attributes of the UE graduate, and another objective called the CAMP team, which has to do with human resources. And all of this is actually downloadable by clicking on this.
Then another architect can utilize. When I looked at the drawing, I haven't seen anything.
Mr. McCarthy?
Right now.
Okay, sorry about that. Right, and this is all downloadable by clicking the PDF link. The site also has a resources link, and here you will see different versions of the current AAA strategy. So there's a full publication version, a brochure, and a booklet. There's also a link to the UE AAA strategic framework, which is a one-pager, which has in the same place the vision, mission, core values, the access, alignment, agility. These are our objectives, and below are some KPIs, all in one page. And then below, we have historical strategic plans, actually going all the way back to 1997 to 2002. And during these periods, we wouldn't have had the a strategic plan website across all the campuses, nor would we have had an electronic balance scorecard, which we're going to take a look at shortly. So this is really a big deal for UE to, have in one place and across all the campuses a shared resource to kind of keep everybody on the same page. So I will go to the electronic balance scorecard and log in. This, of course, not everybody at the Mona campus has access privileges. Certainly those within the UOP and high-level managers and department heads. So the online portal, again, has an overview of the UE strategic plan. Our theme is revitalizing Caribbean development. But here it has links to things like this UE strategy map, definition of the AAA strategy, a summary of objectives, and definitions of KPIs. So for the KPIs, because each campus has this portal, they have access to their own campus as well as the overall university. So for Mona, if I press on the link for KPIs, these key performance indicators are standard for all the different campuses. We're all measuring the same thing. And every year we go in and click on each thing and enter our actual values for that academic year, which is then compared to a target, which was previously entered. The scorecard link will show initiatives for the Mona and University, and these initiatives are the more operational day-to-day things, high-level initiatives that the campuses are working on that should hopefully feed into the key performance indicators. So these are Mona's initiatives, and basically the buttons, the green and the blue, represent the status of the initiative. So here we see the green button means on target, whereas the blue button means completed. And if you want to see things in a more graphical format, the dashboards will give you the initiatives and KPIs. So if we click on the initiatives and we go to Mona, it presents different views of what it is that we're measuring. So for example, this one shows all the initiatives by status. So we see that 97.1% are on target and 8.3% are completed. And this gives different views by axis alignment, agility, and other thematic areas by perspective. Okay, if we want to see the KPIs for Mona, this is what they are. And basically, the blue button shows the targets that we had set previously. And if we hover over each year, we see the numerical figure coming up. And then the actual is what we enter year over year to see whether we are progressing as expected. So you see in some of the graphs that the green lines are actually surpassing the targets, which is good. And in other areas, we're clearly falling behind some of our targets here. So this is basically an overview of the strategic plan portal. And it really is transformative because, I mean, when you think back to 10 years ago, we were really publishing, through to the printers, these large volume publications, sending them to different offices, to stay on the bookshelf. And then when we'd get together in meetings, there was a lot of paper being circulated to share progress among different units. This portal now is like a one-stop for, the PVCs to have their university-wide meetings, come to the portal, and everything is very objective. And it provides a level of transparency and accountability. So with that being previewed, I will try to get back now to my PowerPoint presentation. And hopefully, are you guys seeing my slide?
We're still seeing the online portal.
Okay, so I probably have to click New Share and go back to my presentation. Okay, I had created a recording in case something happened, but since I did a live overview, I'll just skip this slide. And we'll focus now, having looked at an overview at the UE-wide level, we're going to drill down more into the Mona campus, or the office where I work. I are at the Mona campus. So if we examine the institutional research function at the level of the individual campus, each campus planning office has a mission and identity. At the Mona campus, in addition to collaborating with the University Office of Planning, the Office of Planning and Institutional Research provides information to support decision-making and institutional effectiveness. Our website provides links to student statistics and institutional research, where one can find information related to student characteristics, enrollment and graduation data, throughput rates, and findings from satisfaction, student destination, and employer surveys. Okay, so I'm going to exit and give an overview of the OPER website. Okay, is everyone seeing the OPER website?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, so here we have our mission statement and some links along the side here. So by clicking on student statistics, for example, we have information here on a profile of students. And this is a narrative summary that gives like a 3-year trend of different aspects of student life. So we have enrollment here by faculty, total enrollment by faculty. We have a comparison of first degree versus higher degree enrollment, as well as among higher degree programs taught versus research degrees. And then application, acceptance, and admission data for first degree students. So approximately how many apply, how many are offered, how many accept, and how many are admitted each year. We have first degree entrance by age group. We see that the 24 and under are predominant here at Mona. And then we have some performance metrics, such as first year retention rates among first degree entrants. So currently the first year retention rate is in the 80% range over the 3-year period, but 84% as of last year. And then we also have 5-year graduation rates. By faculty. And then we have a comparison of part-time enrollment among first degree and higher degree students. We see clearly that higher degree students have a propensity to study part-time than first degree students. And then among higher degree students in taught programs, we have what is the percentage graduating within 5 years? And then we have a comparison of male-female population, and everybody knows that there's a propensity for females to be enrolled in higher education compared to males in Jamaica. And we have enrollment by region and country. Jamaica, or here at the Mona campus, is 90% Jamaican. And our graduates. by program, as well as by faculty. And among our first degree graduates, their class of degree, the majority being in the range of upper to lower second class honors. And among our tracer surveys, the employment rates for first degree graduates and those for higher degree graduates. Okay, and the website also has MONA student statistical booklets going back a few years. So a user can click on any of the publications, download it, and consume it in their own time. We also have institutional research on the OPER website. So for example, from our most recent tracer survey of graduates, the class of 2018, we have findings in like a narrative report, detailed findings, as well as cross tabulations. So for each of the questions that were asked in the questionnaire, they're just simple cross tabs comparing undergraduate and postgraduate respondents to the questions. And then the tracer surveys kind of segue into an employer survey, and the survey of employers is also online with a more detailed narrative report of findings versus, if you're interested in the questions that were asked, simple crosstabs with frequency distributions. And then we have the most recent staff and student satisfaction surveys. And these reports, because we've done them for a number of years, you'll see a comparative analysis from 2019 to 2021 of staff satisfaction according to a number of areas and whether it's increasing or decreasing. And the same thing for students. We also keep some of our earlier studies online, going all the way back to probably 2005. And here are throughput rates. We have undergraduate throughput rates, beginning with 2010 first degree entrants and how many return year over year, and then the cumulative percent graduating. And this is broken out for each of the major faculties. The same thing is done for taught programs, but because taught programs may be 1 to 2 years in length, here is presented really just the time to degree, so the percentage of entrants who actually just graduate in 1 year, 2 years, up to 7 years. And that also is broken out by faculty. So these are just really aggregate level data for anything that's customizable, or for a department who's interested in knowing something for a major, they could contact OPER, and I would definitely drill down and supply that information. And then the website also has like principals reports to Campus Council that are also downloadable. So that's the OPER website. Try to, put as much information there that can be helpful to internal as well as external users. And if anything isn't there, then they know to contact myself or the department for customized information. So I'm going to return to the PowerPoint and new share. Okay, so during my 18-year tenure in au pair, I have witnessed the human resources reach an all-time high of 5 staff members, then 1, and now a complement of 4 employees. These numbers are not unusual in institutional research offices, but what has helped me to perform at my best are operating systems that were introduced after 2007, which have resulted in efficiencies and cost savings. These systems include a homegrown data warehouse that is linked to the Banner student software. The data warehouse allows me to run reports so that I can respond to internal and external requests within minutes or hours. I also have access to the online survey platform Qualtrics, which allows me to conduct online surveys of students and staff, as well as access to IBM SPSS statistical software. It is also important to have a dedicated website where institutional research can be shared. This provides a level of transparency and accountability. As mentioned previously, the Mona campus has a data warehouse that is linked to the Banner student software. The data warehouse has 3 interfaces, one for applications and admissions, one for registrations and graduations, and one for course registrations. The user can obtain customized outputs or information from pre-designed templates. When the campus planning office is asked to assist a department with a program review, the data warehouse can furnish information for a particular academic unit and its program offerings. The warehouse is also useful for satisfying information requests from agencies such as the Ministry of Education, Staten, PIOJ, and the Inter-American Development Bank. As an example, one template that is customizable is one which provides enrollment or graduation data by faculty, program of study, delivery mode, full-time, part-time status, and by sex. The output can be provided in PDF or Excel formats. It is important to note that many IR functions are not embedded under a single office, but may be scattered across multiple offices. For example, at the Mona campus, student assessment and evaluation activities are undertaken by the Office of the Deputy Principal, while enrollment management and some information requests are handled by the Office of the Campus Registrar. At the UE-wide level, the Quality Assurance Unit, headed by a Pro-Vice Chancellor, coordinates activities such as accreditation and program reviews, while academic programs are the concern of the boards for undergraduate studies and graduate studies and research, respectively. Having examined institutional research as a field with various functions, I would now like to turn to the institutional researcher as practitioner scholar. Whether you have some post-secondary education or an advanced degree, the field of institutional research can be very rewarding. While universities offer courses and programs in economics, statistics, and demography, there are also professional development opportunities to pique your interest and sharpen your skills. I would recommend attending or presenting at a conference or forum such as this one, or one hosted by the Association for Institutional Research, to appreciate the diversity of IR from a systems perspective, a business perspective, a strategic planning perspective, and a student learning and development perspective. Some sites that I have found personally useful when conducting a literature review or research are Staten and the PIOJ. Publications concerning the labor force surveys, the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions, and the Economic and Social Survey of Jamaica have been very useful for providing important metrics. Other world bodies, such as UNESCO, the OECD, and the World Bank, have also been helpful for providing insights and metrics at the local and international levels. Lastly, I would like to end the presentation on the importance of institutional research. Progress is often gauged by evidence in the form of research and statistics. However, for transformation to happen, it is equally important that advocacy and leadership work in tandem so that the efforts expended in conducting research and compiling data are not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patterson-Lips. Yes, if you cannot measure it, you can prove it. So how does Northern Caribbean, thank you so much for sharing the experience of the University of the West Indies Mona campus in terms of how you use that online portal to share data, well, to gather data first of all, but also to share data in a more efficient way. How is this the case? How is this done in the case of Northern Caribbean University? While my next presenter starts to share his screen, Paul Bourne, I'm just going to introduce him in the meantime. He's Acting Director of Institutional Research at Northern Caribbean University. He will look at data analytics during COVID-19, the approach employed by Northern Caribbean University. His research has covered issues such as domestic violence, the fear of dying, and its influence on health-seeking behavior during the coronavirus epidemic in Jamaica, the use of telemedicine during the coronavirus epidemic in Jamaica. Obviously, you've done work outside of that area, but of course, you've made what is a huge challenge and opportunity. So how can other institutions sort of follow suit and build on this approach? Over to you, Mr. Bourne.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor. I'm looking for the share screen. Where do I find the share screen, Sir Archibald?
It's right at the bottom of the menu. It should be right in the middle. It's the up arrow.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciated.
No problem.
All right. Is my screen being seen?
We are seeing it.
All right, thank you again. And it's an honor for NCU to share with you what is it that has happening. No, I'm not going to read it. All right. I'll take up some of the slides and give a few seconds for a person to actually view, and then I'll actually move along. So, NCU has been in existence for over 100 years, and we are a Christian-based educational institution at the tertiary level. And for us to have existed for 100 years, it means that we had to have had a number of things and changed a number of things. Over the last 100 years, of things have occurred in Jamaica, including that of COVID-19. So how have we responded to all these challenges, and how have we been using data to address our challenges and stay afloat as we were there? Now, COVID-19 has posed a significant challenge to the world, and it was no different. A number of things happened at Caribbean, as was the case in other universities, and such of them was to the change from modality to another. The modality normally accustomed to at NCU was a face-to-face one. With COVID, we had to change and go to a remote sort of approach, and some of them were distance. Now, present you here with a background as to how COVID has actually impacted the institution and how we have moved to, as I said before, an e-learning versus face-to-face pedagogy. So the presentation that we are going to share with you today is within the context of using happens at Caribbean University. Caribbean University actually going to the actually using research policy. We have actually thinking of domestic violence and that show that is we are with that. Now, summarize exactly what data is all about. And for those who are data, I'm a demographer, those persons who are data, I'm confused about what is it that's presented as soon as some people there are cons, but I'm saying there's no need to be con statistic. We are going to show you how we do it as NCU. Those are different. So this should be some laughter, and those persons who are in some kind of.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bourne. I'm not. Your audio is very choppy. I'm not certain, and I'm seeing that I'm not the only one having a bit of difficulty hearing you. We're not hearing your presentation clearly.
I mean, clear.
It's choppy. You're in and out portions. We're hearing some portions of what you're saying, and other portions we're not. I don't know if it might be the bandwidth, and perhaps from that perspective, it may be wise to stop sharing the screen and talk to us.
No, stop sharing the video. Stop sharing the video.
Yes.
The video.
Your video. Turn your camera off.
Just use the audio.
So that's it. Is it any better?
Well, it sounds better so far. Go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you very much. So we are in the process of actually looking at a number of things. Now, as a result of knowing the challenges of what was going on, NCU actually took an approach where we decided to drive policies and decisions by IR, institutional research. So on the advent of COVID-19, March 10, 2020, we started a research the very day of hearing that the first case was actually diagnosed with or confirmed in Jamaica. What we did was to look at issues relating to the students. What were their challenges? Would they be able to attend classes? Did they have computers? How were the finances going to be going? I mean, look at the challenge that the lecturers were having, looking at what were some of the things that we could actually implement and what were some of the things that we could do. So our first research that we actually did was looking at technology. Could we meet the needs of the students, and were the students ready to access the system, the Iran system, as a result of going on fully online? Now, that led to a number of findings. So what NCU did was we got computers, some of the laptops as well, and tablets. Some of those were actually donated to students to ensure that they were able to actually go online. We did that as well for our lecturers, and that addressed that issue that we're having. We also analyzed what was going on in terms of the students during the process for the first 6 months. What were some of the challenges that the students were having with the system, with lecturers, with all of that? Information was garnered from that, and what we did with that information, we integrate that information in decision making, reshape some of the things that we were going to be doing and that we would be doing, and as a result, we assess the students now in terms of their satisfaction of the product that we were offering, and we found that 85% of our students indicate that they were satisfied with the program, but their substantial challenge was bandwidth as well as their service provider. We made recommendations as to how that could have been done as a result of knowing exactly some of the challenges that they were made. Then we also follow that with a study on the financial status of our students for the coming semester, or the coming academic year, which was 2021-22. What we found out from that research is that a number of students who were at NCU would not be returning because of financial challenges. And one thing that we need to actually point out here is that many of our students at NCU normally travel on the overseas program, and the overseas program normally fund their tuition. COVID lockdown restricted all of that, so NCU had to make a decision as to how best we were going to address that problem, knowing that information. So what we did, that information was provided to our Alumni Association in New York. They did a media-thon, collected money. These money were made available for scholarship for students. So what transpired as a result of doing that research was that we had minimal number of students not returning to NCU come to 2021, 2022. Research has done that. Knowing fully what was going on with the society, NCU recognized through the vision of Dr. Quarry and the president, Dr. Lincoln Edwards, that what NCU should be doing is doing national researches that would affect policy and let information be had by the general public. So our honor society was actually formed, where we had students doing research on national issues, problems that were actually happening in the society during the COVID time, on spot for us to make decisions. The first research actually held significant information because the first research was done on the challenges faced by tertiary students in Jamaica. That research was actually presented to the cabinet, and we made adjustments to what was going on at NCU as a result of the findings from that study. Other researches have been done by NCU, and these researches are not only affecting NCU, but in terms of the wider public. We did a research on sexual behavior. We have done a research on domestic violence in Jamaica, and we have established that a number of our children are being abused in the homes. We have actually forwarded to the ministry, and a number of the researchers have been actually promulgated on CVM television, other media houses. What we are saying to the ministry as a result of our research, and by extension the government, is that the house, the home, that should be a safe place is no longer a safe place, because 32% of children in the homes are being abused. And the abuse were mostly committed by blood relatives, fathers, brothers, cousins, etc. So institutional research has been actually handling these issues, these matters. Now, our next phase in terms of using institutional research at NCU is not only to actually look at things from a national perspective or things only occurring at NCU, but to see how we can address other matters. Currently, we are doing researches on issues relating to the vaccination. Those findings will be made public in less than 2 weeks from now, in terms of letting the government and letting other persons be aware of what is happening, what are some of the culture, what are some of the issues occurring with individuals, and how some of these challenges can be mitigated using, as we are doing, research. Now, where does NCU see itself, and how have we been addressing a fundamental matter, and that is relating to deregistration? Now, the president actually put out something recently that said that our students owe the institution in excess of 500 million. Now, why have we decided not to deregister students? Again, research, and two, our Christian values. We believe that in trying to reach our students and educate them and provide them with an education which is Christ-based, compassionate, values, core values, that we should begin by the leader of showing students how to care, and from that, have the students replicating that in terms of their homes and in their attitude and behavior in the wider public. So research has done a number of this, and as a result, that is one of the reasons why we are moving out and asking other persons to assist the institution in terms of funding, adopting students, adopting departments as a result of our mandate, our vision, and what research is saying what is going on. Now, 2022-23, what is NCU's vision? To increase its number of students, to change within the global dynamics, and all of this, as we speak, are as a result of research. Currently, our office does in excess of 15 to 20 researches every semester, and we do those researches based on 1, demand, 2, national issues, 3, international issues, and 4, issues relating to the institution. So we are using research to meet all the areas, all the tenants within NCU and the wider society. Institutional research has now teamed up with a number of persons outside of the institution to work with them in terms of how NCU can best satisfy the students' needs as well as that of our other and open stakeholders. Now, NCU, as we said before, has existed for a number of years. Where we are hoping to take the institution, particularly within the context of research, is to ensure that every student does a research that can affect national policy and as well as the institution. Currently, we are working with the nursing department, where the nursing students who are final year each nursing student has to do a research that is national related, because NCU's vision is to create a better society through research. How did we start here? Why have we gotten here? One, UCJ required that research be used to drive policy, and so NCU is meeting that mandate. We also have another body that we have to give we are accountable to, and that is the Adventist Accreditation Association, which is called AAA. They require that decisions be made by data, and as a result, all the things that NCU have been doing are led substantially by researchers. Even if we decide to do a program, research is done to see, one, the feasibility of that program, and two, relating to the cost structure and how we need to move forward. NCU has now made research as a critical component for everything it does. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bourne, and thank you, Ms. Patterson-Lips, as well, for that presentation early on. We have some time for questions and answers before we go to the break. Questions and comments, rather, before we go to the break. So if you have any question, you can use the raise hand feature. You can also share your questions and comments as well in the chat. But I wanted to ask specifically in relation to research and using statistical data. That's a lot of data. When I look at it, it's a lot of data to gather. What would you say are the initial steps that need to be taken to sort of create that approach in universities overall, especially those who may not necessarily have the kind of experience that NCU has or the UWI has? And I will start with you, Mr. Bourne.
Well, fundamentally, what NCU has been doing over the last year was to do training or the training of staff in the area of research. So I have been a part of that. We have actually brought in other persons to do training. So whereas before, now, people were sort of scared of numbers, we are making persons aware that numbers are critical to decision making. And as a result, do not be afraid of it. So we have actually started the process in terms of training, retraining, teaming with other individuals from overseas, bringing in the students inside that discussion. And our next phase now is to have our lecturers begin to address national issues using research as a result of their knowledge that they would have gained.
Ms. Patterson-Lips?
Yes, well, remember that research always begins with a hypothesis or research question. So that really helps the process when gathering data, because you know what research questions you're trying to answer. So you're going to look at the data in a certain way to narrow it down to certain things. But like in general with surveys and so on, the software really helps with like frequency distributions, mean, mode, median. There's statistical models that you can do to answer research questions with significance testing. So, but overall, the whole thing, even before you begin to gather data, you should have an idea of a research question in mind that will help, that will lead you to the appropriate data points or sources.
Thank you. I see there is someone who has raised their hand, Neville Ying. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me, Archibald?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. The NCU speaker talked about international factors. Curious to know what international factors did their research identified as it relates to policies for higher education?
Okay. Prof. Ming, I am assuming, I think I remember that name.
Yes.
All right. Now, because of our, and I want to actually point this out clearly, because of, unlike many other institutions, we are accountable not only to UCJ and recommendations and legislation within Jamaica, but also that of the Adventist Association. What we have been doing is trying to meet these stakeholders, requests, orders, and purposes. So a number of times we are given things to do and requirements as a result of our AAA organization. So what we did was to do researches, and they would have asked from time to time, what is happening here, what is happening there. So what we do is to incorporate inside of our space what is going on. And a part of the reason why NCU has actually had, and let me say this, and it might sound a little over the edge, but we have had a system where minimal number of students, or let me rephrase that, all our students had to do some form of remote learning prior to 2020 March 10. So because of that, NC was able to transition easily into an online platform because many of our students were accustomed to that. Now, we realize that where the world is going, and substantially this has been charged by our Vice President of Academic Administration as well as the Associate Vice President, where education is going from doing our researches. So long before today, NCU had actually started coordinating programs and structuring programs in keeping with where the international market was going in terms of distance learning. So we have an entire unit in terms of distance that does these things. We have not only done that, but we ensure that all our students do some form of course that they are required to do distance learning. So what we do is to incorporate where the world is going inside our policies and plans. So the answer to your question, Prof, is what we have been doing in terms of research and the knowledge that has actually come out is, one, the world is going towards a system where distance learning is going to be critical and substantial, and this happened long before today. So NCU started making that move some 5 years ago. So we were able to transition easily and quickly into distance and remote learning because we were aware of what the market was saying, and we therefore applied our skills to ensure that we could meet that demand even before 2020 March 10.
No, both of you have...
Could I be a little more specific? For instance, I don't know if you went to the Micro University Match Summit in 2019. One of the things we did was we brought down international speakers from places like Finland, which is the #1 education system in the world. So what I was really asking specifically is, did you do any research in terms of how Finland deal with higher education? For instance, I noticed in the publication that just came out of that summit, they said that Finland has abandoned testing. And we are testing to the hilt. So that's what I mean by what did you find in your international research that can guide tertiary education and their policies? So what I'm talking about is, did you look at what's happening in, leading countries in the world? For instance, countries that do like the PISA exam, whether it's Japan, Finland, China. In other words, get some best practices that can guide the higher education. That's what I'm trying to ask.
The answer to that, Prof, is yes. In fact, before the start of COVID-19, March 10, NCU got one of its faculty from Singapore, and he was able to say to NCU what were some of the best practices that were occurring in Asia and that part of the world as well as Europe. But not only that, we are continuously guided by AAA.
Hold on, will you just tell us all the things that he told you?
Very good, sir, but I'm unable to divulge some of those stuff, sir, unless I'm given permission. But what I can do is to speak generally as to what has been occurring at the institution without divulging into these things without having permission. So, in addition to that is, on a regular basis, close to every week, all our leading stakeholders in all the academic administration environment, including that individual I spoke about, will actually meet. We'll discuss whatever has been happening in other jurisdictions, in other areas. We will see how we can modify those in keeping with our needs in Jamaica, those of our students, and we also assess. So what we have been doing is continuous assessment whenever we introduce programs, and our faculty members, deans, and other stakeholders will come to these meetings and tell us what are unfolding, and they will ask the students in terms of survey, what is going on, how do they see these things, and we do modifications in keeping with what is happening from the students as well as the lecturers.
Sorry, but you didn't answer the question, but anyway, move on.
Actually, that raises a point that Delise Williams in the chat is raising. It says, data is very useful to tertiary institutions' decision-making process. However, it's also useful to prospective tertiary students and I imagine to the sector overall. How open then are the UWI and NCU to making their institutional data public, especially as it relates to graduation rates, etc.? Perhaps Ms. Patterson-Lips first, and then Mr. Boyd.
Okay, well, the OPER website is accessible to external users. So once you go to the UE homepage, you can go straight to departments and administrative offices, and administration is at the bottom of the page. When you click that, you'll see all the different administrative offices, bursary, so on. Click on Office of Planning and Institutional Research. What I showed you online is accessible to the public. Accessible. Yes, it is.
Mr. Bourne?
All right, what NCU has been doing, we have not gotten to the stage where we make all of this information available in terms of our internet or our intranet. But we have been publishing a number of our things in certain publications, PIOJ's publications. We also give this to J-TEC, Ministry of Education, so we make these things available to our wider stakeholders. But not only that, the information relating to graduation rate, retention, and all of those things, we make them available to all the leading individuals who, when they go out to recruit students, make them aware of our statistics, our numbers. In addition to, we not only let them know statistics as it relates to numbers, but also NCU's contribution and what we have been doing in terms of, we have won various awards, various things, and we make these things also available to individuals.
Ms. Patterson-Lips, your microphone is open. Do you want to share something?
Oh, yes. Well, I believe I had seen a comment asking about the platform that we use to host the electronic balance scorecard. I had spoken with the person who built it and asked him, and he said it was Drupal.
Archie, should I just permit me one more question?
Please, go ahead.
First of all, I'm just asking everybody, have they read the COVID-19 Labor Market Task Force report, which we just produced? Because it has a whole section on recommendations for education and training, and specifically, what are the competencies that we expect the institutions to produce that we have graduates that can, fit into the workplace of the future? So the first question is, have you all read it? Second, what is the response to it?
May I say something, Prof? I have not read that report, but I will get that in due order. I can guarantee I'll do so before the end of the week or in the middle part of next week.
If there's anyone who has read the report and wishes to share on that, you can do so in the chat, or you can use the raise hand feature as well. I don't know whether you want to go a little further with that, Prof, in terms of is there any particular recommendation or anything that was sort of stark in terms of the recommendations or the findings rather of that report that you think people should be aware of in case they have not seen it?
Well, let me start with a couple of things. One is the competences, and you have heard all this, the mix of hard and soft skills. And especially in COVID-19, the soft skills have become very important. Things like adaptability and agility and flexibility. Second thing is the trend towards subject areas that are commanding the higher paid jobs out there. And all of those are mathematics related. So the question is, to what extent are tertiary institutions dealing with the whole area of STEM? The third thing is paying attention to both academic and personal development. Because at the workplace, we don't need only people with first-class honors. We need persons who can fit into the chemistry of the organization. And that's where you're dealing with productivity skills, work ethic, and stuff like that. Are these things that the tertiary institutions are doing? So I'm just highlighting some. The next thing is, are you inculcating in them this thing called cultural affinity? Their feeling of belongingness as being a citizen of Jamaica and to be productive and contribute to its development. So those are some of the things that are set out there. And so I'm asking questions around whether the tertiary institutions are in alignment to those. And I'm not picking on you because I've had similar discussions like Heart NTA, who have now started to realign their programs with what the report has put out.
May I respond to something, Prof, given that you have actually said that although NCU was not privy to that research, 2 years ago, we decided to actually start using the labor market studies to guide what we actually do. So one of the things that we did was to employ someone from Heart, who was a former director at Heart NTA, within the NCU system, to look at areas relating to skills. So that is actually ongoing as we speak at Northern Caribbean University. But what we have also done, as you actually spoke about the soft skill, that was actually one of the brainchild of Dr. Vivian Quarry, who, when we actually started up a honor society, we actually had a four-pronged approach to honors. No longer was honors solely academic, but we also had honors relating to service, honors relating to character, honors relating to leadership. So what we have been doing is actually inculcating our students, in addition to the fact that we are a Christian-based institution and some things have been taught in terms of ethics from long ago, but we began looking at those soft skills as a part of our training of our students that have been are here at Northern Caribbean University. So although we have not seen the report, and I presume by seeing the report, we can actually have other things to implement. Sir, we have actually been implementing a number of these soft skills for the last 2 years because of using the labor market survey and what was going on using research.
Just so that we're clear, what is the title? This has been asked in the chat as well. Winston Thompson saying, what's the title of the research and where can it be accessed, Professor Ying? Hello? All right. I do not, Professor Ying, I don't think you're hearing from us.
I need to turn on my mic. I'm sorry, Martin.
Okay, cool.
I'm saying it can be added from the Ministry of Labor because like the Labor Advisory Committee has looked at it. It's no problem. I've circulated it to the Ministry of Education Task Force that's looking at higher education policy. So Dr. Kamika Benjamin has a copy. So, okay. You know, I can drill down to be more specific who you can get it from.
What's the title of the report?
It's the COVID-19 Labor Market Task Force report.
Okay.
And a section of it that deals with education and training. Deals with several other things, productivity and stuff like that. But in fact, it's just a short, it's not even the 121 pages, it's a short PowerPoint presentation that just gives you the thing. But to me, Dr. Benjamin at the ministry has a copy, and I think that, and she chairs the Higher Education Policy Committee, which just started meeting this week, and so you can get the copy from her. And in terms of Heart, just to tell you that what information you got from Heart, they're going to reimagine and repurpose all of that, so you need to contact them again, because they have gone through our report and they're realigning themselves. So whatever you got from them before, you need to talk with them again.
Yeah. But probably may I make a suggestion that you could actually make a copy available to J-TEC and they could actually give all the participants here and other individuals, Prof? May I make that request?
Yeah, man, sure. But just need to tell me what if it's all right.
To J-TEC, sir, to J-TEC.
Is Montego Bay Community College there? Hello.
So we're talking about J-TEC, sir.
No. I specifically asked if Montego Bay Community College is there. Because I did send them a copy of it.
Sir, we have no knowledge of what is happening there, but we would definitely want to get a copy of this study and begin perusing it as quickly as is possible.
On this point, Dr. Damian Black in the chat is saying that J-TEC has established a data site to which all tertiary institutions have a username and password that has been shared, so that any institution, educational or not, that wishes to access the data site can contact J-TEC for credentials, and we continue to develop this area of our work while working with government and other entities to reduce duplication, so that this is one space, essentially, that people will be able to get data. So that is perhaps one of the areas, one of the places that we can, that suggestion from Mr. Bourne about using J-TEC as a sort of portal to share information could certainly work. I think we are at 12:30. We're going to go to the break. We're going to make the break a little shorter than we had intended to be, and we had intended it to be. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and return with segment 3, which is going to be looking at what are the approaches to improving student success. Then we're going to be looking at online teaching and learning, the sort of implications and benefits of that. And then we're going to be closing with a discussion on whether a college degree is worth it. Some of our presenters will include Professor Fitzroy Henry, Dr. Rowan Coburn, Professor Paul Golding, Dr. Christine Clark, as well as Ms. Tracy Ann Hyman. So again, we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll see you back here at 12:45. Good afternoon again, everybody. Hope you're still with us. So it's now time for section 3, the third set of discussions I'm going to have. And I'm going to ask my presenter in the meantime to start sharing his screen while I introduce him. He's Dr. Fitzroy Henry. He's a professor of public health nutrition in the College of Health Sciences and the School of Public Health and Health Technology, the University of Technology, Jamaica. Professor Henry served 17 Caribbean countries for 18 years as the director of the Caribbean Food and Nutrition Institute, a specialized center of PAHO in the World Health Organization. For 14 years, he was an editor-in-chief for the CFNI's journal and its newsletter, NIAM News. Since obtaining his doctorate from the University of London, he's worked as a researcher, as a lecturer, an author, and consultant on 5 continents. He has published more than 100 peer-reviewed articles as a first author on food and nutrition in illness, wellness, sports, management, food economics, food policy, chronic disease, obesity, and public health. And he serves on several national committees. Since joining the University of Technology, Jamaica in 2013, he developed a unique postgraduate program in public health nutrition to train a cadre of leaders to address the problems of food security, obesity, and non-communicable diseases in this hemisphere. This training program has attracted several scholarships for talented students from across the region. And he's doing 2 presentations for us this afternoon on 2 issues that are sometimes never really ever covered. So let's hear from Professor Henry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Tell me, can you see the screen?
No, we're not seeing your screen. We're not seeing your screen at the moment.
Oh, so sorry. 1 second. Can you see it now?
We are now, yes.
Let me get it into presentation mode. There we go. Okay, thank you, Archie. Good afternoon, colleagues. First, let me thank J-TEC for inviting me to participate in this inaugural research forum. As the chairman said, I will be having 2 presentations. I put them as part 1 and you will see part 2. And the topic has been shifted a bit to improving student success. Of course, that involves a whole wide range of topics and issues, but I'm going to try to focus on one as I move ahead. The title of this first part is, Should Tertiary Student Hunger Be a Priority in Jamaica and even elsewhere? But before I go into that, let me look at some of the challenges that are inherent in student success, and some of them have been discussed this morning, and others will be discussed in subsequent panels. I think we are aware that one of the major challenges when we talk about success is success for what? For which market? And the debate about whether we should have specialized courses for students on the first 4-year diploma and what weight we should give to them. I think we need to have both, but in this COVID and post-COVID era, what weight do we want to put to the specialized programs, the shorter ones, versus the 4-year diploma, and what the market demands? And allied to that is about what is practical type of skills that are needed versus the more theoretical. There are lots of debates about which ones. There are those who say that once you have the theoretical skills, you can easily move into the practical variations of them, and so on and so on. Another major challenge is success for whom? I saw data this morning where, I can't remember the percentage that was given, but we know that the tertiary education is often considered for elite students rather than more egalitarian, which will encourage more and more persons from across the different parishes and economic systems to gain a university education, or tertiary, or we should say post-secondary education. And with that, of course, there will come challenges in terms of the funding of it. Another challenge, of course, is when we talk about student success, well, how do we measure the success? You know, the social student attributes versus GPA, and what strengths and what weighting do we give to one versus the other as we make our graduates work ready for not only the national but also even the international markets. And also debate about the process for success. Where do we put the major investment? Is it going to be in the institutions, or are we going to shift to give more investment to students? And so on and so on. As you know, it's a whole long list of issues that relate to student success. But the one that is very often under the radar is looking at it, or the perspectives of the students themselves, and how do the students see success. And hunger is one of those. And I'm going to focus my two presentations on the nutritional aspects of students, and it's something that we don't often consider. It is mentioned here and there in the literature, but those at the top are mentioned more often. But when you talk with students, they have a different perspective. In fact, in October 2019, there was an article in the Jamaica Observer, and it referred to food insecurity in our tertiary institutions. And there was a quote saying that some students have to drop an icy mint in some warm water to get tea. Now, when I read that, I said this must surely be hyperbole, because things cannot be as bad as that. And that prompted me and others to start looking more quantitatively at the problem, because we knew the problem exists, but we didn't know the extent of the problem. But as we're looking at food insecurity, or if you like, hunger on campus, we also looked at several other issues that affect student success from the student's perspective. So we looked at student attributes, a whole range of issues: self-esteem, social anxiety, exam anxiety, making new friends, how that helps with work, internet use, whether they use it for academic work or for pleasure, to what extent they're using that. And all of these were related to their GPA. Okay, so we looked at all of these issues as risk factors for student success. We also looked at personal behaviors, the amount of sleep, whether they consume alcohol, how much, do they smoke ganja, how much, how often, do they gamble on campus or off campus, emotional relationships that they have, and then even personal approaches to learning, how they like their assessments, what do they do to improve their GPA scores, how do they respond to failure if they do, and as you know, many do, how they manage their time, and whether there is any disordered eating, stress, depression, harassment, sexual violence that Mr. Bourne mentioned earlier. And then we also looked at the teaching, and also whether students understand what the teachers or lecturers are teaching, and to what extent they understand that, and how do they see the requirements for the lecturers and the different types of assignments, whether it's classroom or off-campus assignments. And also looking at the administrative facilities in getting enrollment, registration, changing modules, and also the facilities that exist. So it's a whole range of issues, which of course I cannot cover in the time that I have today. But we have published this in a book, which I shared with J-TEC. I don't know if you can see the screen. It says University Student Life and Learning Challenges for Change. I assume you can see that. It is available, and it goes into in depth of several of these issues about student success from the student's perspective. But colleagues, this afternoon, with the time I have, I want to focus on the hunger aspect, because that really is, as we say, even more under the radar, but it does affect student success. And in the book, there is a section on learning on empty, and the implication there is that. So the first part of the presentation, colleagues, will look at the prevalence and the severity of student hunger. And this was done before COVID really had its main effect. So it was January, February 2020. And as you can imagine, everything I say here today is probably even worse now that COVID has come, and let's hope is on its way out. But it's certainly going to be worse. Now, which students are severely hungry? Are obese students hungry? Does severe hunger affect academic performance? And who should take responsibility or ownership, and who should do what? So let me go through these step by step. Let me indicate that the study was done among 3 tertiary institutions: UCC, University of Technology, and Shortwood Teachers College. As you know, there are more females enrolled than males, and it is reflected in the percentages that we got. But looking to the right, we see that 33% of the sample came from UCC, 33 came from University of Technology, and 34 came from Shortwood Teachers College. We attempted to get CMU and UWI, among others, but for several reasons, different reasons, they were not able to join. So I'm just going to be presenting on those who are able to join this study. So student food insecurity and coping strategies. So worrying about food running out. The first graph there, the first bar, shows 71% of students, and this is looking at the 3 institutions combined, okay? 71% worried about food running out, and the smaller one is they worry almost every day, 17%, and that was really striking. When we looked at those who cut or skipped meals, it was 69%, and those who cut or skipped meals for a whole day, 23%. Those who did not eat for a whole day, 33% versus what, 13%. And those who actually sought help to reverse their food insecurity, we saw 45%, and some of them do it every day instead of just focusing on their academic work. So food insecurity is not something to be dismissed. In fact, when you look at the international literature, even in Europe and North America, you see similar percentages in terms of food insecurity and hunger, even though we define it slightly differently, as I will show you here now. So we developed a hunger index where we use those 3 indicators, worrying about food running out, and if they never worry about it, they get they'll have a score of 0. 1 or 2 times during the month, it's 1, almost weekly 1, almost every day 2. Those who cut or skip meals, 0 if it never happens, 1 or 2 times per month, 2, 2, 3. And those who go without food all day, again, never, 2, 0, 3, 4, 4. So we developed this index.
Sorry,
and sorry, yes.
Stop you mid-stride, but we're not seeing the next pages of your presentation, of your slide presentation.
Where are you now?
We're still at the institutions and how many how the survey was developed in terms of the number of participants from UCC.
Oh, let me see. I'm not sure what's happening. Let me. I am back to that page with the distribution according to institution. Let me try to move forward. Are you seeing the next slide now?
No, still not seeing it.
No, still not seeing it.
Maybe you could come out a slideshow and go into the, and just actually just physically go down each one on the pane, left pane.
So if you click new share at the bottom.
Right.
New share.
And then try to share it again.
Not sure what is. I'm sorry about this. Not sure what happened there. I tried to move this thing because it was blocked.
If you go ahead and share now, click share.
New share. Okay. Let me see if this will help. Any difference? Resume share. No difference?
Yes, we're seeing it now. Go ahead.
So you're seeing food insecurity slide?
Yes, yes we are.
I do apologize for that. I must have. Anyway, this is the section that deals with food insecurity and coping strategies. And yes, it is changed now, yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, wonderful. Let me go to... And we can see this now, yes?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Right, wonderful. Thank you. I'm not sure. I tried to move this thing from the screen and maybe I pressed on something. Okay, so this slide here really just showed those who worried about food running out, those who cut or skip meals, those who did not eat for a whole day, and those who sought help to deal with their food insecurity. And I was saying that we tried to look at the prevalence of and severity of hunger, and we developed a hunger index. Can you see the slide now? Yes?
Yes, yes, bro.
Right. So worrying about food running out, 0. 1 time during the month, 1. Almost weekly, 1. Every day, 2. Cut or skip meals, and so on. So we developed an index. So no hunger is those who had a score of 0. Those who had mild hunger would have a score of 1, which would be this one and this one. Those moderate hunger would be this one, and that one. And those who had severe hunger, either 3 or 4, meaning that they almost every day, or they went without food all day. So we looked at the prevalence of hunger, and lo and behold, based on that index, we found that 29% of the students, and this again is putting the three institutions combined, 29% had no or mild hunger, 33% had moderate hunger, and 38% had severe hunger. So that article in the Jamaica Observer was...
Okay, all right. You took yours and you...
Going down by head office, I don't know if I'm going to reach that by them time,
all right.
All right, later down.
Take care.
Dr. Black, your mic is open.
Right. So we could spend a lot of time going through the different hungers, but because of the shortness of time, I really want to drill down on this 38%, those with severe hunger, according to the index that we developed. So which students are severely hungry? So we looked at it by age. And when we looked at those who were less than 22 to 28 years, and those who were over 28, we see that only 28% of those, only 28% had severe hunger in that age group. In other words, there was much more hunger in the younger age groups. When we looked at it by gender, we see that there were many more males that were hungry, severely hungry, than females. And it was just statistically significant, P less than 0.05. When we looked by enrollment in school, we see that those that had full-time enrollment, 44% versus 27% part-time enrollment. So much more hunger among the full-time students, perhaps because the part-time ones were working. And that was statistically significant, P less than 0.001. When we looked at it by employment, looking at full-time, part-time, and those with no job, we saw that there is, well, it's just statistically significant, meaning that full-time had less hungry students. When we looked at it by the place of residence, those who live off campus, on campus, we see a significant trend as we move from off campus, on campus, other family, home, and friend. Severe hunger, I'm going to try to move this thing again. Okay. By the source of financing, we see there is a lot of hunger among those that have friends, but let me indicate that this is a small, the sample size there was very small in terms of those who had friends supporting them. But student loan clearly was statistically significant. In other words, those who had student loans had much more severe hunger than those that were supported by family or self-financing, P less than 0.001. And when we looked at the amount spent on food daily, so those that spent less than 500 Jamaican dollars, this is beginning of last year, huh? Not now, with the dollar going where it is. But lo and behold, this was not statistically significant, even though there was a trend towards those that spent more on food with less hunger. It was not statistically significant, but there was a sort of trend there. And then we looked at non-tuition expenses, which included rent, transportation, included food again, medical bills, and all of that. And we found that those that had high non-tuition expenses had more hunger. And it was statistically significant among those that had medium non-tuition and those that had low. But you notice the hunger is very high in all groups. So the question is, what about those who were obese? And we noticed that even those with mild hunger had 28% obesity, moderate hunger 38, and severe hunger 34. So there we have hunger coexisting with students who were obese. This is persons with BMI over 30. And P was not statistically, it was not statistically significant, even though there were differences here. Does hunger affect academic work? And here we come to the crux of the matter. We see that 63% who had severe hunger said that it still did not affect their academic work, which is mind-boggling. I think these are really resilient students. But there was 37% of students who said, who had severe hunger, that said, yes, it affects my academic work. And when we ask how severe hunger affects your academic work, they said missed classes 22.5%, physical issues like stomach and headaches, and then mental issues of lack of concentration and stress situations. 45% of those who had severe hunger said it affected them in that way. And when we looked at their GPA level, those that had GPA under 2.5, 2.5 to 3.2, and over 3.2, we see that those that are in the high GPA levels had much less severe hunger. And that was statistically significant, the difference between them. So we concluded that there is hunger for knowledge, and of course there is also hunger for food. And the question that I asked at the first slide is, should tertiary student hunger be a priority in Jamaica? And I hope you agree that my conclusion is that yes, it should be a priority. It's under the radar, but we see the statistics, at least in these three institutions, how severe and important this is. So the next question is, how do we target the high-risk students? We found, as you noticed just now, the ones that are young, the ones that are on student loan, the ones that living off campus, particularly those that are renting, not those that living in their homes, family homes, but off campus renting, those that are employed part-time or have no job, and those that are depressed. So my recommendations from the first part of this investigation is that we need the entities to take ownership for this student hunger in tertiary institutions. I focus on tertiary. I suspect that in high schools and other places we might have hunger as well, because it's probably reflective of what is happening in our society. But at least in tertiary institutions, I think administrators need to take ownership some level, because we tout that we are here to graduate students, but we need to recognize it as a serious challenge, and it undermines our mandate of graduating high quality students. We have to look at hunger, because we now see how it is hampering their GPAs and other attributes. We need to develop a structure to identify students in need. Maybe we can discuss how this can be done. Do you do a questionnaire at the beginning when they enter? We can have a discussion about that. And those who believe that if you're in student loan, everything is gone clear, it's not so at all, because as you know, the student loan doesn't cover those non-tuition expenses. How do we determine and identify those who are depressed and have anxiety? And we need to build a program to seek sponsors, or even a student-run store. Give them ownership, take out the stigma out of it, so that they run their own store on campus. I'm sure administrators can arrange that, and we can get Grace Kennedy and Separad and Lasco and all of these people to donate foods at lower rates or buy them at lower rates, so that if we want to keep the food insecure students focusing on what they came there to focus on. There needs to be ownership by the students themselves. They have to increase knowledge about the kinds of foods that they eat and the nutrient content, and not just waste their money on things that are not helping them. They also need to determine what to buy and what to eat on a low budget. This is not done in the research itself, but just in personal communication. There's very little knowledge about nutritious foods and how it helps cognitive development. And then carefully plan how to spend the non-tuition expenses. Those are as high as, sometimes even higher than, the tuition fees that are not covered by any loan agreements. And then, of course, we have our counselors who, I dare say, can develop a human network, whether it is the unions, the student unions, and the student leaders in classes, and the lecturers, to identify high-risk students that you see in the slide further up, the ones on student loan, the ones depressed. We have to find a way of identifying and targeting them so that, of course, in a non-stigmatized way, so that we can meet our mandate. And of course, provide mental health service to the hungry students, because you notice the research showed how most of them are affected mentally by those that are severely hungry. So I will move quickly on, Archie, to part 2, which is related to this as well, and then we can probably have some comments and questions or suggestions as we move along. The next part deals with weight change in tertiary institutions and implications for student success. Now, this might seem a bit strange about weight change, but we do have a dilemma. We have an apparent paradox, because I just showed you that 38% of students are obese and they are hungry. And we know the adult overweight obesity in Jamaica has been increasing. From 2000, adult obesity was 45%. In 2008, it was 53. 2016, it was 60 and rising. So how do we juxtapose this increasing obesity in adults with this hunger that we identify in tertiary institutions? So what I want to discuss is how much weight change occurs in student life, what factors are related to weight change, is the GPA affected by changes in weight, what causes weight gain, what causes weight loss, and what can we do about it? I have a feeling that you all have answers to these questions. I guess these are non-empirical answers, but this was intriguing in terms of what we wanted to look at in terms of weight change. So how much weight change occurs? And again, this is the 3 institutions combined. And we see that 34% of those students that they have gained weight since they started university. 37% lost weight, and 29% had no change in weight. So we look at weight change by institution, and we see UCC, 28% gained, 24% lost. At J-TEC, 37% gained, 46% lost. Shortwood Teachers College, 37% gain and 41% lost. I don't think we really recognize how much change in weight occurs for our students. These are, as I said, these are things that go under the radar, but I dare say that they're very important to students and how they perform and progress. What factors are related to weight change? And I'll go through some of the similar risk factors. These are just showing you the age, first of all, the minimum and maximum ages at UCC, at J-TEC, and at Shortwood Teachers College. So UCC has an average of about 29% on average is the age. In J-TEC, it's 22%, 22 years of age, and Shortwood Teachers College, it's about 25 years of age on average. But when we look at those who gained and those who lost, we see that for those who were under 22 years of age, 44% lost weight and 31% gained weight. And when we look at the other end of it, those who were older, we see that 39.7% gained weight and 22 lost. So there was much more weight loss among the young age group compared with the older age group. And that was statistically significant. When we look by gender, males lost more weight than females. And that was slightly statistically significant. Well, not slightly, it was statistically significant, P less than 0.05. When we look at it by enrollment, those who had full-time enrollment, those who gained weight, those who lost weight, part-time, very significant difference by full-time and part-time. By employment, those who had full-time employment, 35% gained, 25% lost. Part-time, much more lost. And of course, no job, much more lost than gained. Statistically significant as well. Are the food options in the institutions or around the institutions affordable? 45% said yes at UCC. Only 31% at J-TEC says that the food options are affordable. And at Shortwood Teachers College, 51%. Must point out that Shortwood Teachers College, you know, they have a very robust program of subsidizing meals and so on. And at UCC, most of their students are evening students and working students. At J-TEC, you have a mixed bag. And we're going to come to that, I guess, in the discussion. But those who said that they have food, that's food options affordable, we see that even among those, 36% gained weight, 29% lost weight, and there was no change in 35. And that was significant. Those who had disordered eating, yes, 37% gained weight, and 41% said yes, they had some faults. You know, there is bulimia, there is anorexia, there are all kinds of disordered eating that occurs either because of study or a result of studies, and so on. But this is their response to that question. And that is an issue that we do not even think about or consider. Whether the stress is causing that or that causing the stress, we are not sure from this analysis. How often do they eat in terms of changes in weight? Those who had meals 3 times a day versus, and you see that those gained weight, as you'll expect, they were eating 3 times a day, 40, but even those who were eating 3 times a day, there was 18.9% that actually lost weight. And this is why I'm talking about the types of food that they eat and so on. Once per day, 54 lost versus 28 that gained weight. And that was statistically significant as well. And we looked at the mean BMI of students. Those who gained weight had a higher BMI than those who lost, not statistically significant. And when we look at those who are obese, overweight, and underweight, we see the percentage that had changes in weight. And those who lost weight. So the underweight and normal lost a lot. Those who were overweight actually gained, and those who were obese gained. And those with no change, you see there in the third column. And this was, again, significant. And there are other causes of weight change. Change the type of food that they consumed. When they changed the type of food, 39% gained, 43% lost. Eating change due to anxiety and depression, whether it's social anxiety or test or exam anxiety, we see that 44% lost. And those involved in planned physical activity, we see that 42% lost and 31% gain. And we see the significance levels for these categories. What about academic performance? Those that had no change had a mean GPA of 3.06. Those that gained weight had a GPA of 3.05. Those that lost weight had a GPA of 2.99. But it was not statistically significant. Unlike hunger, where we saw that its severe hunger affected GPA, the change in weight seemed not to affect GPA. But you can clearly see that those who lost weight were had numerically a smaller mean GPA. Yes, and this is looking at those who gained and lost according to looking at the GPA categories, and look those who gained and lost, and again, there was no significant changes. And then we saw so many significant relationships. We wanted to know which one of these relationships or which ones were independent of each other. As we said, those who were working probably were of the older age group, and those were part-time and so on. So we did a logistic regression, and we looked at the likelihood ratio test in terms of what causes, and in statistics and in epidemiology, we use the word causes very advisedly, but you know what I mean. It's just looking at it independent of others. So weight gain versus no change, and the factors that were independent of other factors, older students continued to show that yes, weight gain, female students, full-time students, eating disorder, and type of food consumed. Whereas those who lost weight, depression and anxiety, 1 meal versus 3 meals per day, the type of food consumed. So the recommendations, Mr. Chairman, as I finish, we need to recognize that weight change may affect health and performance. We notice in this case it was not statistically significant, but I use the word may affect performance. We need to screen new students and monitor nutritional status for intervention, something I don't think we do routinely, but I hope this kind of research will embolden us to recognize how important this is to student success. We need to target high-risk groups, those that gain or lost for different types of intervention, and we need to have the counseling services to support it when we identify those groups. We need to teach students to select healthy meals on a budget, whether they buy it or cook it. We need to get that, to my mind, as a part of the program. And like I said earlier, install a student pantry program to increase choices at low cost. So I want to acknowledge the key persons who helped with this. First of all, an entity is the Research Development Fund at the University of Technology, financially supported this three tertiary education research. Many thank yous to the 979 students in the three tertiary institutions. And we have representatives. These are the lead persons from Shortwood Teachers College, Kevin Powell, who is on the platform today. I understand that he has now left UCC and has gone on to higher things. Dr. Kimberly Ashby Mitchell from UWI, Tracy Ann Smith from J-TEC, and my colleagues from U-TEC. So, Mr. Gordon, Archie, I close there, and I await the discussion.
Thank you so much, Doc. Dr. Henry. Again, people can use the raise hand feature to indicate whether you have a comment or a question that you want to question that you want to ask or comment that you want to share. And of course, you can also type your question in the chat. I'm not seeing any questions at this point in the chat, but I do know that there are a couple of different things I want to raise. There's one thing in particular I want to ask about. I know that this is something that's mandated mandated to an extent at other sections of the educational sector, but the role of something like physical activity, particularly when you're talking about weight gain, is that something that could be done? How do you see that working?
Well, others from other institutions can speak, but it is optional at U-TEC. In fact, you know, we have a swimming pool. As you know, U-TEC is the home of world-class athletes. So we do have a number of sporting coaches and facilities at U-TEC. But in terms for all student participation, it is open to all students to join the swimming group or join the athletic group. anxiety because of all kinds of other issues. It could be non-tuition, it could be not being able to pay their school fees or whatever it is. The point, in answer to your question, I think that we need to be more active in identifying these students, because I don't think we have as many suicides that we see in other jurisdictions and in other places. I don't know those rates, but I think that people are depressed and they perhaps, leave the institutions. But we can do something to buck that trend, I feel. I think we are not doing enough, and I think part of it is lack of recognition of what the Observer article said, that there is quite a lot of food insecurity on our campuses. So I think that the counselors, through the different networks that we can identify, we have student bodies who look after the needs of students. We have representative. Our lecturers can identify this. Now that we are more online and blended version, it might not be as easy as when you're in the classroom to identify troubled students. But there's a lot more we can do, and perhaps it's going on elsewhere, and people can share what they have experienced.
Here's one comment. There's one comment here where someone, D. Hunter in the chat, is saying there's a requirement at NCU that all undergraduate students do physical education. There's a question here that the idea of partnerships with distributors, etc., is a good idea. In your research, did you come across any model in any other country successfully used, maybe a partnership between surrounding food establishments, government, and the educational institutions?
Oh yes, in the literature, in North America, student pantries are common. I don't know how many of us studied in or worked in universities abroad, but this is one of the common things, and you do get partnerships with the private sector to we have at least at J-TEC, we have Grace Kennedy, I can call their name, Grace Kennedy, and I think another that does a program where they provide some treats for persons who are disadvantaged. But I would like to see something more structured. I would like to see something where they can give perhaps a subsidized set of products so that students using their ID can go in, and it should be run by students as we see in other jurisdictions. This takes away the whole stigma about it, because you know what happens, Archie, when you go into that pantry or that little shop for students, they're going to say, oh, it's poor student shop and all of that. But if it is run by the students, I think it to take away the stigma. It's a part of what happens with PATH and people, stigmatizing some PATH participants. We don't want that to happen, but I think if we think about it, it can be structured. So long answer to the short question, yes, it is in place in elsewhere. And I think if we approach the private sector, despite COVID, if we approach the private sector, in our different institutions, I think we might be able to get subsidized products that can be sold at reasonable rates. And we can reduce the depression and even the dropout rates that we see among students who are hungry. I was really appalled to see the high numbers of what we call severely hungry. And when you talk with students, they will tell you they didn't eat for the whole day. Sometimes some of them for a day and a half, they haven't had anything at all to eat. But they just persevere with their studies. And as you know, cognitive development and hunger are not friends. And I was also pleased to see that 60-something percent, 62%, I think, who were severely hungry, still said it didn't affect their academic work. It shows the resilience that our students have. The definitions that they have in North America for food insecurity are much, much milder than what I put here. And it just shows that we are made of hard metal, I think, and we just persevere. And when we look at students' perspectives on these, then is when we begin to appreciate. But I'm really serious about the ownership of this hunger issue. If we want to be egalitarian, if we want to have students from all corners of Jamaica and all sectors of society coming to get tertiary training, then we have to recognize that some support will be needed. If not, it's going to be remaining an elitist institution, which of course we all recognize is not the goal.
Yeah, that's a huge number, 38%. That's almost 4 in 10 students saying that they face severe hunger. That's a huge percentage of students.
Absolutely.
There's a comment from Nigel Peart in the chat. He's saying, you have to give us some examples of food and even dishes to prepare that are nutritious and cost effective. This might be one of the reasons for some students at the institutions not being able to determine nutritious meals and combinations as well.
Archibald, beg your pardon, Archibald, before Professor
yes, Dr. Black.
Yes, before Professor Henry, we have that technical issue. The live streaming crew, the technicians, were actually kicked out of the meeting. So the host was switched to Annette Robotham. I know that she's on. We want to ask her if she can just transfer the host to myself, to Damian Black or Tracy Ann Smith. Yeah? Sorry about that. Because we need to resume to get the control of the meeting. Annette Robotham, if she's hearing, can us indicate.
Robotham, are you hearing?
We don't want to have to restart the meeting. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, can I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes. In answer to the question, I'm not going to go into a nutrition lecture here, but just to say that we have some dietary guidelines for Jamaica that were developed for all sectors of society. And it talks about using a variety of foods in the 6 food groups, and not only using a variety of foods, which is one way to go, but it tells you the proportions that we should be using in the different food groups. So for example, we should be using much more plant-based foods, fruits and vegetables, legumes, and cut down on certainly the sugars, and also the fats, particularly the ultra-processed foods, like those in tins and cans, like the corned beef. And I know these might be the cheapest, but this is where the training has to come in. And that's why I put it as a recommendation, so that students will understand what are the things that help them in terms of not only cognitive development, but also in helping them to maintain a weight, if it's an appropriate weight, over time. So yes, plant-based foods, to make a short answer, but definitely more fruits, vegetables, legumes. I know you're gonna say that those things are costly, but definitely cut down on the sugars and the fats, particularly the saturated fats and the ultra-processed foods. Those are not very helpful to cognitive development. And those are the kinds of things that we hope the industry might be able to provide in the pantry and sold at low cost. But lots of discussion can go into the kinds of foods that we would like in the pantry, so that we can choose low-cost foods that will help with their cognitive development. But there are dietary guidelines out there that that are excellent for us to follow. And if we're looking at, I said health and performance in this slide, the first one, recognize weight change may affect health and performance. And I'll just put a plug, because I just did a book on the best Caribbean foods to prevent chronic disease, which we know our adults are dying from. 4 out of 5 our deaths in Jamaica, I should say, not 4 out of 5, but 78% to be precise, of our deaths in Jamaica are from chronic disease, the diabetes, the hypertensions, the cancers, heart attacks, and so on. And the book that I just put out this year looks at the best Caribbean foods to combat chronic disease. And you can contact J-TEC if you want to get more information about that. But in answer to the question, that will give you a very clear guide as to the kinds of foods that we will need, not only to prevent chronic disease, but I say to help students in terms of their academic performance.
All right, thank you. There's certainly a lot more discussion we could have on this topic, because even when you talk about corned beef right there, the funny thing is that corned beef is more expensive than a lot of the food that is actually healthier.
Well, I'm glad, because it's not the best thing to have. That's certainly ultra processed, just like sausages and so on. And we certainly can have cheaper foods that are. And it's a question of, information, training, knowledge, and have students, utilize that kind of knowledge for them. But my final point.
In progress.
Oh, we're recording again. Good. My final point,
Recording
Archie.
stopped.
It stopped again. I think at the administrative level, I think this is something that is not well recognized.
Recording in progress.
And it has to be recognized, and then we do the other actions that can certainly help students in terms of their success. Over.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Henry. We will leave that there and move on to our next session. A lot of food for thought.
Indeed, indeed.
Now we're going to be talking about online teaching and learning, some of the implications and the benefits. In this segment, I'm going to ask our next presenter to start sharing his screen. In the meantime, is Mr. Rowan Coburn, as well as Professor Paul Golding. And then, as usual, we'll follow with some questions and answers. While Mr. Coburn shares his screen, I am going to introduce him in the meantime. He's the head of department of the mathematics department at Shortwood Teachers College. He's been among the advocates for a standardized approach to teaching of mathematics in an effort to ratchet up student performance in the subject area. Now, those of us who remember the headline from the last set of C-SEC results know that this continues to be a problem area throughout the Caribbean, and we have been struggling to find a formula that works. In the latest C-SEC results, for instance, this trend continued. The pass rate of Jamaican students in mathematics at the C-SEC level plunged by 23 percentage points. In the June to July exam administered by the Caribbean Examinations Council, CXC, only 38.2% of the students earned grades 1 to 3. Go ahead, Mr. Coburn.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure of mine. So, are you seeing my screen?
We are.
Yes, all right. Pleasure of mine is to present in this forum. I am really honored, and it is of utmost importance that I indicate that I will not be doing anything on online learning issues. This research is, as seen on the screen, is an understanding of the culture and dynamics of the mathematics practicing teacher from the perspective of the cooperating teacher. This research was done before the COVID pandemic, and it's also a qualitative research. All right. Before I start, though, I just want to introduce, do some background discussion or talk, and I want to just introduce my department. I think based on the nature of what I'm seeing happening in this forum, I think it's going to be important that I indicate that. So the Maths Department of Shortwood Teachers College, I'm the head of department. We are 5 members, and each of the members are assigned a particular key roles in the department to drive some strategic actions. So we have, like, for the practicum, we do practicum, which is main actions. We do our practicum here, yes. We do our practicum here, and based on our action in terms of practicum, we have Mrs. McIntosh then, who is in charge of it. Then we have like student development, Miss Carrie Bethune, internal research, Miss Shannon Samuels, and the external research, Mr. Corey Williamson. And from our strategic thinking in the department, we came up with the idea to drive our agenda here. And out of the external research with Mr. Corey Williamson, we developed a key target, which is to have 2 research done each year externally that should inform our practice. And we have met that target, and it is good. And 1 research was done at the J-TEC conference about early childhood, and this now the second one, a qualitative one. It's important that I present this background because in the context of tertiary education, we recognize doing as much research as we need to do to inform our practice. And it is deliberate that from we're going to go to make sure that we inform our action by research and by data. So that is why I feel like I should put in that plug. All right, so our issue now in leading us to this research was the whole tension that is created between the practicing teacher or the pre-service teacher and the cooperating or the teacher that is actually out there, the homeroom teacher. There's always appear to be some tension, and our students normally complain. So because of that, we decided to do the research. And as you recognize, as the slide is moving on, you can see we have this dynamics where this tension, this perception in terms of the cultural or practicing the cooperating teacher use the practicing teacher. And as they come out and practicum, you can see that it's quite evident that there's an issue there that needs to be addressed. And this research really gives light to that. And from this research, as you will see the slides, so I'm not reading the slide, I'm just talking that you can see the background. We in the department decided that we want to inform minimum performance standard for our teachers. We have this performance standard that we developed, but now we want to inform it with data, a very data center, not just by our opinion, but by data. So that's why, that is one main reason why we developed this research, to see how we can inform it, to equip our students to go there ready to teach. So as you see, I'm not going to be long going through all the slides, but I just want you to see the purpose, as we say, is to just examine these prevailing cultural issues associated with the existing teaching practice exercise for teachers in training from the perspective of the cooperating teacher. So we want to get all of those ideas out from our cooperating teacher so we can inform the system and inform it in terms of data center, which is so important at this time. The data center driven decision making is important. So we use 2 questions to try and drive our research. How do cooperating teachers perceive the operation of the mathematics practicing teacher? And are there any significant operational differences between cooperating teacher and the practicing teacher? And from that, we examine the significance of the study here. We want to build a good school culture. What is important with what we do, and I think J-TEC would attest to that when in the school culture, the practicing teacher needs to go in and inform the school culture. They need to, on the positive side of the school culture. So we want them to go in and be involved in the school culture in a positive way and inform the system and make sure that in doing all of that, the system becomes better in their informing. So we have to do our work on that side to let them inform, prepare them. The next thing that we are thinking about enhancing the teaching profiles. That's our significance. We want our teachers to be so prepared that we can say, here goes what as a teacher from Chartered Teachers College are from this college, so that and we know the character, we know what they will do, we know the presentation that they will do, we know the kind of work ethics that they will have. And that's what we want to do, and we want to attest to that. We want to see in a quantitative way and a qualitative way we can attest to that. And the next thing that we're looking at in terms of significance is moving past the concept of the routine training. We want to see how we can move from just having that curriculum, that formal curriculum that we teach each day, each term, and each semester, and we want to inform it in such a way that we can add value, the effective to it, add value, add specific things that will inform the teaching and learning of mathematics out there. So that's our agenda that we're doing, and that's the significance. All right. So the methodology, as I said, it is just one research, and what we did was to go out and did some interview with the persons in the department, in the math department for schools. All right. So we use about 6 high schools, and we had about 12 cooperating teachers that we interviewed, and from there we got some data, and from there we actually did some findings. So I'm not going to be long. So what we did though was to put the findings in 2 categories, as you see. Very important now. The themes that we use the first theme, and as you see, and some of the results that we see there from the questions that were asked. What are your expectations of the practicing teacher assigned to your class or your department? And the teachers, the cooperating teachers, said they should be prepared for class. They must be active participant in the school culture. These are key things that they want. They need to cover the curriculum as much as the cooperating teacher, and use a variety of strategies to teach, for teaching and learning. So they are supposed to come equipped, just ready as a teacher. Are the practicing teachers meeting your expectation as a mathematics classroom teacher? And most teachers, most predominant response, the teachers always try new strategies, and that is good for us. We know that is what we intended for them to do. Teachers, however, we are seeing here, the teachers are very weak in content. They're just weak in content. Teachers are often fail to complete teaching the topics assigned to them. Again, those things you see coming out, again, they failing to teach a topic would basically be based on maybe the way of teaching towards maybe assessment, and we do not encourage our students to teach towards assessment. The teachers take very little time or take no part in extracurricular activities, and that we recognize that teachers, the practicing teacher, will go into the system and they just do their work and then they leave and return back to college or leave and that. So we want them to be a part of it. In other words, and holistic development should be happening there. Teachers are not enthusiastic about the teaching profession. Well, as a system, most persons want to think about money. When we ask, we just interview our students and ask them short-term, mid-term, long-term goals. And 90% of our students will say that after they finish doing their bond with the government, they will maybe buy a good overseas and teach. Those are some things that they're seeing themselves teaching somewhere, starting some business, not to stay long in teaching. And do you think that the colleges are doing a good job? So we're asking the cooperating teacher, do you think the colleges are doing a good job at producing the generation of mathematics teacher? And they say that the quality of teachers have reduced. That's what they're saying. Teachers are very weak in content. We see that coming up again. Teachers tend to see the profession only as an escape from poverty, and teachers are not that, okay? And then we look on the expectation and the experience, and you see that they are saying, the cooperating teachers are saying that the expectation is for, would it be different from you? And they are saying, no, we are seeing that we have the same expectation of ourselves and the practicing teacher. The two teachers, so the experienced teacher is still expecting the young inexperienced teacher to come prepared as much. All right, and the expectation again, they all, and they're saying they're holding themselves to the same standard as they hold the practicing teacher. And the experience of the practicing teacher doing practicum exercise different from yours? And they said there are significant difference. Practicing teachers are less professional now in their approach to teaching and social experiences, and the experience remain the same in most areas of teaching. And as you know, again, cultural, how people do things, or generation gap, all of those kind of issues will come in the dynamics. All right. So in concluding, as we say, it's not going to be long. We recognize here that there are four things that we deduce there and develop from our research, that much more is generally expected for a practicing teacher based on the perspective of the corporate teacher. In other words, our practicing teacher must come prepared. Our practicing teacher must have the skills to inform the system. We're seeing this even now in terms of the pandemic and online teaching. Our practicing teacher needs to go there and show the corporate teacher, the teachers there, that they know the technology. They are ready to try all the tools there to make teaching interesting. And they are doing that, right? We can see that when we go into the class, they do that. They try to do that. Again, their content can be weak, as they say. So we can't attest to that. The second thing that they're saying, the teacher trainees have formal knowledge, but needs to be more involved in school activities. And then we are addressing those kind of things. We know that that's a reality, because even as adults, those who are parents know that generation gap, again, how young persons or young people think about things will determine how they react to it. So there are some persons who will just do and go, and some will spend some time. So we're seeing that kind of thing there. So we know that those are statements that is common to how we think. And the corporate teacher are mainly concerned with the practicing teacher completing topics as they assign to teach, as that they are assigned to teach. And this is the issue now. This is one of the major issues we have, because in the schools we have this agenda, assessment agenda, which is something that we need to talk about and discuss. The school is driven, the teaching is driven by an agenda for assessment. And because of that, our students are not able to try and develop the conceptual understanding, or they're the conceptual understanding of key concepts. Is more a procedural understanding they want. So the teacher, the corporate teacher will say, okay, this is how we do it. Maybe there's a formula, there's a way they teach and then give practice. We are saying to our students, make real life connection. Make the connection so that the students will understand how the maths connects to the real world, and then they can actually apply that to the whole procedural concept. So all the procedure they're going to build out of their experiences from the conceptual understanding of what is happening with the student. And that is one of the central issues we have in that the assessment model. Every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks, there's an assessment task. So the corporate teacher will say, I will take over the class, I will administer the test. So we are seeing that there are tension. I'm going to teach today because I have to finish this to do an assessment and that. And while the assessment is good, we recognize that it is actually hindering the conceptual understanding of the mathematics. And that is one of the major things.
You should be able to. Oh, well.
No, okay. I think it's coming up now.
Yes.
It is?
Yes. Try to share.
You're saying I'm sharing now? I'm not seeing. Okay, let's just try. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Oh, we aren't seeing your presentation, sir.
You're not seeing it?
No, we aren't.
Oh. Let me try again. I want you to see what you're seeing. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, that's online teaching at tertiary institutions in Jamaica.
Very good. So, colleagues, good afternoon. And this is the title of my presentation for the J-TEC Inaugural Research Forum. And this is what my presentation will cover: introduction, literature, methods and materials, results and discussions, and then conclusion. I'll try and make this not too academic, but at the same time, to do it in such a way that we'll all be able to understand. All right, so the introduction. COVID-19, March 2020, and there was a scramble to offer online teaching during that time. We had to change our system based mainly on classroom teaching to an online system in a few days. A lot of issues arose: how to deal with students without financial resources to access the required technology and the internet, how not to leave anyone behind, how to support teachers with no training or experience with online education, how to evaluate students. And something that is very dear to me is how to maintain the quality and excellence in the delivery of education in this new paradigm. And there are some issues that I will raise about this. The other issue that I wanted to raise was how to deal with students with disabilities, because we tended to leave them behind. They weren't at the forefront in what most universities were doing. They were just struggling internationally to be able to continue. The literature that I looked at for this had to do with education in emergencies. And this is a set of project activities that allow structured learning to continue in situations of emergency, crisis, or long-term instability. This body of literature, though, have concentrated mostly on conflict and natural disasters. There was nothing like this before, of course, in over 100 years for education in emergencies to look at a pandemic and how to deal with it. So especially for this, it was something new for the education in emergencies literature. The themes as it relates to education in emergencies has to do with facilitating access, looking at educational content and pedagogy, and the importance of quality that has come up again, supporting education actors, and examine how to use technology in education, and the protection of psychosocial well-being, which is also very important in education in emergencies. So that was essentially what the literature looked at. The survey instrument was adopted from two previously used instruments, one by Kaplan in 2021 and the other by CITES, Learning Report 2020. The instrument was pre-tested for consistency, clarity, and relevance. And the questions consisted of, the questionnaire, consisted of 27 questions, 26 of which were open-ended, close-ended, Likert type, and binary type questions. All questions were compulsory. The survey was done between the 14th of July and the 6th of August, 2021, and we had 641 respondents, and they came from across the board. We had students from most tertiary institutions involved in this survey. So these are some of the questions that we asked the students and the responses that we got. We asked students to compare how much they learned this year versus pre-COVID years. The plurality of the students, 30% indicated that they have learned less this year, while almost equal numbers said that they learned the same or learned more over that period. So you see here, 25% said they learned more, 30% said they learned less, and 25% said they learned just about the same. This survey was compared to a similar survey that was done in the United States just maybe a month or two before ours, and this is what it looks like. 8% of the persons from the United States said they learned more, 52% said that they learned less, 27% the same, and 13% was not enrolled. These comparisons I'm not making a lot of about them, just to say that they might be indicative. We also spoke about effectiveness of lecturers. So students were asked how effective your lecturers were in delivering online classes during the past year. Students gave an average of about 40% said creditable, 38% said they were effective, and 13% were extremely effective. If we combine extremely effective with effective, we're talking about maybe about 51%. More than half of the respondents thought that the lecturers were at least effective, which this is a positive sign for what seemingly took place during COVID. By the way, before I go on to the next slide, I must add that what I'm reporting here is just only part of the survey. So not all 27 questions were involved in this part of the survey, and then there were some bigger surveys that we did during COVID. So this was, during the lockdown. This was during COVID, but there was another survey that was done during lockdown. If I just go back to the previous slide, there was no similar question with the United States survey and this one. So there is no comparison to be made. So let me go on to the next question. The survey examined both academic and administrative related issues that students encountered during the period. Academic related issues included reminders about missing classes or activities, appointments with academic advisors to assist with the transition, and so on. Administrative related issues included reminder about the financial obligations to the university. And what we're seeing here is 21% saying yes to both, 7% said academic only, 19% said business only, 10% was not applicable, and then a huge percentage, almost 4 out of 10, said they had no knowledge, meaning that there was no contact between them and the university, either academic or administrative kind of a support. If you compare this to what also took place in the United States, you'll see that it's a similar kind of thing, in which universities or higher education institutions might have been more concerned with trying to deliver classes rather than doing the other support services that would have been required of them during this time. And the support services were really very much required, especially when we look at other research that we have done. The next question that we looked at was what mode of delivery is an important consideration when designing learning activities. And with emergency online education being the dominant mode of delivery over the last 18 months, we asked the important question regarding the future of the mode of delivery. Now, this is interesting. An overwhelming 85% of the students expect that online classes will be part of their future. 37% said they would prefer online only, and 48% said mixed method, and only 10% said they would prefer to go back to face-to-face classes. This is very important for the future of education and how it's going to be delivered, because this finding suggests that tertiary institutions will need to make the necessary changes to permanently incorporate digital delivery in teaching. And it must include a robust ICT system in each of these organizations. So while it might be best for students in the K-12 or K-10 level to go back to face-to-face classes. And even in that situation, you are likely to find that students will still have some kind of a mixed method. The data, and this is not just what we found in Jamaica, but in other jurisdictions, in which COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the way how education will be delivered from here on. There will be the before COVID and there will be after COVID. And I think that's what is happening now. In 2018, I did a survey about ICT uses in high school, and teachers didn't want students to carry cell phone or tablets and all that to school. That was 2018. Now we're talking about 2021, and these devices are critical. If you don't have these devices, you cannot participate. So the change has been significant and dramatic. Now, this maybe is the most challenging issue that I dealt with. We looked at online cheating, and we asked students, because we didn't want them to feel uncomfortable and asked them if they were cheating. We asked them what was the prevalence of cheating in online subjects that they were taking. So we didn't ask, well, are you cheating? And let's look at Jamaica first. 80% said extremely common, 14% said somewhat common, 9% somewhat uncommon, 10% extremely uncommon, and then a huge 59% saying, okay, I'm not sure. While in the United States, there seemed to have been a little bit more candor. 21% said it was extremely common. 26% said it was somewhat common. So you're talking about, in terms of how common this is, in the United States, you're talking about 47% saying that. 10% said somewhat uncommon, 6% said extremely uncommon, and 35% were not sure. We asked a second question relating to online cheating, and we asked about the level of cheating pre-COVID versus online. Again, not having the students say anything bad about themselves. 17% in Jamaica said it was more common, 12% said less, 11% said about the same, and a huge 60% said they were not sure. United States, there were 38% who said it was more common, 10% less common, 13% said it was about the same, and 38% were not sure. Now, I want to be clear that cheating didn't start with COVID. Cheating was there before. In previous research, cheating percentage range from between 6% to 80-odd%. I think most higher education institutions would want to think that no cheating takes place in their institution, or very little cheating takes place in their institution. But the truth is that it does. And it does even more so now since COVID. I've had discussions with students in my class, and they're saying that, sir, what we want to do is to pass the course. We really don't want to fail it. And if we have to collaborate in order to pass, well, so be it. Now, what we have also seen, and this is not just in Jamaica, but elsewhere in the world, is that the areas that are primarily affected are medicine, business, engineering. Those are the main areas. But it doesn't mean that it is not prevalent elsewhere. I mean, in other in other disciplines. I've spoken to a person in medicine in Jamaica, and they said, well, I mean, it's shameful, but it is happening. I want to speak, though, a little bit about academic integrity, because it is essential for how we continue to behave and what we can therefore trust in the future. Coming out, students graduating, we ought to be able to say that the student was graduated and is purported to have a certain skill, does in fact have that skill. So let's look at first a definition of academic integrity. And this definition is not just for students, it's for lecturers and students and everybody. It's the commitment from students, faculty and staff to demonstrate moral behavior in their academic lives. So it's not just a student thing. In the absence of honest moral environment, educational activities such as research and work to earn diplomas, certificates, and degrees lose their value for students and society at large. And this kind of a thing would break down the society as we know it. We have seen, especially since COVID, a certain type of cheating that is coming more to the fore, which is contract cheating. This is where a student submit a work that a third party has completed for that student, and they, or student or group of students, and they purport that it is theirs. And there is a case now that we're examining in which two sets of students, two groups of students submitted a document which they said it was theirs. The two of them looked too familiar. And then when we went online to see, when we looked on the system to see who the author was a third person, which is not a student. In fact, we could identify the third person, but that third person is not in our jurisdictions. So there's nothing that we can do. But what we know is that that third person is the contractor, did the work for the two groups, and the two groups submitted it, not knowing that this person was contracted by other parties to do the same job. I've already talked about the main disciplines affected, which is business, engineering, and medicine. But there are others. You can get essay writing services like from Easy Service and EduBirdie and Easy Shark, and you can get math from Mathway, Quick Math or Web Math, and then there's general, in which you can get from Check, Paper Help, Coursera, and so on. And then there are case analysis that you can also get. Now, I'm not divulging any information here that students don't already know. And they may have far more than this, but there is a lot of material out there now. If you give a tutorial paper to work out, for instance, chances are it's online now, and the solution set is there and all that kind of a thing. So especially for lecturers who tend to recycle their work, and maybe it didn't have as much impact then, it is going to have a big impact now. All your students are going to get 100, and they are going to say, if you didn't want us to cheat, why didn't you do something else? Why didn't you change the paper? I also want to mention a little bit about how students now are seeing cheating. Their definition of cheating is kind of different. They don't think, for instance, that if they collaborate on a project and then, let's say they have discussion on the project and then go and do their own work, they don't see that as cheating any at all. And if they go online and find material, they don't see that as cheating any at all. I think, therefore, that that the way that we operate as lecturers and tutors will have to change with all this COVID here. in order to reduce cheating, some universities have used online proctoring, like ProctorU. However, students have complained about invasion of privacy, and especially for us in Jamaica, the cost, which is about $15 US per student per module, is prohibitive. And then there are other operational things like internet dropping, electricity going away, and all that kind of a thing. So I think what we'll have to do is to redefine what academic misconduct is. And the other thing that I think we also have to do is to have more authentic forms of assessment. The forms of assessment that we tend to use, which we have used before COVID, is not going to apply so much post-COVID. So that's my very brief presentation on some of the things that we have seen coming out of what has been happening with online learning in Jamaica, and we did some comparison with what we saw happening in the States. That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Golding. Well, I'm seeing a lot of comments so far in the chat, so let's get straight to some of the questions being asked right there. Norda Seymour Hall saying, some institutions have been engaged in distance/remote learning for decades without serious compromise standards. So to what extent is assessment being reimagined for alignment to a remote/online environment? Professor Golding, can you take that one?
Sure. While I agree that online assessment has been going on for quite a while, what has happened is that a market has now been created to do these projects, which was not necessarily there before. The demand was not that high. What has happened with COVID is that the demand for these services has gone up tremendously, and therefore companies are now finding it necessary to offer these services. They're going on campus and offering these services, which were not offered before. During the height of COVID, for instance, there were persons who were marketing, in Jamaica now I'm talking about, marketing themselves online to do certain projects for students. Prior to this, because there's not this critical mass of people doing online learning, there was no need to offer these services. Now everybody is doing it, so all of a sudden there is a need to offer this service, and people are making use of this service. So that is what has changed.
Okay, that's what has changed.
That is what has changed significantly.
To what extent is there a need for sort of changing how we do assessment, though? Because I mean, on the face of it, it would seem like in order to maintain academic integrity, you also have to change how you do assessment to make it harder for students to be able to use some of the services that you're talking about.
And this, I'm not sure about being harder. I can give you an example as to how I operate my classes. I only teach master students right now, and we do case analysis. Every class we do case analysis, and the students, and even if these students see these cases online and see the response to these cases online, what I'm asking them is not necessarily what they would be getting from doing it online. And they're also required to give me their takeaway from the case. So they're required to read the case, and they're required to respond based on what I'm asking them for. In addition to that, my final exam, for instance, is a simulation in which they come on and they're doing a simulation online in real time at the same time. So it is not being harder. What it does at the end of the day is to immerse the students and engage the students more than we would normally do. So I'm not asking them multiple choice questions, for instance. And it is not And my students have not complained about this, to say that it is harder. What they have said is that they have learned more and they have been more engaged in classes, even though it's online. So what I'm saying here is that the method of assessment can change, and it doesn't mean that it is harder. What you're looking at here is really immersing persons in the in whatever is being taught, and similar to what Mr. Coburn was saying earlier on, in which students therefore understand and can relate to what is being taught. And know that, well, especially for business, you can make several different decisions and they're not all necessarily wrong.
Mr. Coburn wants to, not to cut you, Professor Golding, Mr. Coburn wants to come in on this point.
Sure.
You're muted, sir.
To add to that, because that's exactly what we have observed and what we think should be done, even in the online. So although we did our research on in the face-to-face modality, we recognize that even now, for example, we having students online, and they're doing, let's say, 10 subjects, and they're doing different assessment almost every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. Still, they are still doing that. So think about it. So I am saying to my department and to persons in my department, what if we have some central, let's say, a strand in mathematics that they're going to be using to drive all the other areas of their teaching? So in social studies, let's say you're doing measurement, how would that link to their social studies? How would that link to their history? How would that link to their geography? How will that link to their English? And they're coming up now with a composite kind of assessment that will let the students out there do their thing and come up with a good product, instead of just trying to test them out. We don't even know if they're doing anything on their side to do this. So that's what I'm saying. Let them really get an understanding and a feel of what is being done, instead of just thinking about getting that grade. So doing is so important now, and in the assessment process.
In fact, it will make students more engaged, because they're involved in the work. They see what it means to in real life.
In real life. So they have a complete product when they're at home. Mommy, this is what we did, and this is what the English, and they can actually give their report, and it builds the full product, the full education outcome. This is, and they articulate it from an English point. They articulate from an environmental point. They articulate from all the issues that are there, and they are good to go.
I want to ask on that point what that requires of educators, because I was looking at some research that talked about student retention in terms of how lecturers present. So how much information they retain when you lecture, vis-a-vis how much information they retain, for instance, when they're involved in a simulation, etc. What's required of educators in that kind of context, especially with students saying that they want more of an online learning experience? What do educators have to do differently to deliver a better experience for students?
I think one of the fundamental problems is that we need to stop teaching in an abstract way, unless it's an abstract topic. And even with an abstract topic, you can still apply it. I've taught abstract topics, and you can apply it. And that's when you engage students, when they realize, okay, that what is being taught is relevant, and this is how it's relevant. Because if not, they're going to be disconnected from you, and they're not going to be engaging in the class. So that's one point I'd want to make. If anybody else wants to comment on this, there are other teachers out there, lecturers out there that may want to comment. But from based on how I operate as a teacher, that's critical.
Mr. Coburn, I don't know if you want to jump in on that point, and I especially want to ask I want to bring you in particular, because you're at a teacher training institution. So is that change required in terms of how we teach teachers so they can teach students in a different manner?
Yes, that is so true. How we teach will depend on, will determine how our students teach. But there's a tension and a challenge that we have because our student comes into the system with this procedural thing of just working
Yes.
math and not recognizing what they're doing. So even yesterday I was teaching composite functions, and I went into the class with my idea of doing a lemonade machine to a company that deals with machine. I'm making my company to make lemonade. So I have my sugar, my water, my lime, all of that. And I put them in some order and different things show them model. And students start to say, sir, but if you put the sugar at the top, the water can't run down on it to melt it or to dissolve it, all of that. So they start to see that there's an order in which you must put things as a function for it to work in real life. But normally they're just waiting for me to push the algebra. And once I start to push the algebra now, they have the same problem because they cannot conceptualize that abstraction. So once I did that and they start to recognize that the sugar is there, the sugar can't be first. It has to be like the water, then the lime, and then the sugar or some other way because the water is going to dissolve. When I started to do the algebra, they start to realize which function must be input into the other one and all of that, and we're going good. You understand? And now they start to appreciate it, but it seems like all they wanted first is to just get this algebra going and work, and they're always going to get it wrong once they start with it. So they get that concept so I can go away, rest in that. They will not make the mistake in how to input their functions because they can see the lime and the sugar and that in that order, the order matters. And those kind of things, as Professor said.
Teaching them that math is problem solving.
Yes, and they will see it, and I'm saying, this is what happens. And I said, why do I need to have this kind of structure if I'm doing a business like this? And one person says, sir, your lemonade must be consistent. When you go in the supermarket, the same lemonade every time you go in there. This is Mr. Colburn's lemonade, and it must be consistent. So it must be like that. So you must have some structure, some order. That's how the function works. And I said, well done. And then we just went into and do some work, and we didn't have any problem from there on. So that's the kind of thing we're thinking about. All right?
From Shirley Morgan in the chat, but I actually she also has her hand up. So I want to hear this comment live, if you may, Miss Morgan.
Sir, this is Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, man, we spoke earlier. You know, I've been listening to all of the richness that has been happening, but I feel compelled to jump in at this time. I really had the pleasure of teaching mathematics teachers in the BA distance program at UWI. And the biggest surprise for me, the biggest discovery was fear. And what the mathematics teachers know is what their teachers teach them. So if their teachers teach them fear, they teach their children fear. So they go into the beginning of the first math class and they say, you know, it's hard. And this is go hard, you know, but. So you've already set up the students for failure. I love that lemonade example because I think I was the most ridiculed lecturer when I said, I'm going to give you an essay to do. And they said, an essay in mathematics? I said, yes. If you can't articulate it, then what's the point of doing it? I want you to understand it. I want you to talk about the triangles in building and in construction and geometry in sports, but we're not going to be doing formulae or that sort of stuff. We're going to write about it and talk about it. To this day, I still meet some of those students who are telling me that having moved from Jamaica to other jurisdictions or having moved up the ladder in Jamaica, they are just so, they have learned so much, they've grown so much by that experience because they now understand it so they can further impart it to their students. I fully agree with you, Mr. Coburn. It's not just about formulae or expressions or just plugging in numbers. It's really about understanding before you can begin to teach.
Yes. There is something I want to say, but there are some other hands raised.
Go ahead, and then first you, yes. Professor Golding, and then Good the Party. I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Next, and then Mr. Williamson.
No, have the other two persons who have raised their hands go first. I'll go after. I'd rather hear from
I think this is
audience.
Miss Buddha Party. We're hearing you. Go ahead, please.
I hope you can hear me. I'm having some internet issues. I just wanted to jump in. Mr. Coburn, I wanted to say, your presentation was really great. And, it brings up the idea of reflective teaching practice, which is something we need to embrace more of. And, and then turn back to the online, where one of the biggest issues that we face is fear from teachers of using the online. And, this is part of where we need to go, because we can't really go online and teach students. We ourselves are fearful of the systems and how to use the online systems, and learn how to use the tools available to us online and the new technologies. And teaching online is very different. I mean, there are some of the same things that we do in regular teaching, but there are differences in how we teach online and how we approach the online class. So that's something I think both the research that we listen to, both the research that we listen to brought out, and I hope we go forward in Jamaica to start doing more research on this, especially in the online world that is here to stay. My own off-time research, which I've been doing since the last almost 2 years of COVID, shows the same results.
I'm not certain that you were able to hear clearly, but I believe she was saying that there's teachers themselves have fears using the online platforms, and that is a challenge, and there needs to be more research in that area. And I think she was referring to Mr. Coburn, but I would love comments from both of you on that topic, Professor Golding and then Mr. Coburn.
And I didn't get the question, I'm sorry.
I think she was saying that a lot of teachers themselves have fears using the online platforms, and that teaching online is a completely different kind of endeavor than the face-to-face.
There are two parts of this question that I want to mention. One, the research that we have done as it relates to online teaching, the students tend to be far more savvy using the technology and using the environment than the teachers do. The teachers, as a result of that, sometimes the teachers have far less control than they would normally have because the students are not right in front of them and they can be doing all other kinds of things. No, so that is part of the issue. Now, I teach the same way online that I teach offline. However, online, there are far more tools that I can use, and I incorporate those tools in my teaching. So my teaching has not changed, meaning the basic pedagogy as to how I teach has not changed. What has changed is that I have more of these tools that I can now use to incorporate in my classes, and I do incorporate them in my classes. I'll have Mr. Coburn. I still have a comment that I want to make, but I'll still hold on to that.
Mr. Coburn, then I'll take a comment from the chat, and then Mr. Williamson. Mr. Coburn?
Yes, you're so right. I'm telling you, the online, the students generally are better at online more than the teacher, for me, in my experience. So what I normally do is give responsibilities in the class, and that shows the characters of your student, because I can remember last time I have a class where a student she's always asking questions, and because she's not in control of the admitting student and taking out the person in charge, just kick her out of the class. That's the kind of way. So, and then when we have a discussion as a teacher, although we're doing content, we're teaching content, we're talking about managing class, and so this is what happens now. You are in the class, and you see, because the person is asking another question, you're annoyed because that student is always asking questions and doing the thing first. You kick her out of the class. And I'm saying that what kind of ethics is that? And that's where you get a medium to speak, and then they recognize. And then we rotate the roles, and another person will take on the role of admitting and doing all of those kind of things. So we seek to empower. We are not afraid. I think once a teacher is not afraid of of indicating or showing, I am weak at this, but if you can do it, run with it and help me with it. Then I think
Sure.
it's crazy. It's not crazy. That's what we need to do. And the students will love that. Once you give them a chance to help you, they will help you. Even when you're outside of the space and your WhatsApp, they're going to call you, sir, and start to give you suggestions and tell you what to do. Make the class better next class. And that's good. That's it. Yeah.
Remove yourself as a colleague of mindset from being an expert in the class. Let them help.
Yes.
Professor Golding, you had a comment that you wanted to make, and then I'll go to Mr. Williamson.
There's something else that I have discovered in my teaching, not just from teaching online, but what I have done is that I have really and truly continuous assessment. Because what I've realized is that without that, you teach a topic and the students say, yes, they understand. And then when they have to apply, they can't apply it. And you may have moved on to 2, 3, 4, 5 other topics down the road. And they did not understand that core basic topic. And by the time you're ready to evaluate them, if you wait that long, you realize that you have wasted 4 classes. So for me, for instance, one of the ways in which I do my classes, my assessment, is that there's a concept map at the end. My students ought to know along the way how the different things that are being taught tie with each other, and that these are not silos in which you teach this thing and it means nothing to anything else that you're doing. I find that critical in terms of how you teach, especially at the end, even if you're trying to do it during the course of your teaching, but at the end you bring it all together. Every student at the end of it has this really aha moment in which they're saying, oh, if you don't do this, I'm encouraging you to do it. Anyway, that's the comment that I want.
Mr. Williamson, thank you, Professor Golding. Mr. Williamson, thank you so much for your patience. Yes, please go ahead. Think you might be muted?
No, I think he's not muted anymore.
I'm not hearing you at all, Mr. Williamson. Meantime, I should say that Godapati Miss Godapati in the chat is saying, agree, teaching styles stay the same, but preparation and use of online technology tools effectively will help you engage students more effectively. Mr. Williamson, go ahead, please.
Yes, are you hearing me now?
We are.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I did, Mr. Coburn may want to know that I skipped a class this morning just to be a part of this meeting. I teach at Charlotte Teachers College, by the way. I come directly under the supervision of Mr. Coburn. I'm so proud of him right now. And so, yes, I'm very happy that I did that, sir, just to tell you that, I told the student to go and study to be a part of this meeting. I learned so much from the various presentations. 2 things. I think there was a question that was asked in relation to teachers being fearful of the technology that, is being used on the online platform now. I think Mr. Coburn may have forgotten to make mention of the fact that presently one of the things that is happening in the mathematics department at the college is that we are presently training teachers, not just in-service teachers, not just the pre-service teachers, but we are training teachers already in the system, or to interact and to use these kind of technology to enhance their practices in online teaching. So that, I think that's a very good thing that you may want to have mentioned, Mr. Coburn. But here's another thing though. Mr. Coburn and I and other lecturers would have had this kind of discussion from time to time. We have this kind of discussion every day. But in addition to Mr. Coburn, some of the other bright minds in this meeting now could assist me where this is concerned. Whenever time we have these kind of discussions about teaching and learning, one of the students said to me yesterday that she's going to go out and teach the way I teach her. And I said that to my HO, that's what the student said to me. That is very critical and very important, because one of the things that I always look at is the fact that based on how the program is structured now, sometimes we just, focus on on the content. We do have some courses that focus on the methodology and the teaching. I, for one, personally, and this is my personal feeling after looking at the program, I don't believe that those 2 or 3 courses are enough to deal with the method, the teaching methods, and to get them prepared in terms of the strategies and how they could approach all the different content and such like that, right? I believe that there must be a restructuring of the program so that in every course that we teach, there must be enough time for the lecturer to do content, but in addition to teaching the content and preparing them for their exam, at that same time, in all the courses, the content courses that we used to call them content courses, there must be something that is built in the course outline, and there must be enough time for it to also help the student them to understand how you can introduce all of these different content here, these are the different concepts when they go to teach. Truth of the matter is, how the system is structured presently, there might be some time issue, if it is that you are going to cover all the content and to assist the student them in that kind of way. But the truth is, I am very concerned about a student saying to me, I'm going to teach the way how you teach me, and I'm going to have to be extremely careful now in the way how I deal with all of those students to make sure that I find some time in the small amount of time that I have to see how I can help them to understand how is it that you can teach, not just to teach them the content so that they can do the exam and pass the course, but to help them to understand how is it that they can teach the content whenever time they go out there in the system. 1 or 2 courses in the program cannot account for all of that. And that could, I think that is something that we may need to have some more discussion on. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Williamson. I'm going to allow Mr. Coburn to make a quick response to that. Then I want to bring in Nancy George. She's been talking a lot in the chat. I want that to be the last comment because we do have to move on. Mr. Coburn?
Yes. In responding to that, Mr. Williamson, as you recognize now, experience also will help the teacher, the experienced teacher will in a way try to manage that kind of situation. It's very, very delicate. It's a very delicate one in terms of how we do. And just as in our research, we recognize that the cooperating teacher have the same expectation of the in-service teacher to do exactly when they come out, even although they are practicing to do the thing as good as how they are doing it. So the expectation is high. So what we have to do is to find, as we say in our professional development ideas that we have, to drive the more method approach and methodology to make sure that our students are equipped in that. I know it's going to be rough, but one of the major problems we have though is that our students are coming in with minimum qualifications, but they are expected to do above normal. Normally, like for example, when I was in college, for us to do any maths to teach up to K or 5th form, would have to have A-levels coming into the college. But now you can come in with a C-SEC and you're expected after 4 years to reach there where you can teach up to K. So you know that's a big stretch. So we have a lot of work to do, sir. So we will work on that and see how best we can inform. Huh?
All right, Nancy George, before she comes in, Bridget Scott saying that methodology should not be taught in a silo. And Mazard saying use the correct methods to drive the content. The students will automatically learn the methods. Nancy George, last comment.
Yes, I was just going to make the point that Mr. Mazard made, is that if you use a problem-based approach to teaching, the content will fit into whatever it is that you're doing. If you start with the content, you're always going to end up assessing the content. But the students learn the content to write the exam. They don't learn the content. They don't learn the content. I think Paul was talking about the way he does it, and that's exactly what I recommend that people do. Problem-based learning is the way to go in every subject now. It engages the students immediately, but the only thing you have to do is you have to set up the problem context in which you want the students to work, and let them work collaboratively. Let them share what the right answers are with each other, and they will soon agree on what is right and what isn't right. Sorry, I'm sort of I'm sort of preaching, and I'm sorry, but I really feel that one of the great problems we have in secondary school and in primary school is that we don't allow the kids to be involved in their learning. We tell them what they're supposed to learn, and this goes right up to the university. Here's the content. Go home and memorize it and come back and write an examination. I would like to do away with examinations, particularly CSEC examinations, and have them work on problems that, and in situations where they have to resolve something, not only for themselves, but for other people. Thank you. I've preached enough now.
Thank you. That's a whole topic by itself. Do go to CSEC exam. I want to take the last comment from Christine Clark, who, as a matter of fact, is one of our next presenters. So I'll take the last comment from her and then introduce her while she shares her screen, is that perhaps those areas should be taught at the outset to be fused as they go along through the content. Imagination and grounding in reality and relevance is really critical, not only in teaching, but also in policy, in research, and really any higher order level of operation. So you're hearing there from Dr. Christine Clark. She is, as a matter of fact, the first presenter in our next section, and that section is perhaps the most controversial, well, one of the most controversial today, which is our college degree even worth it at all? Dr. Christine Clark is an experienced academic and researcher with 2 books and several articles published. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Economics, Public Finance from Rice University in Houston, Texas. Her research interests include public policy, including the development of public policy in education. Her LinkedIn page says she enjoys working with students in the summer when they can dedicate time to understanding the practical applications of the economics they learn at the university. She enjoys reading and has become an avid reader of Spanish literature. And she says, my Kindle Fire is a standard part of my toolkit. Dr. Clark, please take it away.
My apologies, Chair. Thank you very much for that introduction. But I've asked if the technical team could help me with the recorded presentation, as the internet, even as I've been on, has been up and down. I see they have it up, so I'll let it go ahead.
Not yet.
Technical team. We're just sorting out a little bit of a technical issue right here. They're sharing your presentation, Dr. Clark. Is everyone seeing it on screen?
No.
No, not at all?
No.
We're not seeing the presentation on screen.
I can help with that. If the technical team would just hand over host privileges to me, I will just spotlight your screen so everyone can see. Okay, there you go. Dr. Clark, your presentation is up. Right, just sorting through a little bit of technical difficulty. Okay. So this is a PowerPoint presentation. Dr. Clark, can you hear us? No, I'm not seeing Dr.
I think Dr. Clark
she's dropped off.
Follow up. Yes, I'm not seeing her in the participants, but the presentation is narrated. So I'm just asking the tech team to play the recording until Dr. Clark is able to join us back on Zoom. We're not hearing the audio. There's audio on each slide.
Yeah, I think if you go to this PowerPoint slide setup, you can check the box for narrated or unnarrated.
And I think they might have to stop for a second just to get that done.
Can we go back to the beginning? Because it's going so fast that it's hard to even read one line of what's on the screen before the next line comes up.
I would try to share. I've been kicked off about twice since you've introduced me, Chair. I don't know if you want me to just go ahead and try.
Yes.
I don't want to hold up the session any longer. Am I able to share? Do I go ahead?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes,
let me try and bring it up. Are you seeing the PowerPoint at this point?
It's about to come up.
Slideshow. Okay.
Okay. Yes, it's up.
Showing now. Is that fine?
Yes, it is. It's fine.
Okay, great. I apologize. I had recorded it in advance, but I guess there may be some issues with the replay. Thank you very much, Chair, and also, of course, to the J-TEC, and congratulations on this inaugural research forum. I just wanted to start out by indicating that this is research that has been published. About 6 years ago, it emanated from my PhD dissertation in public finance. I had big, lofty goals to accomplish in that, but I had to resort to doing this paper, which was quite useful at the point in time, but wanted to do a little bit more with some of the things that have been spoken about, this testing, outcomes, and linking also to the returns to education, which is in essence where this article in the Salises Journal would be located. So I'm sure I won't spend a lot of time just kind of telling you about what the returns are, but in essence, economists have long tried to understand, maybe from, at least in almost all the schools, the classical, neoclassical, liberal, neoliberal, all the different movements within economics have tried to figure out, why do certain people earn a certain amount, even though their demographics, their academic qualifications, and all the other ways we may think of in current context, why and how do these things impact the returns? Can we model it? Can we measure it? And then use that as a mechanism in essence to of course, advise policy, as, my comment there had said. And, I have a lot that I could say about the previous sets of presentations and discussions. But in essence, what we do know and what has been established is that there's basically, we're agreed there's a positive relationship between education and earnings. And, this has been explored using various explanatory variables. Sakharopoulos at the time, I think, was at the World Bank, so would have had access to a lot of the data emanating from many of their education projects. And so, looking at, the theoretical literature spoke to social returns versus private returns, trying to estimate those. The social returns, of course, trying to get a handle on the returns in the context of the society, as opposed to the returns that the individual would get, that would be the private returns. And we also would have seen commentary in relation to workers in poorer countries have lower return to education. And of course, that feeding through to discussions or expectations in relation to migration. And we would see that also coming out in various countries, their migration policies, they want skilled and qualified persons, and the implications of that, of course, for brain drain. So the literature has also gone further to look at, for example, returns based on gender in this region. We see that there are indications that women do earn significantly less than men. Whether or not that is a discriminatory thing or we can unpack it further with better data, more refined data to the point, then that has some impact. We also know that there may be a self-selection thing going on in that married women, single mothers have different motivations for being part of the labor force. That is one decision. And then what's the intensity with which they will be part? Will they be working all the time or just part-time? You know, there are lots of different decision points that are made by different groups of persons based on their demographic background. So this is just a sampling kind of. And in terms of in the region, this issue of wage determination, returns to education, has been looked at in the region with a wide range of estimates, as you can see. 125% for Jamaica in terms of male-female pay ratio, kind of pay gap. For Barbados, 115%, slightly lower in Trinidad and Tobago, and then just across the region, we would be looking at a 30% gender gap. Racially, of course, you know, the Brazilian scenario is one that has been looked at in terms of the literature, and it has been found that there were gaps in terms of hourly wages related to blacks in Brazil versus whites. And some work had been done looking at the ethnic/gender pay gap in Trinidad and Tobago as far as women of African origin are concerned. Sector of employment is another dimension of the literature looking at, you know, okay, to what extent if you work in agriculture versus, you know, what would be called, you know, the higher forms of capital sectors, the investigative journalism, Mr. Archibald, and these other areas where you have to do this analytical work. How does sector of employment influence your return to education? And again, there's literature to suggest that working in the public and private sector can make a difference, and even, of course, on the sectoral basis. So what did I do in this paper? What I was able to use at the time, as I said, this is 2015, I'd have done my PhD sometime between 2002 and 2008. So I would have been using the most recent available long form questionnaire from the census, which availed us of quite a few of these dimensions that we'd be interested in based on the literature, and also just based on our context in terms of where I was able to identify highest educational qualification, sectoral attachment, the type of earnings, and I'll tell you which one I chose. And then, of course, a range of demographic characteristics, religion, ethnicity, and other things that were included as control. And my focus was to see, you know, public versus private sector, and then also between the self-employed employer versus the person who is an own account worker working on their own. In terms of how that data set looked, what I could, you know, how I could describe it, public sector workers tended to be older than those in the private sector, were more likely at that time of the survey to be female, Black, Protestants, and single, and were also more likely to be university graduates or have some post-secondary education. We saw the Rastafarian subsample as far as the religious cross-section of the data set. Though they were a small group, they were statistically significantly more likely to be working in the private sector. 81% of the overall sample had some form of education, and 47% of monthly paid workers were employed in Kingston. And of course, that would be associated more likely with employment in the private sector. The self-employed subsample, it was predominantly made up of own account workers or labor force survey. Black workers were more predominantly 40% of the men, 23% of the women overall in the sample identified as being self-employed during the interview period. Single workers were more likely to be own account workers than married workers. Again, maybe going back to what I said about, the labor force decision, first of all, and then the intensity of your engagement there. I used an interval regression model primarily because the data as collected on this long form is in intervals. So it gives you a range, you earn between X and Y. And we were able to control for, as I indicated, all of these to see if there were any additional kind of premiums attributed or associated with particular education, particular racial group affiliations, whether or not you're located in Kingston, your religion and firm. And I have just 7 slides left to go to just give you an idea of what some of the results were. So basically, all forms of formal education do generate a wage premium in the public sector. So that is one of the things that we've observed. And, this could be associated, as you would have known, on, the continuous thrust for reform, modernization, retooling, upgrading, upskilling, reskilling, and all the efforts that would have been done in the public sector. And of course, we would maybe have known about increments for each level, increments for educational attainment. So we expect that. In terms of the network effects, the only ones we were able to pick up, substantively was for Catholic workers. We see that they were more likely to work in private enterprises. Protestant workers, we saw in terms of the statistical analysis, were less likely to be employed in the private sector or be self-employed, so more likely, on the other hand, to be in the public sector. And Rastafarians are least likely to be in the public sector. You might, imagine why, based on their kind of belief structure. And also Black workers were less likely in that sample then to work in the private sector. In terms of the Kingston effect, we do see that there was a Kingston effect in that data set, making a worker more likely to work in the private sector than public. Employment in the private sector dominated public sector employment for those in the capital, Kingston. Male workers preferred, apologies for the typo, both types of self-employment, both being own account and employers in a private enterprise over public sector employment. And our usual controls for age and age squared, the fact that, over time your earnings somewhat plateau, indicated that increased the probability rather that workers would choose to work in the private sector. In terms of rates of return to particular qualifications, we zoned in on CXCs, of course, and we were still doing A-levels based on that sample there that would have been available from a census perspective. And so we were looking at, okay, what is the rate of return to having more than 4 CXCs than having fewer? And then what's the rate of return to having A-levels rather than just those CSEC subjects? So what we were able to identify was that private sector workers earn more for each year spent acquiring A-levels than those in the public sector. And our estimate in terms of that earning more was about 12 percentage points more. For those holding degrees over A-levels, they earned 7% more than those with A-levels when they were in the public sector. We didn't see that necessarily in the private sector. The public sector also paid workers 13% more for each year spent acquiring a university degree in comparison to the 4% premium offered by the private sector. And the caveat here is, we assume you complete in the 3 years. So we're literally just dividing the 3 years that you spend versus that overall premium to get the 13. When we control for the occupation that you're employed in, as well as firm size, the private sector pays a premium of 5.5%. Rates of return in terms of self-employed workers, that was mixed. We found that A-levels provided a 3% premium to those who are employers, but no benefits if you're an own account worker. Whilst a university degree yields an additional 8% premium per annum beyond the A-level qualifications for own account workers. So perhaps these are mostly persons who are, for example, consultants or advisors, or are providing that kind of service to maybe a larger firm, and so the university degree ability to win bids or other forms of activity would be influenced by that degree, and therefore also would in turn influence how much they earn. So after accounting for everything, we were still finding a persistent gender pay gap in both sectors of approximately 28%, the same across. And notably, what we find is that this advantage is lower than what was reported for Saccharopoulos. So for the males, which is very interesting and something we want to pursue, but we are not able to get the follow-up data set to see how this might have changed based on changes in the structure of the economy. I know you can think of, for example, the BPO and various other things that would have happened since 2001. We didn't find a role for ethnicity in the determination of wages in the public sector, but Black workers were estimated to earn on average about 11% less in the private sector compared with the public sector. Religious affiliations, that network effect, only appeared statistically significant for Catholic employees. So maybe there is some network effect, maybe not necessarily through the religion, but maybe from the type of school, the particular school you attended, that could have been a Catholic entity, and you may associate yourself with that more than any other based on our kind of high school culture here in Jamaica. Kingston effects robust across all the sectors, reaching an 11% premium, of course, pointing to the dynamism of the markets in the capital, which you would expect. Firm size didn't seem to matter unless you had more than 20 workers, which is generally consistent with what the literature says. And across industry, you can see the wage differentials here ranging from 20% in financial services to 74% in mining. Of course, this is interesting to see where that is now, given what we're seeing with the financial services as a contributor to economic activity vis-a-vis mining. And finally, in terms of if we were to compare the self-employed to those who are salaried, we didn't find any gender effects for own account workers. Whether you're male or female, didn't matter to your kind of salary that you're self-reporting, of course, in the census. But we did find, if we looked at employers in self-employment versus salaried workers, there was a 38% gap in the earnings there. Age effects never mattered either, just like gender. And then the Kingston effect, much larger for both types of self-employed workers. It seems logical, given that, you're self-employed, you're probably, again, providing some service that someone in the metropolitan area wants. And therefore, ease of reach, ease of access is something that's positive. So overall, the conclusion is we did find a continued statistical relationship, positive also between education and earnings, which is, I'm sure, good news for those of us still in the trenches. We do find that highly educated workers are employed in the public sector. At least, we're using the educational qualifications that are declared in the questionnaire. And as I indicated, that could be reflective of policy pushes, different pushes to different waves of trying to upgrade and upskill and modernize and, look at, new jobs, new areas. ICT is now become a bigger thing, and you would expect, obviously, that there would be a concomitant increase in the numbers of those in those areas that would be employed, and they would be reflecting post secondary education in that regard. And again, the consistent efforts to upgrade and use, perhaps it is also that on the whole, university qualifications are found to prepare workers more for jobs as technocrats than maybe an A-level qualification at the time did. We have a 25% gender pay gap in the public sector, which we can't fully explain by our human capital variables, age, or location. Perhaps the wage setting policies of the government are largely egalitarian. We have wage scales and, they have a range, and there may be some performance-based thing that is clearly aligned to a job description. And so it's very hard maybe to escape being able to, be put at a particular scale because of those kind of requirements. And you have lots of oversight in that area from unions, etc. Like Black workers in Brazil, Jamaican Blacks experience a wage penalty in the private sector. Again, remember, this is 2001 data, despite the fact that they represent the racial minority. And we see that A-levels appear, based on the returns there in the private sector, to generate a premium of 12%. And maybe that was just seen as adequate education and training readiness for the jobs that they would enter in the private sector. The network effects I spoke to, we only saw it really coming up for those who declare or indicate that they're Catholics. Kingston effect is likely reflecting the dynamism of the labor market in the capital, as you'd expect. A-levels provide a significant benefit over CXCs for those who are self-employed employers, but still those premiums that are generated in self-employment are substantially less than those employed in formal occupations. Gender pay gaps exist among the self-employed, but it's smaller though than among public and private sector workers. So you have a dichotomy there. And then disadvantage experienced by Black workers is really concentrated among the self-employed. Rastafarians receive significantly lower returns when they're self-employed, in contrast to if they were hired or employed in the public and private sector. And as I said, this was part of my dissertation work, so even though it's coming some years later, still acknowledging my professors who assisted, and of course, thanking the conference organizers for the invitation to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clark. I wonder the extent to which some of these things remain the same years later, but we can talk a little bit about that in the discussion segment. We're running a little behind time, or a lot behind time, so I'm going to ask Ms. Tracy Ann Hyman to start sharing her presentation, then we can have the discussion after. Ms. Tracy Ann Hyman is Chief Executive Officer of Scholastics Caribbean. She is a Jamaican entrepreneur and scholar and passionate advocate for increasing opportunities in the education sector. And she's spoken very publicly about her own experience in the tertiary education system, which she said struggles with a scarcity of resources that's led to a system that often leaves perfectly capable and brilliant students feeling inadequate and subpar. She said, we like to group students here in classes, bright, middle, dunce. In so doing, we place limitations on them. That is what happened to me, and it had a negative psychological and mental impact on me. The people with the highest marks would get the rewards, but that didn't mean I was the top person in my own right. As university take off, I realized I had a brain, she said in one report I read. Absolutely fascinating, and really interested to hear about her experience, and quite a brain indeed. She's charted a successful academic and career path, which includes a diploma in business administration from the University of Technology, a first degree in hotel and tourism management, a master's in sustainability science with a focus on tourism and climate change, which she did on scholarship in Japan, and postgraduate research work funded by a 2012 Fulbright Nexus Scholarship. She was a Latin American and Caribbean Environmental Economics Program Research Fellow, a World Social Science Fellow, and is currently pursuing her PhD. Yeah. I thought all of this is on the internet. I don't know if you remember that you said that, but over to you, Ms. Hyman.
Thank you very much, Archibald Gordon. You have shocked me there. That was a lot of research done. Wow. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to present. My topic today is the crisis of unemployment. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Very clearly.
Okay, great. Let's see if I can go. So my subtitle is a higher education model towards entrepreneurship. And it's a conceptual approach. So I'm putting a concept or concepts together. I want to look at quickly the background, challenges, crisis in context, questions to be explored. I want to make a proposal, then look at the DC philosophy, then introduce a higher education entrepreneurial model with suggestions for the Caribbean. Use Austria as a best case example. Sorry there. One moment here. Slight challenge, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Are you seeing the screen now?
Just seeing you.
Sorry, one
only seeing you.
Oh, Lord. All right. Screen. Okay, let's go. Are you seeing now?
Yes, we are.
Right, so look on a best case example for Austria and Germany and introduce the higher educational entrepreneurial model to you with some suggestions for Jamaica. So the traditional approach to towards employment has been what we call attending high school, going to university or college, graduating with a degree or a diploma, trying to seek a job, probably a 9-to-5 job that's face-to-face. Some persons do what we call a side hustle, and then saving and investing towards retirement, all right? This is a traditional approach that some of us are used to, and that relates to our upward social mobility here in Jamaica and poverty alleviation. But there are some major challenges with unemployment, underemployment across the globe. When we look on the youth employment rate in selected regions of the world, you will find, for example, in the Arab world, the youth unemployment rates, are double digits, going all the way over 25% towards 30%. When we look at Latin America and the Caribbean, it's also double digits. Midway, they're 17-80% going towards 20%. But then we look on North America in terms of youth employment, and it's double digit, but it's a little, about 11% thereabouts.
Residents of the community alerted the police and
now companies complain, however, and other reasons probably for this youth unemployment issue being low is that companies complain that graduates are not workplace ready, and that graduates are coming actually from universities. They don't have the skill sets desired by the companies and the industry. The companies also complain that they have to invest in intensive job training for graduates. And actually some companies are not willing to do so, according to the literature here. One of the reasons being that they use this term called footloose millennials, in terms of, as soon as anything, the millennials will just leave. So there's a high staff turnover rate. And basically how the companies are looking at it now, and we're talking about across the Americas. I'm actually looking at the Americas with this particular literature review, is that they desire candidates that can do the job before they get the job, right? That's what they're looking for. Another complaint that we have heard about in our region here, even in Jamaica, is that there's a misalignment with the courses being pursued at a higher educational level and the demands of the market. And so our former Prime Minister, Bruce Golding, has spoken about that. And also, the literature speaks to the misalignment with industry. The UE Tracer studies that are done to see where graduates end up have found throughout the years that graduates are working in jobs that they didn't need a degree for. And also that the remuneration for graduates are low or is low, right? So that also makes me look on other issues. The most recent one, and most of the speakers spoke about this, the whole impact of COVID-19. And so looking on it so far, many persons have lost their 9-to-5 jobs globally. Some persons are working from home. A lot of activity has basically moved online to include the business operation. So there's basically a new paradigm, a further shift or an attack on that traditional approach to employment. So then it begs us to look on, is this approach really applicable? And I want to say that it's basically becoming obsolete, it's becoming outdated, especially given our new normal or the new environment that we're operating in. And so I want to call this a crisis of the 21st century. which it relates to social capital, or as the literature would call it, the future of work. So as you know, crisis has different components and different impacts: your psychological impact, your sociological, economic, and environmental. And so this presentation is really going to zoom in on the sociological and the economical aspects or impacts of crisis. So the questions that we want to explore, therefore, because I mentioned this is a conceptual approach here that we're building. You know, what approach should be taken in terms of the future of work for graduates? And especially given the continuous spikes, booster shots, possible lockdowns, and restrictions, how will graduates secure employment in this environment after leaving university? Well, I'm sure persons have different suggestions and recommendations, but I want to zoom in on a particular path. I want to zoom in on a higher educational model geared more towards entrepreneurship and not simply just employment, right? Looking on upward social mobility from the perspective using what I'm calling a HEEM, which is a higher educational entrepreneurial model, all right, towards upward social mobility. So that was your traditional approach that I spoke about earlier, right? What I'm now recommending going forward is entrepreneurship once somebody has graduated with their degree or diploma as one possible pathway. In that, whereas the other pathway, traditional approach, was more about going to retirement as an individual, entrepreneurship is now taking a more group focus, or is more group oriented to combat this type of unemployment, this type of crisis of unemployment. And instead just moving towards retirement, moving towards self-actualization. And Maslow's hierarchy of needs speaks to that, self-actualization. And I believe that this will make more major socio-economic transformation for society, right? And for the future of work and for our social capital. And so this new paradigm and this new shift that I'm speaking about towards entrepreneurship, I speak about it in my latest book, How Do You Use Those Darn Chopsticks? This paradigm is actually shaped and influenced by the darn chopsticks philosophy. I speak about that in the book, and I have now coined it the DC philosophy, right? And the book is now available on Amazon. Now, the base overarching theme is that when faced with change or a challenging situation, such as a new environment like the one we're in now, feelings of frustration and being overwhelmed are deemed normal. But if you persist, you can adapt to that change or that new environment and eventually master it, right? That's the overarching theme. This type of philosophy is coming out of even my personal experience. I call it the West meeting the East, and is a fusion of Jamaican and Japanese thinking and ethos. And so I use the chopsticks as a metaphor to bring together 12 key principles that I want to influence this HEEM, the higher educational entrepreneurial model. So where does the story, how did this come about? As Archibald mentioned, I pursued my master's degree in Japan, 8,000 miles away from home, in a new culture. I was a complete 180-degree turn in culture shock, as we say in Jamaica, turn up. Whole in terms of mentality, in terms of thinking, in terms of daily living, in terms of social interactions, relationships, and hierarchy. The language, doing business, facing crisis, and simply something as simple as even eating, in terms of the eating style and the utensils that you use. So for me there, it was a fork versus a chopsticks culture is what I faced, having to go over there to pursue that master's degree. Now, coming out of that culture shock and friction and, is the 12 principles that I call a fusion between Jamaican and Japanese culture in terms of the DC philosophy. 12 principles that have arisen, but I want to zoom in onto the last 6, which all influences the entrepreneurial model and influences the development of the entrepreneur. The strength to take risks, being creative and adaptable, persevering despite failure, the ability to navigate through crisis, financial prudence and accountability, and engaging in entrepreneurship. These skills, these principles that are as a result of the fusion of the Jamaican and Japanese culture are essential for the entrepreneurial model that I want to present to you. So when I returned from Japan to Jamaica, I assumed the usual traditional approach, employment. So I was looking for a 9 to 5 p.m. job, you know, the standard thing, working towards retirement. But this did not work, as I couldn't secure a job and I became very frustrated. I actually resorted to volunteering and then eventually enroll back into university. No, but it wasn't as easy as that. I mean, you know, I said I'm going to start a company. Now, how could I form an educational company when I'd never worked in an office of student services or a managerial role at the university level or even the Ministry of Education? To myself, I didn't have the qualifications to do so. All I had was this master's degree from Japan and some international experience. Now, it's a long story between what I thought I couldn't do till what I eventually was done. But the short answer is found in this Bible story, David, Saul, and Goliath. When Saul was asking David came and said, listen, I am used to having to fend off sheep from lions and bears. And basically, I should have no issue in taking on Goliath. Don't give me what your regular armor is that you normally use. I'm going to use the principles and the skills that I've attained in terms of fighting off the lion and the bear to fight Goliath. And so skills transfer really occurred and really enabled myself to push to be able to form this company and to get it going, and hence to be able to propel this HEEM type model and the DC philosophy. Skills transfer is key for this model. And so we see it already, it's around us already. One of our very popular businessmen here in Jamaica, Zachary Harding, many persons did not know that he was this pivot master, this DJ. He has transferred those skills from the turntable to the boardroom. So let's look on a quick best case example in terms of Austria, because this is not really a completely new concept. It's not. But you want to see where has it been working and tweak it accordingly for us here in Jamaica, in the Caribbean region. So Austria actively prepares and supports their startups in higher education institutions. They have entrepreneurial ecosystems with a goal to facilitate the commercial use of research. And this is supported by the government, and governmental policies are part of their policy. So a good example of this is the German Exist program. This part is a framework that they have developed since the 1990s, and it has been working. They have set up a whole entrepreneurial ecosystem within their universities, mostly the applied sciences universities. So you will have your technology centers, you have your investors, and it's important to have the incubators and the accelerators, right? And your competitions, the business competitions, where you need the investors, the banks. They have their media, a key role in this particular framework, right? For entrepreneurship in their HEIs. And it goes on the schools and universities. They have the Chamber of Commerce. They have selected a whole ecosystem to ensure that entrepreneurship is infused or part of the HEI's system. So with that in mind, I zoomed in onto my experience here, the company, to kind of find out what can we get here at this side of the world, Latin America and the Caribbean. And so I'm in the first phase of this conceptual approach, which is more zoomed in onto the entrepreneur. What did I have to become to reach that place to be able to get this great idea and to be able to start the businesses, and what can other persons do through HEIs to be able to get these great ideas and get them running and push towards self-actualization as opposed to just retirement. So when we look back, we're seeing things like the cultural exchange program, the overseas travel. I believe that's a must for any model towards higher education model towards entrepreneurship. Overseas travel is a must. Volunteerism is a must, because I'm looking back and I'm examining what and what built up this ability to get this idea going. Being adaptable to change, having the digital and the IT skills, developing this whole trait of self-reliance, perseverance, self-sufficiency, collaboration, teamwork, things that we know about. So we're looking on the attributes, the actors that are necessary to build this model out, this HEEM. Self-worth, very important, the confidence to believe that yes, it can be done. Innovativeness, creativity, yes, all of that can push towards these great entrepreneurial ideas and startups. But as I mentioned, an important skill set that I think needs to come across in the curriculums is the skill transfers. How can you transfer the skills to be able to create these great ideas regardless of the course and the topic that you did in university? That, I believe, that first phase of the HEEM in terms of the type of entrepreneur that you want is key, and that's what I am proposing, right? Of course, this HEEM supported by the HEIs, that's the universities and your colleges, supported by the venture capital markets, and supported by your government policy, and supported by your financial institutions. That's necessary, and we also intend to therefore build out that second component in terms of what the support structure should look like for entrepreneurs in this particular ecosystem on our side of the world. And so at Scholastic, what we have done as a company is to coach persons now towards financing their higher education through scholarships, both undergrad and postgrad. And we have coined that word scholarship coach in terms of us offering scholarship coaching services, talent management, with the aim, having pushed you through or assisting for you to get the coaching you towards these scholarships, that you also now begin to look on entrepreneurship as an important pathway towards self-actualization. Then, this is, right, so towards self-actualization. So we have actually already trained and consulted with over 500 persons. We have a customer referral rate. We have assisted persons in tapping into scholarships. Right now the figure is at 34 million. And that includes also things that funds that I've also personally secured as well, included in that figure. But we have gotten the support from the UWI and the different foundations to be able to push this vision together, in which I humbly believe that this is one main way to push persons towards self-actualization, to push them towards reaping, and we believe that this is the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. So I feel like we've come full course in terms of the series of discussions we had today. If I understand the sort of general perspective of the two presentations, I understand Dr. Clark to be saying essentially that college graduates do better, and you are suggesting that they can do even better. So we've sort of come full circle. So how does school put all of that together? How do universities and tertiary institutions help make that happen? I think is sort of where we are now in terms of the kind of learning that's required and the kind of teaching that's required. So that's a question I'd like to ask put to you first, and then to Dr. Clark. What do universities need to do to sort of get this done?
I think it's the approach to the curriculum. And don't get me wrong, to Archipel, it's already some aspects of universities are doing it, right? But as I mentioned in the German and the Australian example, they have actually infused it. They have created policies and put things in place to have it operationalized within their systems, right? So you have your standard incubators, accelerators to hone persons towards entrepreneurship. So earlier in the conversation about the problems, when the discussion was about the content, and person has the content and they just regurgitated the content for exams. No, you're now pushing the students not to think problem solving and also in terms of innovations. So this is a problem and you're going to solve it, but you're not going to solve it only for your class. You can actually solve it, turn it into a business and create revenue for yourself and your community and nation. So it needs to push toward this, going beyond just solving it to pass a class, you know, get a grade, which I find that's a lot occurring there now, just to get a good grade. And then it doesn't equal out, or it doesn't pan out in the workplace. And so the workplace don't even want that, because then they want persons to be able to have problem solving and critical thinking skills. So it goes back to the curriculum, and I mentioned the skills transfer. How can you pull out skills transfer in your curriculum as well to get them to create these ideas and for them to look on to say, hey, this is an aspect that you can also earn a living from, is where I think you would start.
Dr. Clark?
Sure, I can jump in here. I mean, you know, I'm happy to hear the concept of the skills transfer from my co-presenter, because this is one of the things that I've been trying to emphasize to students, especially at the master's level, where you would expect, you know, think of yourself as an employer or as a master presenter, Sir Archibald, and you're taking on somebody. You don't want somebody to come and tell you about the theoretical underpinnings of journalism. You want somebody who can understand that, look at the current scenarios we're in, and come up with newsworthy pieces and what would be the framework. Why are we doing this? What would we do? Are we going to go visit them? Are we going to invite them to come to, you know, you want somebody who, having learned that, yeah, the theory is important. It is critical, because you want to make sure that your presentations check the boxes, appealing and thorough and all of what. I've never done it, but I'm just saying. And this is some of the things that even today I've been trying to say to my students. We're doing public finance. Yes, you have to be able to set up first order conditions. You have to be able to run regressions and make sure they're, you know, your variables are significant. But if you are the advisor to the Minister of Finance, certainly that's not what you're going to present to him as a justification for implementing one tax over another, or for repealing one tax and putting in another, or for another expenditure item, or whatever it is. Yes, there will be theoretical underpinnings, but where has this been done? How relevant is the theory to reality? What's the reality we are in as a SID? And how does that go forward? And that applies to the private sector. You can't tell Mr. Zaka, oh, because the first order condition looks like this. No. It has to be transferable, because as she's indicating, yes, you know, we had the days of long tenure, etc. But if you need to transition from one industry to another, even within an industry, what will you bring? Is it that you're going to go back and get another PhD? No, you have to develop skills that you can transfer, you can apply. If there is scope, you can make money individually from it. But you can also serve that function, thinking about the context, presenting the information from the first paragraph. It's clear, this is why we're looking at this tax or this insurance product, or we are going to go into this market. Very clear for the reader, underpinned by theory, robust in analysis, but clearly articulated, and anybody can follow it. Skipping to the relevant parts depending on which stakeholder you are. So I'm very happy to hear that, because sometimes when you hear people talk about entrepreneurship, it seems as if it's just a feel-good thing, just if you can weave baskets, weave them. No, I mean, that's fine, but what we're saying is we are trying to apply these higher order thinking and analytical. That is where they fall down. Okay, you've read 100 papers. That's great. What are the ideas that are coming from these people? What are they saying? How can you group them to form some kind of framework of analysis or way of thinking, so that, you know, you're called as an advisor to the UN? What should we do? That's what people want to know. What should we do? How robust is the analysis you conducted to substantiate your recommendations? Where has it worked? What were the pitfalls? How can we avoid those? What pitfalls might we experience that other persons wouldn't, because we're SIDS? They're not. You're thinking, you're grounded in reality, you're still imagining, okay, what could happen? But you have a good foundation, which is your theoretical basis. And so part of the challenge, especially, having from the previous session, is, yes, students have to go through a lot more now. I mean, the literature is ever expanding. So again, those research skills, how do you, zone in, not being too narrow, understanding the context, pulling it together, but still remaining relevant and being able to chart a path forward that you can make recommendations. It's critical, and it puts more work, yes, on the lecturer, but certainly on the student, because there's no way anyone can teach you just in 13 weeks times 3 hours everything there is to know about any part of any discipline at this particular point. Not even one that is emerging, because there's so much more writing, so much more information, that I think the transferable skills, that is where it is at. That is where it's going to be. So I really want to, you know, maybe hang my hat on that one, because that is what I have pushed my master students to be doing. Don't worry about the topic. Don't worry about the methodology. Give me some analysis. What have you found? Therefore, so what? What should we do next?
Yes. And George, your hand is up. Go for it, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
sorry. Let her finish, and then I'll come in, because I want to talk for about 3 minutes. So.
Okay, so I'm just thinking that the challenge, as you said, Dr. Clark, will be the skills transfer in terms of getting that from the curriculum. It's going to require the educators to be able to pull that out of the content. So it's also on us too, right? Because those things have to teach you in terms of budgeting, this self-discipline, and so, you know, there's certain things. But what can we create a program, or can we create a structure that's going to pull out the skills transfer, is where I think it's at in terms of the research and the work going forward.
I think it's the way how we think about what we're teaching. There is a way that you can come with a book and say, we're going to go through this book page by page, we're going to follow every line, and you have to be able to divide and cross multiply and think to get an A in this course. And students, I have found that can do that very easily, with or without cheating, they can do that. That's not what we're interested in. Yes, they have to be able to do that, but again, going back to something Prof. Golding would have said, how much is that going to be worth of your grade? In my classes, you're not getting more than 30% of your grade for doing a mid-semester, that it's purely mechanical. For the other 70%, you are going to get into that literature. You're going to tell me what data is out there, what methodologies are out there that have been used or have not been used. You're going to have to tell me, so what? So what? Why should we care about green fiscal policies? Have they been effective? Why should the Ministry of Finance waste time developing one? Or if they have one, what should we do with it? What next? How is this going to impact the business environment? Who cares? Why should we spend limited number of hours, limited dollars, limited brain cells thinking about it? You just come. So it's about, as you say, yes, the lecturer has to, it's a lot more work to curate a course that can give you out wide enough of exposure whilst not missing out on the theory, which is critical and non-negotiable, and then require students and handhold students in a way to go through this process of understanding that writing is iterative. This is not something you just write something today and then you hand it in 3 weeks. It doesn't work like that. And so these are part of the skills that they have to learn through the course. So the assessments, authentic assessments, have to also require the development of these skills. So for example, for my research paper, you have to give me a proposal. Then you come and do your presentation. Then I need to see a first draft. Then I need to see the final paper. So by the time you get there, my point is that you should have been able to run the full gamut. You'd have gotten experience presenting what is a concept paper, what is the concept, how do you develop that, then how do you execute that concept? Where's the plan? Where's your project plan? It's a project management thing. What do you need to do? Having done that now, where are the gaps? How do we fill in those gaps? And then we make a presentation at the end that's academically robust, but relevant to the context that we're in.
It almost sounds as if we need to teach students how to think.
Could I say?
Sure, yeah.
Can I say something, please? I've been dying to say something. In 2019, people in the ministry admitted that the number of students who were getting successfully through CSEC was unacceptable because more than 50% of the students in the age cohort never even got to write CSEC. So they never got a CSEC degree, because a piece of paper, because they hadn't written any exams. So what they set out to do was to develop an entirely new way of approaching teaching and learning, and to develop something called the National School Leavers Certificate that began in grade 7 and continued through to the end of high school. And what it did was it started by getting kids involved in problem-based learning, in working in teams, in learning those skills that they need to be able to operate in the workplace. All those things that people are talking about. You can't leave that to university and expect them to, after 12 years, to come and say, oh, but this isn't how I learn. This isn't how I learn. You have to give me the information and I must regurgitate it on a piece of paper. That's of little use. This particular system engages the students from the time that they come into middle school and all through high school in developing the skills that they need to learn as they go out into the world, so that no longer can employers say, well, they may have a CSEC and they may have a first degree, but they don't know how to do anything. In fact, they learn by doing through the course of this National School Leaving Certificate. And every child that enters grade 7, if they leave in grade 9, if they leave in grade 10, if they leave in grade 11, or they go to grade 13, will leave with a National School Leaving Certificate that lists on the back all the skills that they have acquired over the years, grade 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It goes up to 11. They sort of didn't want to get into CAPE, so they stopped there. But a child comes out with a set of skills documented by their teachers each year that they're in school. And if they leave and come back, they pick up on the school leaving certificate exactly where they left off. So this particular, but I think what happened was that, first of all, it was a real shock to the people in the ministry, the idea of doing this. So it meant that it had to be piloted, but the year that it was supposed to be piloted was the beginning of COVID. Can I say that I really think that this National School Leaving Certificate takes it out of university, so that when kids get to university, they're used to working in teams, they're used to gathering data out of books or out of experiences or whatever. They're used to interviewing people. They know how to do that because they've been doing it since grade 7.
Professor Golding and then Dr. Clark, I think both of you are talking, erupted in speech, but I said they have to teach students how to think. Professor Golding first.
Yeah, and I'll just continue off what you just said about teaching students how to think. The argument about teaching students how to think, it goes around in a circle. At each level, you're saying to the student, you are not thinking, you are not using higher level skills. However, at no point in time do we teach them to use higher level skills. So at each stage, they said, well, okay, you're not using higher level skills. I want to mention something, just comment on something that Nancy just said. Our school system, in terms of having students learning how to solve problems, need to start from K. You need to start from kindergarten. It should not start in high school. It should not start in primary school. It needs to start from the K level, in which you start thinking in that way from the beginning. Problem solving as opposed to trying to get things right. Make mistakes, screw up things, do something different, but don't do the same thing all over and over again. I'm writing a piece here in which I was doing some calculations. For every 100 students who come into the system, only 8 comes out with good enough qualification for work or for tertiary institution. Every 100 students. That's how bad the system is. And I don't want to go too much off the rails here, but the ministry is looking at having students remain for an additional 2 years, which in principle I'm in agreement with, but you cannot implement it like this. It can be that all of a sudden you hear that, well, students are staying for another 2 years. It don't make any sense, because if the idea is to say, well, okay, we're going to use the benchmark that the rest of countries are using, in which you stay from K to 12, meaning that you stay, you get 12 years of basic education, you can't then say, you know what, I'm going to build on what I have already, because what you have already is not good. What you have already is failing. We spend almost 6% or 6% of our GDP on education. The biggest area there is from anything else except for balance of payments that we have to pay. The next biggest thing is education. And we have not gotten it right. We have really not gotten it right.
Absolutely right, Paul.
Yeah, and if we decide that what we're going to do is to go ahead without really investing and looking at a big change, because there is now the opportunity with COVID to make the change, you know, but it must be planned and executed, because whenever you make change to education, it ripples right throughout the economy. It is not like, well, okay, it's just education. It's everything else, because it impacts labor, it impacts the economy, it impacts everything else about what we do. It impacts crime, it impacts all these other social ills that we have. So I know we've been talking about, well, listen, students need to be needs to use higher order critical thinking skills, but we need to start teaching it, and start teaching it from the time they start going kindergarten. Let them play with things and solve things. People are curious by design. And that is part of why so much youngsters, you know, and I'm talking about young boys, are turned off because, well, anyway, I'm done.
Paul, I think that early childhood education operates on that particular premise. At least good early primary education courses are getting the kids to explore things. It's when they come into the primary system where they're rigidly sat in desks and told that they have to learn what's in the book. And I think that's what we have to do with. We have to take all the desks out of the classrooms.
Yes.
Anyway.
This is the second time I heard you say, let's get rid of all of the exams. Teachers are like,
but it's true. It's true. In fact, many years ago, when there was the first change in the CSEC, I was asked to apply for the executive director's job and I said, no, you don't want me to be the executive director, because the first thing I would do is do away with it. Well, that certainly turned them off me. but really, you know, if you look at what's happening in other countries, you look at the Ontario school system, they don't have set exams that kids have to do. They have skills they have to learn. There's skills they have to acquire, and they acquire them in whatever way they can, which allows all those kids that we deem as being stupid, standing on street corners, who are really very smart, that we just haven't managed to harness what it is that they do, and to get them and get re-engaged in learning in a particular direction. Okay, I will stop talking now, because I wasn't even on the timetable. So.
Dr. Clark, then Ms. Hyman, and then Professor Morris. Those will be the last comments for today. We're way over time, but this is such a rich discussion.
I just wanted to, you know, when Nancy had made that comment, to make the comment that Prof has made, which is that some may say, you know, you really need to go down to K, stop worrying about the last few years, go back down to the, you know, to the intake, or where you should be having the intake, get the 1 and 2 and 3 year old programs going. The experts say the first 1,000 days, you know, some say the first 500 days are really critical. These are more, you know, a lot of people talk about the low-hanging fruit. These are harder issues to solve, because now you're really kind of enmeshing your interventions into the family and how families are arranged and how families view education. You hear a lot of parents even now saying, oh, my child can't learn online. I'm sure many educators online here would beg to differ. The issue is, yes, as we've said, it takes a while to get used to. But what are the measures we're using to engage them, to make them want to stay online with us and look forward to logging in and enjoying the benefits of quote unquote being online, which is not all of this commute. We talk about that in Jamaica a lot. You know, people commuting from, you know, Manchester to St. Thomas for school and other kinds of, you know, in other areas, in other countries, people be like, why are you doing this? You know, isn't there a school there? And we know the reasons why. So there are other things that the children could be engaged in to complement the learning, whether it's physical activities, music or whatever else we can offer, and people have been pivoting to offer online. So, you know, that was the comment I wanted to make, and so I'm glad Prof made it. And the issue now is going to be, again, how do you operationalize something like that? How would you bring in the 1 and the 2-year-olds into programs that are affordable, are accessible, and deliver? Again, we go back to the issue of quality, because we know we can expand access. We have done that very well in Jamaica, but in terms of quality, in terms of the throughput, that is where we're not so good at. If we want to do away with the labels, stop talking about early childhood, and then that's another thing. But getting someone, as you indicated, Prof, who starts right through the process, whether it's through we need social interventions into the family, or there are some complementary things to the educational program or product that we need to also try to support the family in. I'm not sure what the solutions will be, or if there's a clean-cut way to identify what the solutions are. But certainly, you know, getting persons from the beginning right across that final hurdle at their pace. I can understand, you know, people can move in and move out, but how do we enable persons, or, you know, we know the word empower persons to get through the system, so that we would be, it's a continuous development. I don't think these critical thinking skills or the how to think skills are static. I mean, I think every discipline, and as you go up in every discipline, the frameworks and systems that are available to you, or that you should be able to engage with, are always evolving and changing. This is why we're doing research and presenting research, to give out new ideas for even more research to happen and for more thinking to happen in a particular area. So I don't see it as a zero sum, or you have to, you know, you thought, you learn to think here, so you can, you know, go on and do whatever. No, the material, as we all know, in our various areas will change and will improve, will be innovated on. Maybe we will innovate some of them. And so I think there's always a role to play for the questioning, but why? Why are we doing this? Why do we need to add it this way? Is there no other way to add 2 numbers or 10 numbers? Can't we think about the other ways? And I think somebody put the argument in the chat that the PEP is trying to move us to the point of enabling students to demonstrate how they can solve a particular problem, not just a particular way. You have to do the fractions this way. It can't be done any other way. So the thinking, as I'm saying, is important, and the idea that you will always have to be thinking and innovating and asking yourself the question, okay, after I've done all of this, so what? Why would Archibald care? Why would he want to interview me or put me to somebody else? Why? What is it I'm adding, this idea of value added? So that is where, I mean, I think I would leave that comment. How can we actually operationalize this K to 12 or K to 14 or 18 or whatever it is we want to do? How will we keep students progressing as best as possible through that system?
And then Morris, and then Ms. Hammer. And Ms. Hammer will get the last comment.
Thanks, Chair, for giving me an opportunity to comment before you draw the curtains down. But the discussion I've been listening to, and it's very interesting discussion, and quite a number of areas that we really need to reflect on in a very serious way. There are 2 comments made by my 2 colleagues. Dr. George mentioned the comment about examination and doing away with it. We have actually designed a program at UWI where it's pretty much, I would say, 80% exam free, and that's at the master's level. So it's not just at the entry level, but we also need to look at how we deliver using the various measures as, you know, that are more reliable going forward than an examination. So, you know, and of course I got a lot of, if I want to say, flax about submitting courses without exams. So that is something that we have really struggled with. But of course, it's important that we look at, or we reconstruct to engage other ways of examining. The next point that Professor Golden touched on is also important. And I want to extend on that. The whole notion of extending school by another 2 years. I think it's important, and it's good that we are providing this kind of mechanism for students to engage at the 6th form level. But I want to caution our ministry and our government that it's not just about adding 2 years. It means that we need to resource this properly. We need to have the proper facilities in place. We need to have the proper manpower, human resources. And of course, we need to have the proper quality control mechanism to ensure that this works. I've seen this happen in the past where we converted secondary schools or junior secondary schools to secondary schools by just adding buildings, and there you go, you now have a secondary school, and you anoint them and say you're now secondary schools. It cannot be like that. We have to think about it strategically, what resources we need to implement this in a very meaningful way, and how do we measure the outcomes of this intervention. So there are a number of things that we have to really bear in mind as we go forward with this kind of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Morris. And the final comment to Ms. Hyman.
Are you hearing me?
We are.
I think the future of work is going to be very interesting. I think the future workplace is going to be interesting. We're going to have to really look back in terms of what we're working now, and will that stand up? And in order, if that's not going to stand up anymore, which is what I've proposed, then therefore the need to look on our curriculums to bring forth more of what we want, especially as it relates to innovation and entrepreneurship. I believe that there's a method to bring across these soft skills or these intangibles, some of which, as I spoke about, was a skills transfer, to bring that out, the self-worth, the confidence, the self-reliance. I believe that we need to now go into how to get those out. We know that we need problem solving and critical thinking, and yes, we have heard that there are different programs, but is it the word program that we should be using, or should it be lifestyle? Or a new way of operating as opposed to just programs? We get very tired of hearing the words programs. So looking at the curriculum and bringing out those skills that's really going to equip our graduates with the skills in the workplace, because some will go, and also to become the entrepreneurs and to create the type of society that we desire, with finally having some economic growth through enterprise and innovation. Is what I'm thinking in terms of the future of work and the future workplace and future entrepreneurs. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman, and thank all of you. We are way past time, so I'm just going to invite Ms. Sakawe Carruthers to move the vote of thanks.
Anyone who knows me, I'm always forgetting to unmute. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for the mic, as well as your excellent moderation today. You skillfully guided us through extensive discussion on a number of topics. Great job. He's no longer on, but I would like to thank Reverend Barry Hall for delivering the invocation. And remarks were given by the Honorable Minister Favour Williams, Dr. Damian Black, the Commissioner of the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission, and Mrs. Tracy Ann Smith, the Director of the Policy, Planning and Research Division at the Commission. Thank you for your contributions today via your remarks, as well as for your contribution to the planning of the event. Good afternoon, participants. A special thank you to you for joining us today. We appreciate the robust discussion generated by your comments and inquiries. Of course, good discussion today was a certain outcome of the excellent research presented during the forum. Dr. Peter Wells of UNESCO set the tone with his keynote address that reminded us of the importance of executing impactful research, research that solves a problem, that improves a critical factor in the sector. The presentations today left me feeling very reassured that we understand this mandate and are committed to it. Dr. Saron Stewart and Maxine Henry Wilson highlighted their presentations highlighted the most strategic entry points for interventions to strengthen or restructure, if needed, the higher education system in Jamaica. We benefited from presentations from Miss Nicola Patterson-Lips and Mr. Paul Bourne, who demonstrated what exists in the area of data analytics and ways in which data can be used to build institutions and improve the quality of education being offered. Professor Fitzroy Henry directed our minds to the issue of hunger insecurity and its impact on student outcomes. We were all as concerned as he was by the results of his survey that demonstrated a high rate of hunger insecurity among tertiary level students. We were able to explore some possible partnerships to tackle this challenge. Later on, Mr. Rohan Coburn and Professor Paul Golding brought our attention to some of the main challenges faced in the delivery of online education. Significant challenges also exist in the area of student assessment. It appears as though, like most other areas, any meaningful resolution of these challenges will require multi-level, multi-sector collaboration. The discussion on the pedagogical approaches used for the delivery of mathematics is critical to the overall improvement of the quality of the education system. Recent advancements in digital technology present a number of opportunities towards solutions to these problems. The final, but certainly not least session of the day, with presentations from Dr. Christine Clark and Ms. Tracy Ann Hyman, highlighted a number of considerations related to this question. The question of, is tertiary education worth it? Social returns to education are less than private returns, and the social returns become smaller as the level of education increases. This raises the question of how do we devise affordable and sustainable ways of calculating these figures and including them in the gamut of considerations for determining public expenditure on tertiary education. And another factor introduced to us is that workers in poorer countries have lower returns to education, such that as per capita income increases, the social and private returns largely decline. This causes us to think of the implications of this for the use of higher education as a tool for economic development in poor countries. Ms. Hyman's introduction of the higher education entrepreneurial model raises the issue of how can higher education institutions and related institutions engage and collaborate to encourage, facilitate, and where necessary, cause the approach to happen. What is the link between this model and achieving skills transfer? How best to approach such a model or any model related to student outcomes within the context of high rates of hunger insecurity within the student population? For J-TEC, the contributions made by researchers and participants will help us to refine our research agenda, as well as our points of engagement and focus for policy development. We share the observation that this post-COVID era provides an opportunity for change, and that leaps rather than steps towards change might be what we need. We also agree that the change must be carefully planned. We might want to explore the establishment of working groups, akin to what were established for the pure pursuit of the Vision 2030, but with accountability and reporting placed as a priority. If we consider that, I know there are many committees already in existence, but something more focused towards the agenda as we define it. So finally, thank you everyone, and have a nice rest of evening from me.
Thank you, Ms. Carruthers. All left for me to do is to say that this brings us to the end of this inaugural research forum put on by the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission. You know, I always reflect on these because we always talk about these as talk shops, and we say that talk is cheap. But from my perspective, If we're introduced to new ideas and new information, it allows us to rethink old ideas and to figure out how we can apply change in our own areas. And from that perspective, I think we are much richer than when we started this morning. So again, thank you so much. Thank you to the team from J-TEC for making it happen. And thank you for taking part this afternoon. And this all day, rather. I'm Archibald Gordon. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.